In the year 711, a force made up largely of Berber warriors, operating under Arab command, crossed the narrow waters separating North Africa from the Iberian Peninsula. The crossing was not an isolated event, but part of a sequence of probing raids that had already tested the region's defences. The commander of this expedition was a general named Tariq, whose name would later become attached to the rocky headland where the army landed. Jebel Tariq, the Rock of Tariq, would eventually be known as Gibraltar. Within a year of this landing, the invaders met the army of the Visigothic Kingdom of Spain in open battle. The Spanish forces were led by their king, Roderick. Against expectations, Tariq's army emerged victorious. Roderick was killed, and the road into the heart of the peninsula lay open. The capital city, Toledo, soon fell. In the remarkably short span of a few years, the entire peninsula came under the control of the conquerors. As had happened in England centuries later, the outcome of a single battle reshaped the fate of a kingdom. Yet in Iberia, the consequences went far beyond the fall of a ruling dynasty. The conquest of the early 8th century marked the beginning of an Islamic presence that would last for centuries. Its influence would leave a lasting imprint on language, architecture, agriculture, and intellectual life. Over time, Islamic Spain would become a conduit through which advanced learning, science, and philosophy reached regions of Europe north of the Pyrenees. At first, this inheritance was met with hesitation. Later, it was absorbed with enthusiasm. The effects of this exchange would shape Western culture itself and would eventually travel even farther, carried to distant continents by European expansion. Much that followed can be traced back to that first crossing. For this reason, the history of Moorish Spain remains essential to understand. Yet understanding has never been simple. Modern perceptions have created their own barriers. Southern Spain is often presented as a land of romance and mystery, a place defined by passion, exotic beauty, and lingering echoes of an imagined past. These ideas did not arise in the Middle Ages. They took form in the 19th century, during the Age of Romanticism. Writers and travellers from the English-speaking world played a central role in shaping this vision. Accounts by figures such as Washington Irving and Richard Ford portrayed Andalusia as a land suspended between dream and decay. Their books reached a wide audience and left a deep impression on how Spain, especially its southern regions, came to be imagined abroad. The influence of these portrayals proved enduring and still colours popular descriptions today. Any serious attempt to understand Iberian history must confront the Islamic legacy that shaped it. Yet the reality is often less theatrical than the stereotype suggests. It is unfamiliar, certainly, but not in the way romantic imagery implies. This becomes clear when considering one of the most celebrated monuments of southern Spain, the Great Mosque of Córdoba. Constructed over several generations from the late 8th to the late 10th century, it follows principles radically different from those of Western Christian churches. In a Christian church, architectural energy is directed toward the altar. Space guides the eye forward. In the mosque, there is no comparable focal point. Prayer may occur anywhere within the hall. The space is unified rather than hierarchical. Hundreds of columns support layered arches, creating an environment where sanctity is evenly distributed. The entire hall is sacred. Visitors often remark on the calm that fills this vast interior. The effect is deliberate, achieved through careful design and proportion. Yet the building also bears visible marks of conflict. After Córdoba was taken by Christian forces in the 13th century, the mosque was converted into a cathedral. Centuries later, church authorities decided to construct a massive choir structure within its centre. This addition disrupted the original harmony of the space. City officials objected, but their protests failed. When the Emperor Charles V later saw the result, his reaction was famously severe. Something singular had been damaged in favour of something ordinary. History has largely agreed with that judgment. The insertion of the choir can be condemned as an act of architectural insensitivity, but it was also a declaration of religious authority. That declaration mirrored an earlier one. The mosque itself had been built on the site of a former Christian church. Each structure asserted dominance over what came before. The building became a record of successive triumphs, carved into stone. Two ideas emerge from this story. The mosque was a stage for religious confrontation, and in its original form it represented a worldview distinct from that of Christian Europe. It was the visible expression of a different civilization. This contrast becomes clearer when attention shifts from architecture to smaller works of art, created around the same time. One such object is a finely carved ivory casket produced in Córdoba in the late 10th century, for a high official of the Caliphal court. Despite damage and wear, its craftsmanship remains evident. Scenes of hunting, animals, and human figures unfold across its surface. The figures are natural and readable. Their actions are immediately recognizable. The object does not demand explanation. It invites quiet appreciation. Its beauty is confident and restrained, intended to please rather than to challenge. A very different impression emerges from a wall painting created in a small church in the Pyrenees around the same period. Here, the human figure is rigid and intense, its expression strained. The imagery is symbolic and unsettling. Meaning is not obvious. It must be learned. The figure represents prayer, performed in a posture unfamiliar to modern eyes. The accompanying bird symbolizes eternal life, drawing on theological ideas preserved in early Christian thought. Without that knowledge, the image remains opaque. This art does not soothe, it confronts. It reflects a world shaped by fear, suffering, and the hope of salvation beyond death. Ironically, it is this harsher image that belongs to the cultural tradition of Western Europe. The Islamic object, by contrast, feels more accessible to modern sensibilities. These examples cannot define entire civilizations, but they are not accidental. They reveal how easily misunderstanding can arise when cultures differ so deeply in how they see the world. And yet, these cultures did meet. Their encounter shaped Iberia and through it, much of Europe. That encounter stands at the heart of this story. The Iberian Peninsula was the region of Mediterranean Europe where Christianity and Islam lived in the closest and longest contact before Christian political power eventually became dominant. Elsewhere, Islamic rule was comparatively brief. In Sicily, it lasted less than 300 years, and in Greece, only slightly longer. In Iberia, the encounter was deeper, more prolonged, and more transformative. Its most visible traces remain embedded in everyday life, especially in language. Modern Spanish and Portuguese carry the marks of this long coexistence. Hundreds of commonly used words originate from Arabic. Many of them begin with the syllable al, a linguistic echo of their origins. These words cluster around practical fields that shape daily existence: agriculture, commerce, craftsmanship, and administration. Terms for crops, tools, markets, taxes, storage, construction, and trade entered the local languages during centuries of shared life. Other words came without the telltale prefix. The Arabic word for market gave rise to place names, still used today, including the central square of Old Toledo. Olive cultivation provides another example. The names for certain olive varieties, the fruit itself, the oil pressed from it, and even the vessels used to store it all reflect Arabic roots. Maps of Spain and Portugal reveal the same pattern. Towns, rivers, and regions still bear names inherited from the centuries of Islamic presence. The influence is equally visible in art and material culture. A visitor who moves directly from the intricate surfaces of the Alhambra in Granada to the exuberant plasterwork of later Christian buildings immediately senses continuity. The later forms could not have emerged without the earlier ones. Across Spain, architecture and craft repeatedly reveal a debt to Islamic aesthetic traditions, especially in the use of brick, plaster, wood, ceramics, leather, and textiles. The impact on domestic interiors and decorative taste has not always produced harmony, but the direction of influence is unmistakable. Language and art are the most obvious areas of inheritance, but they are not the most historically significant. The Islamic presence in Iberia also helped shape a powerful national narrative. From the 9th century onward, Muslim control of the peninsula gradually retreated southward. By the late 15th century, only the small kingdom of Granada remained. In its place rose a series of Christian states that began as obscure enclaves in the northern mountains and expanded steadily south. Over time, they took on the names and territories known from medieval history: Leon, Castile, Aragon, Catalonia, and Portugal. The forces driving this expansion were largely practical. Population growth pressed against limited resources. Land was sought by nobles eager for wealth and power. Military techniques improved. Herding economies pushed livestock southward in search of seasonal pasture. Yet those who benefited from this movement presented it in loftier terms. Churchmen and royal chroniclers recast expansion as a sacred mission. Thus emerged the idea of a reconquest, a righteous struggle to reclaim land from foreign rule and restore Christian sovereignty. This story proved compelling. According to its logic, Iberia had sacrificed itself in the early Middle Ages to halt the advance of Islam into Europe. Centuries later, it redeemed itself through a heroic campaign sustained by faith. The cross reclaimed the land from the crescent. Like many national myths, this one inspired pride while also fostering exclusion. It helped justify intolerance and sharpen hostility toward outsiders. Its usefulness did not fade with time. In later centuries, Spaniards defending Catholic orthodoxy against religious dissent were encouraged to see themselves as heirs to an ancient struggle. In the 20th century, the same narrative was repurposed in international politics. Spain was presented as a historical defender of Western values, now standing against a new ideological threat. The symbol of the enemy changed, but the structure of the story remained intact. Another long-term consequence of medieval coexistence emerged in governance. Over centuries of conflict and accommodation, Iberian rulers developed methods for administering newly conquered lands and managing diverse populations. When Spain and Portugal later built overseas empires, these practices were readily applied. Colonial territories in the Americas were governed using models first tested in medieval Iberia. In this sense, early modern empires extended patterns formed centuries earlier. Much of Latin America's later history follows from this inheritance. Today, the most difficult aspect of this historical narrative is the hostility toward Islam embedded within it. How can a society acknowledge deep cultural indebtedness to a tradition it long defined as alien or threatening? For centuries, Muslims and African peoples were treated with suspicion or disdain. Reconciling this past with a balanced understanding of history remains challenging. These questions carry particular weight in the modern world. Recent decades have made clear the necessity of understanding Islamic societies on their own terms. Old habits of neglect or domination are no longer sustainable. If inherited interpretations of the past create obstacles to that understanding, then those interpretations deserve careful reconsideration. the reality is simple and complex at once. For nearly 8 centuries, Muslim and Christian communities lived, side by side, in Iberia. They shared land and resources. They traded, argued, fought, intermarried, misunderstood one another, and influenced one another deeply. Their coexistence was not orderly or peaceful, but it was real and continuous. Any narrative that reduces this experience to a single moral lesson inevitably distorts it. Ironically, the greatest beneficiaries of this prolonged interaction were not Iberians at all. Beyond the Pyrenees, much of Europe gained access to a body of knowledge preserved and developed in the Islamic world. Ancient Greek and Persian learning had been absorbed, translated, and expanded by scholars of the Middle East. From there, it spread westward across the Islamic world until it reached Iberia. In Spain, Christian scholars encountered this material and translated it into Latin. Between the 12th and 13th centuries, this flow of knowledge transformed European intellectual life. Through this channel came Aristotle, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and navigational science. Instruments such as the astrolabe made long-distance exploration possible. Later, scientific breakthroughs rested on foundations laid through knowledge, transmitted from Islamic Spain. Europe's rise as a centre of innovation owed much to its willingness to absorb and adapt ideas developed elsewhere. Islamic Spain was not a decorative curiosity stranded at Europe's edge. It was a central participant in the formation of the Old World civilization. So far, this story has been told largely from a Christian and Western perspective. It also deserves to be placed within the wider history of Islam. In the medieval Islamic world, Al-Andalus was often regarded as remote and provincial. Intellectual elites in cities like Baghdad or Cairo viewed it as a distant frontier. Yet from this supposed backwater emerged achievements of lasting importance: monumental architecture, refined craftsmanship, influential philosophy, advanced medicine, and enduring poetry. The contrast between its reputation and its output invites closer examination. Before continuing, it is necessary to introduce the land itself. Even naming it poses difficulties. Over centuries it has carried many names, each reflecting a different tradition or claim. No single term fits comfortably. Political borders shifted constantly. Religious labels obscure as much as they reveal. Ethnic descriptions mislead, since the population was always mixed. The people of the peninsula spoke Arabic, Latin-derived languages, and others, regardless of faith. For practical purposes, Al-Andalus refers to territories under Muslim rule. Other terms will inevitably appear, sometimes imprecisely. Such inconsistency reflects the complexity of the land itself. The peninsula is formidable in scale and structure. Its size rivals that of major European regions. Its landscapes vary sharply, shaped by mountains, rivers, and climate. Spain and Portugal together form one of the most mountainous areas in Europe. Multiple mountain systems dominate the land, dividing regions and shaping settlement. The Pyrenees form a northern barrier. Other ranges isolate coastal areas and interior plateaus. Rivers carve pathways through these barriers, draining mostly toward the Atlantic, with one major exception flowing to the Mediterranean. These geographical features shaped history. They influenced agriculture, trade routes, political boundaries, and cultural exchange. Over centuries, human societies adapted to these demands, developing distinct economies and institutions. Any attempt to understand Iberian history must begin with the land itself, for it imposed limits and offered possibilities that shaped every encounter upon it. Between these mountain systems stretches a vast interior plateau. Much of this land lies at a considerable elevation, rarely dropping below 1,200 feet. This central tableland, known as the meseta, is largely level, sometimes gently rolling, and often visually uneventful. Truly low-lying terrain exists only along the outer edges of the peninsula, forming a coastal belt that wraps almost continuously around it. In some places this belt is narrow, pressed tightly between mountains and sea, as along the southern coast beneath the Sierra Nevada. Elsewhere it spreads more widely, particularly along the shores of southern Portugal. In certain regions, the coastal lowlands push far inland by following the great river valleys, most notably those of the Tagus and the Guadalquivir. From this geography emerge three broad climatic zones, each shaping a distinct way of life. Along the northern and western coasts, the climate is Atlantic in character. Rainfall is frequent, temperatures are moderate, and the landscape is green. This region supported mixed farming from an early date, with livestock playing a more important role than crops. Fishing was also central to the local economy, tying these communities to the sea as much as to the land. The meseta presents a very different environment. Here, the contrast between seasons is extreme. Summers bring intense heat, while winters are long and often harsh. The soil is light and easy to cultivate, but natural woodland is scarce. Apart from scattered scrub, trees are largely absent. In the northern parts of the plateau, grain farming dominated. Further south, olives and vines became the defining crops. The open expanses of the meseta also supported enormous herds of sheep, goats, and cattle. These animals were moved seasonally across the land, travelling southward in autumn and returning north in spring, following rhythms that shaped both economy and society. Along the eastern and southern coasts, conditions change again. Frost is rare, rainfall is limited, and summer heat can be relentless. With sufficient irrigation, however, the soil is remarkably productive. These regions became zones of intensive cultivation. Multiple harvests could be taken each year. Market gardens flourished, crops unfamiliar to much of medieval Europe became staples here. Sugarcane, citrus fruits, rice, and vegetables introduced through Islamic agricultural practice. Even the names of many of these products preserve traces of their origins. These contrasts create enduring tensions between different parts of the peninsula. The interior and the periphery followed different economic paths. The south and east were generally richer and more densely settled than the north and west, at least until the rise of Atlantic trade shifted the balance. The pattern is visible in the distribution of ancient cities. From Roman times onward, major urban centres clustered along the southern and eastern coasts and in fertile river valleys. Only a few important cities developed deep in the interior, and those often owed their prominence to deliberate political decisions rather than natural advantage. Some rulers chose central locations precisely to assert control over the whole peninsula. Toledo was selected by Visigothic kings for this reason. Centuries later, Madrid was elevated to the same role. Other cities rose for different reasons. Santiago became important through pilgrimage. Lisbon and Corunna gained prominence through overseas empire. Bilbao grew with industrialization. Each case reflects how geography interacted with power, belief, and economic change. The rugged terrain of Iberia long made internal communication difficult. Before railways and engines transformed transport, movement across the peninsula was slow and costly. Roman roads provided vital arteries, maintained well into the early medieval period. These routes allowed armies to move quickly, a fact exploited by successive rulers, including the Berber forces of the early 8th century. Yet commercial transport was another matter entirely. Bulk goods moved at the pace of animals and at great expense. Overland transport cost far more than moving goods by water. As a result, the outer edges of the peninsula tended to look outward rather than inward. Coastal regions found it easier to trade across seas than across mountains. Catalonia's historical ties with southern France and northern Italy were closer than its connections with Castile. In the far west, prehistoric monuments in Portugal and Galicia resemble those found in Brittany and the western British Isles more closely than anything in central Spain. One relationship stands out above all others. Southern Spain and northwest Africa are separated by only a narrow stretch of water. At its narrowest point, the Straits of Gibraltar measure little more than 12 miles. The landforms, climate, and ecology on either side mirror one another closely. Andalusia shares more natural affinity with Morocco than with much of the Iberian interior. For long stretches of history, the two regions were linked by constant movement, exchange, and conflict. This connection would repeatedly shape events during the medieval period. A story circulated about the last days of the old Spanish kingdom. It begins with an early king who built a tower and placed inside it something meant never to be seen. The tower was locked with an enormous padlock. Before his death, the king imposed a rule on those who came after him. Each new ruler must add another lock, strengthening the seal and preserving whatever secret lay within. One reign followed another. According to the tale, 26 kings obeyed, each adding a new padlock and leaving the tower untouched. Then a young king came to the throne, proud and impatient, remembered in the story as Roderick. He refused to accept the burden of tradition. Against the advice of his counsellors, he ordered the locks broken. One by one, the padlocks were opened until the tower was finally unsealed. Roderick stepped into the inner chamber. On the walls were painted mounted warriors from the Arab world, armed and ready, with curved blades at their sides and spears raised in their hands. In the centre stood a table of gold and silver, studded with precious stones. Inscribed upon it was a claim that it belonged to Solomon, son of David. An urn rested on the table. Inside was a rolled piece of parchment. When it was opened, the message was stark. If the chamber were violated and the protection broken, the figures painted on the walls would cross into Spain, overthrow its rulers, and take the land. Versions of this legend appear in both Christian and Islamic traditions. It gathered force because it served needs on both sides. A conquered Christian population looked for an explanation that could be carried in a single human story. The legend provided a culprit, blaming the disaster on a king who broke sacred obligation and paid the price. For the conquerors, the same story carried a different comfort. It suggested that invasion had not been random. It implied destiny and prediction, a future already written long before ships touched the shore. Behind the legend, some facts remain solid. Toledo really was the political centre of Visigothic Spain in the 6th and 7th centuries. The city did have imposing public buildings and the trappings of a royal capital. Roderick did exist, and he was the last king of the Visigothic line. He did face an invasion from northwest Africa in the early 8th century. He was defeated and died in the attempt to defend his realm. Those basic points are not disputed. The difficulty begins when detail is added. There is no shortage of narratives about the conquest. The problem is that most were written long after the events. The earliest major Muslim historian whose name survives, Ahmad al-Razi, wrote in the mid-10th century, and even his account is preserved only indirectly through later transmission. Other compilations were assembled in later centuries, drawing on circulating stories, rather than direct observation. Major historians of Islamic Spain wrote from Morocco, not from the Iberian Peninsula itself, and some of the fullest works were composed many centuries after the invasion. These writers were often careful collectors of tradition, but they were not working with modern standards of verification. Their goal was usually to preserve what people believed and repeated, not to separate established fact from dramatic invention. Christian narratives suffer from similar limitations. The more distant the writer was from the 8th century, the more detailed the account tends to become, and the more strongly it serves the needs of later politics and identity. Chroniclers, writing in the 13th century, worked in a world shaped by crusading language, dynastic rivalry, and religious propaganda. Their histories often reinforced national myths that their audiences wanted to hear. Their methods were not built around critical testing of sources in the modern sense. Strictly contemporary evidence for the conquest is limited. Only a few pieces stand close enough to the moment to carry real weight. One brief narrative from the Christian side, one highly important administrative document from the Muslim side, and a small amount of archaeological evidence that can be linked to early 8th century violence. The most valuable written narrative is a short Latin chronicle, commonly known by the year of its latest entries, 754. It appears to have taken final form in, or shortly after that time. The author may have been connected to Toledo. Modern scholarship has often treated this text as more reliable than later accounts precisely because it stands closer to the events and is less shaped by subsequent myth-making. Its story is direct. Raids from North Africa struck parts of Spain in the early years of the 8th century, damaging several provinces over a period that lasted long enough to be remembered as more than a single incident. Then, in 711, the governor of North Africa, Musa ibn Nusayr, sent an army across the straits under a commander named Tariq. Another force, led by Musa himself, followed soon after. At the same time, Spain's political situation was unstable. Roderick became king in 711, but his claim faced opposition and internal conflict followed. In 712, a major battle was fought between Roderick and Tariq. The exact location cannot be identified with certainty today, though it seems to have been in the southern region not far from the coastal approaches. The result was decisive. Roderick was defeated and killed. After the battle, Musa advanced to Toledo. Executions followed. The surrounding countryside was devastated. Musa then moved northeast into the Ebro Valley and took Zaragoza, the major city of that region. The chronicle describes widespread destruction and heavy loss of life. The Archbishop of Toledo, the leading church figure of Spain, fled rather than remain. Before the end of 712, Musa left the peninsula, summoned by the Umayyad Caliph, to Damascus. He carried with him prominent captives and immense wealth in the form of bullion and jewelry. Before departing, he left control of the conquered territories to his son, Abd al-Aziz. Over the next few years, Abd al-Aziz extended and secured Muslim authority until it covered the whole peninsula. This account, plain and plausible, can be checked against outside evidence. The flight of Toledo's archbishop, for example, is supported by his later appearance at a church council beyond Spain. Archaeology adds further support in general terms. Some sites show signs of violent destruction around the years 711 to 713, with coin evidence helping to date the damage. It cannot be proven that every burned settlement was destroyed in the invasion, but the timing makes the connection likely. More discoveries may yet emerge as excavation continues. One dramatic archaeological find has long captured attention. In the 19th century, near Toledo, a hoard was uncovered that included votive crowns of gold and jewels, gifts offered by 7th century kings to a religious community. These objects had been buried for safekeeping during a time of danger and never recovered. Their survival suggests panic and uncertainty in the face of approaching catastrophe. It cannot be known exactly when they were hidden. It is possible they were buried as news spread of defeat in the south and of an advancing army. It is possible those who hid them were killed in the violence that followed. Certainty is impossible, but the crowns allow a glimpse of the wealth that could be seized and carried eastward as booty. The crucial administrative document comes from the early years of Muslim rule. Although it survives only in later copies, scholars generally accept it as authentic. It records an agreement made by Abd al-Aziz with a local ruler named Theodemir. The document is dated to early April 713 in the Christian calendar. Theodemir controlled a group of towns in the southeast of Spain, including a coastal centre and several inland places. He agreed to submit. In return, he and his people were promised personal safety and the freedom to practice Christianity in their churches. Theodemir was allowed to retain his authority. The agreement required loyalty. It also required an annual tax, paid partly in money and partly in agricultural produce, such as grain, grape products, vinegar, honey, and oil. This treaty hints at a broader pattern. Comparable agreements may have been made elsewhere, though few documents survive. In places that surrendered, local life could continue with minimal disruption. Landholders kept their estates. Farmers remained on their fields. Taxes were still collected, but now under new management. Only in cities that resisted did the conquest follow harsher lines, including executions and enslavement, outcomes that appear to have affected several major towns. These practices were not improvised in Spain. They followed precedents used earlier in Syria, Egypt, and Persia. Under Islamic law, Christians and Jews were recognized as protected religious communities. Negotiated surrender allowed Muslim armies to keep moving quickly rather than becoming tied down in constant garrison duty. This mobility helped explain how a vast territory could be brought under control in a short time. By roughly 720, Muslim authority had stabilized across the lands once ruled by the Visigothic kings. Those lands included not only Iberia, but also the Visigothic province north of the Pyrenees along the Mediterranean coast, governed from Narbonne. That region too was drawn into the early wave of conquest. The identity of the conquerors deserves careful attention. The event is often described as an Arab conquest or an Islamic invasion. Both labels contain truth, but neither captures the main demographic reality. The forces crossing into Spain were largely Berber. The Berbers were the indigenous peoples of northwest Africa. They were divided into large tribal groupings that broke down into clans and family networks. Their economy leaned heavily on herding, seasonal movement, and raiding between groups. They traded, but many lived without strong urban traditions or a widespread written culture. Political organization tended to be local and personal, centered on elders and clan leadership. By the standards of the Mediterranean's established civilizations, they stood on a very different footing. The subjugation of the Maghreb was among the most difficult chapters in early Islamic expansion. After the death of Muhammad in 632, the Islamic Empire grew at astonishing speed, reaching far into Asia and across North Africa within a century. In North Africa, early conquests were directed against territories that still belonged, at least formally, to the Roman Empire based in Constantinople. That empire had been weakened by plague, economic disruption, and constant pressure from enemies. Egypt fell in the early 640s. The coastal regions of Libya followed. The province of modern Tunisia was conquered by around 670, marked by the founding of Kairouan. Yet, as Muslim forces moved westward, resistance intensified. Berber opposition was fierce, and even after nominal submission, rebellions continued into the middle of the 8th century. Arab leaders found one method of control particularly useful. Berber warriors could be encouraged, or compelled to join Muslim armies and fight in campaigns elsewhere. This served multiple purposes at once. It drew restless fighters away from rebellion. It exploited their military ability. It broke older loyalties by imposing new discipline. It also accelerated their incorporation into Islam through structured religious practice. The promise of plunder, adventure, and perhaps land made such enlistment attractive to many. This broader strategy helps explain why raids against southern Spain occurred repeatedly before 711. Why did raiding turn into full conquest? The sources are too limited to give a simple answer. Part of the explanation may lie in the nature of the early Islamic state. The Umayyad caliphs, ruling from Damascus, depended on the support of an elite with a strong warrior ethos. Continuous campaigning satisfied that ethos and helped maintain loyalty. In this respect, Islamic rulers were not unique. Early medieval Christian kings in other parts of Europe faced similar pressures from predatory aristocracies. Expansion was a way to survive. Stagnation could be dangerous. Environmental factors may also have mattered. Southern Spain resembles Morocco in landscape and climate, though it is generally less harsh and more productive. For Berber groups accustomed to the Maghreb, the pastures and valleys across the straits would appear tempting. Geography also shaped limits. Certain regions, wet and forested, held little appeal. Mountain barriers could slow or redirect expansion. Similar patterns can be seen elsewhere in early Islamic history, where major ranges created frontiers difficult to push beyond. The Pyrenees are easiest to cross near the Mediterranean coast, and this helps explain why Muslim forces entered the Visigothic territories north of the mountains. Yet their hold there was brief, lasting little more than a generation, shaped not only by terrain, but also by shifting political forces that would later determine the outcome. To grasp the conquest fully, attention must turn to what Spain had been before 711. The speed of the takeover is striking. In a few years, one battle followed by a short series of operations overturned the strongest monarchy in Western Europe. The same land had taken Rome centuries to subdue. Two different explanations can be held together. One points to the long legacy of Roman rule. Over 4 centuries, Rome imposed an organized pattern on Iberia. Latin became the language of administration, law, and elite culture. Military recruitment drew Iberians into the Roman system, and returning veterans carried imperial habits into distant regions. Trade bound the peninsula to the wider Mediterranean. Grain, oil, wine, minerals, and horses moved through imperial networks. A shared currency and relative safety encouraged commerce. Landowners and traders prospered. Large villas in fertile valleys reflect market-focused agriculture as well as elite wealth. Towns expanded and new ones were founded, leaving names that still recall their origins. Roman civic pride can still be sensed through surviving monuments such as aqueducts, theatres, and bridges, built to display power, order, and belonging within the empire. The road system and bridges were particularly important. They linked cities and regions into a functional whole and allowed rapid movement. Some bridges survived long after the empire's fall. One, crossing over the Tagus, built in the era of Emperor Trajan, impressed later rulers so deeply that it gained a new name derived from the Arabic word for bridge, a reminder of how conquest could preserve and rename rather than simply destroy. Another layer must be added to this Roman framework: Christianity. Spain was not necessarily converted in the earliest apostolic era, and later legends about specific apostolic missions cannot be treated as historical fact. Still, Christian communities appeared early in the Roman period. By the 4th century, when Christianity became the empire's official religion, bishops and churches were established in major towns. Rural regions likely converted more slowly, but the church created a strong institutional network that endured beyond the empire itself. When the Western Roman Empire weakened in the 5th century, new kingdoms emerged under Germanic elites. Yet these successor states were often deeply shaped by Roman culture. The Visigothic kingdom in Spain is a clear example. The Goths had lived for generations near Rome's frontier and had already absorbed elements of Roman life. In 376, they entered the empire as refugees under pressure from the Huns. Their subsequent migrations and clashes with Roman authority culminated in dramatic episodes, such as the sack of Rome in 410. Soon afterward, the Visigoths settled in southern Gaul under treaty and built a kingdom centered on Toulouse. In the late 5th century, they expanded into Spain and gradually made it their primary base. By the time Visigothic power was firmly established, the ruling class had largely adapted to Roman norms. They issued laws in Latin modelled on Roman precedent. They minted coinage echoing imperial styles. They maintained administrative habits inherited from the empire. They repaired public buildings and embraced Christian identity with intensity. Some even founded cities in an imperial manner, naming them to honour dynastic ambition and military victory. In effect, Visigothic Spain continued Roman Spain under new leadership. This helps explain how the conquest could be so fast. A centralised system with roads, administrative practice, and a capital could collapse quickly once its military core was broken. Similar patterns occurred elsewhere in the early Islamic expansion. When a decisive blow landed, highly organised states could fall with shocking speed. Yet the opposite point must also be kept in view. It is possible to overstate unity and order. The surviving written sources often reflect the viewpoint of the centre. Law codes naturally highlight kings and institutions. Much less is known about how power operated locally. In practice, the everyday functioning of rule depended heavily on regional elites. Landed magnates dominated provinces, controlled client networks, mediated between common people and tax collectors, provided employment and charity during hardship, sponsored public entertainments, and influenced local judges and bishops. For many communities, these figures mattered more than a distant king. A conqueror could exploit this reality. Rather than fighting every region to the end, it was possible to secure submission by negotiating with local power holders. Theodomir's treaty suggests exactly such a pattern. In that case, the conquest was not simply a wave of destruction. It was also a sequence of bargains that transferred authority while preserving local structures. One more element present in Visigothic Spain must be included: the Jewish communities. Jews had lived in Spain since at least the early centuries of the Roman era, and many appear to have been concentrated in towns of the east and south and on the Balearic Islands. Unfortunately, little survives from their own records beyond a small number of inscriptions. Most of what is known comes from hostile sources, especially laws enacted against them and preserved in Visigothic legal tradition. These anti-Jewish measures are severe and disturbing to modern readers. Two contexts matter when judging them. Across the Mediterranean world, persecution of Jewish communities intensified in the 6th and 7th centuries, including within the Byzantine Empire. Visigothic rulers were not acting in isolation. They were imitating broader patterns of imperial policy and religious coercion also seen in other European kingdoms of the time. At the same time, harsh legislation does not always reflect everyday reality. There are reasons to suspect that enforcement was uneven and that local circumstances often softened what official policy demanded. By the year 700, Jewish communities in Spain were likely deeply alienated from their Visigothic rulers. They were not isolated groups cut off from the wider world. Many were involved in commerce, and their ties to Jewish congregations across the Mediterranean meant that news travelled. Policies enacted by Visigothic kings would have reinforced resentment rather than eased it. One law issued under King Egica, for example, restricted Jews from taking part in foreign trade, a measure that signalled distrust and tightened control over livelihoods. At the same time, Jewish communities could hardly have been unaware that in regions such as Syria and Egypt, Jews were treated more predictably under Islamic rule than they had been under late Roman and post-Roman Christian regimes, since Islamic law recognized Jews and Christians as protected religious communities. It is impossible to know exactly what role Jewish leaders played in the conquest of Spain, if any. Still, it is not hard to imagine them helping to broker local accommodations, especially in cities where negotiation offered a safer path than resistance. At the very least, many may have viewed the newcomers with cautious goodwill, or with the hope that a change of rulers might bring relief. For roughly 4 decades after the initial takeover, Spain was governed by a succession of governors, whose base lay in Córdoba. In theory, these men were appointed by the Umayyad caliphs in Damascus. In practice, authority in the far west often flowed through North Africa. The governors in Spain appear to have been tied closely to the Arab leadership in Ifriqiya, whose centre of power stood at Kairouan. This period remains difficult to see clearly, but one key contemporary narrative, supplemented by scattered traces from elsewhere, allows the outline of events to be reconstructed. Several major developments stand out. First came the consolidation of conquest through land distribution and settlement. Not every aristocratic family of Visigothic or Hispano-Roman background was stripped of its holdings. Some local magnates survived by reaching terms, and the treaty with Theodemir shows how this could happen. Yet the estates owned by the Visigothic crown itself would almost certainly have passed into the hands of the new rulers. Land belonging to those who resisted, including supporters of King Roderick, or notables from cities that fought back, was also vulnerable to confiscation. These holdings created a pool of property that could be handed out to the conquerors. Reports indicate that during the governorship of a leader known as As-Sama, between 718 and 721, land was allocated by a process described as a lottery. Whatever the method, the outcome seems far from accidental. The Arab minority received many of the richest and most desirable areas. The Berber majority was often pushed toward less fertile districts, including parts of the interior plateau, the north, and rougher mountain zones in the east and south. This imbalance would not remain a quiet grievance. It planted a fault line inside the new order. A second development was the scale of migration that followed conquest. The number of Arab and Berber warriors who settled in Spain is often estimated in the range of 150,000 to 200,000. The bigger question is, who else came with them? If these men arrived with wives, children, dependents, and enslaved people, the total number of newcomers could have been several times larger. If many arrived as unattached fighters and then formed households in Spain through local marriages and the acquisition of slaves, the demographic impact would have been different. Both patterns likely occurred. In the absence of clear demographic records, only rough approximations are possible. Late Roman Spain is sometimes estimated at around 4 million inhabitants, and it is unlikely that the population had grown by 700, given broader patterns of stagnation and decline in early medieval Europe. Even a migration approaching 1 million people across the 8th century would therefore represent a major shift. But the exact scale of that shift cannot be measured with confidence. Meanwhile, the population of the conquered was reduced by several forces. Some died in violence. Some fled to safer areas, others were carried away. The Archbishop of Toledo, who escaped abroad, represents one kind of refugee. The high-ranking captives taken by Musa to Damascus represent another. In a later, striking episode, an Anglo-Saxon traveller passing through the eastern Mediterranean was reportedly saved through the intervention of a man from Spain whose brother served at a high level in the administration of Muslim rulers. Such glimpses suggest that some captives or emigrants found new roles in the broader Islamic world. Many others, far less visible to historical record, simply moved to regions of the peninsula where Muslim authority was weaker or where protection could be found. A third development was the retreat of Muslim forces from the Asturian region in the far north. This withdrawal coincided with the emergence of a local Christian leader named Pelagius. Later generations would elevate his struggle into a foundational national epic, but that was not how it appeared at the time. Pelagius did not launch a grand reconquest. He created a small stronghold in the mountains, a place of refuge for those who could not or would not live under the new order. Its future importance lay far ahead. In the early 8th century, it was only a small node of resistance, significant primarily because it survived. The fourth development unfolded beyond the Pyrenees. Expansion did not stop at Spain's northern frontier. Raiding parties pushed into Gaul, seeking plunder and captives in a pattern common to early medieval warfare on many fronts. Toulouse was threatened in 720. Autun in Burgundy was sacked in 725. The clash, traditionally known as the Battle of Poitiers, usually placed in 732, though likely closer to 733, later acquired a legendary status out of proportion to its immediate impact. Muslim forces continued to operate in southern France in the years afterward, including devastating campaigns in Provence. The deeper importance of Poitiers belongs largely to Frankish internal politics. It marked a moment in the consolidation of Carolingian power in Aquitaine, helping a rising dynasty secure authority in a region that had previously been only loosely controlled. Direct, sustained confrontation between Frankish forces and Muslim armies would later occur on and around the Spanish frontier during the reign of Charlemagne. Then came a turning point that reshaped Spain from within. In 739, the Berbers of North Africa rose against their Arab rulers, and in 740 revolt spread into the peninsula. The reasons for Berber anger were not hard to find. They had been conquered after years of bloody struggle. Many had adopted Islam, but conversion did not translate into equal status. Across the Islamic world, Arab elites often treated non-Arab Muslims as lesser members of the community, and contempt toward Berbers was common. In Spain, these wider resentments were sharpened by the unfair distribution of land. In such conditions, rebellion was almost predictable. The Berber uprising triggered years of turmoil in Al-Andalus. The revolt itself caused destruction, disrupted agriculture, and shook the administrative routines that had begun to form. Worse still, the effort to suppress it brought new rivalries among Arab forces, including tensions between groups arriving from North Africa and factions tied to the eastern provinces. Civil conflict became a persistent condition. At the same time, far to the east, the Umayyad regime in Damascus was beginning to collapse. As central authority weakened, control over distant western provinces became increasingly fragile. Events in Spain cannot be understood without that larger upheaval. Since 661, the Umayyads had ruled as caliphs from Damascus, governing an empire that served Arab interests. The same complaints that simmered among Berbers in the far west also existed closer to the heart of power, but there, the discontented were not scattered tribal communities. They included experienced administrators, soldiers, merchants, and professionals from Persia, Iraq, Syria, and Egypt. Once organized, such opposition could overturn a dynasty. That is what happened. In 750, a new ruling family, the Abbasids, seized power, claiming legitimacy through descent from the Prophet's uncle. The Umayyads were driven out, and Abbasid rule would dominate the caliphate for centuries. This change was more than a royal switch. It shifted the center of the Islamic world. Power moved away from the Mediterranean toward the east, a shift made visible when a new capital, Baghdad, was founded in 762. One effect was to make the Western territories, including North Africa and Spain, feel even more distant from the political and cultural core. Another effect was more dramatic for Iberia. The Abbasid victory created the conditions for an Umayyad survivor to establish an independent regime in Spain. The first Abbasid caliph pursued surviving Umayyads with ruthless determination. Among those who escaped was a young man named Abd al-Rahman. After a dangerous flight, he reached North Africa, then crossed into Spain in 756. In Córdoba, he managed to seize authority. Later, history would treat this as a decisive moment, the founding of a new Umayyad state in the west. But in its own time, it did not look inevitable. The peninsula had already been shaken by factional conflict since the Berber revolt, and Abd al-Rahman appeared at first as one more contender in a violent scramble for power. Whether he would endure or be destroyed like others was not clear. In the end, Abd al-Rahman did endure. He survived for more than 3 decades after his arrival, and during that time he slowly expanded and stabilized his rule. Even then, control did not come quickly. Toledo and its surrounding region were brought under his authority in the early 760s. Yet challenges there continued well into the 780s. The southwest did not become secure until the mid-70s. The northeast and the Ebro Valley remained difficult, and only toward the end of the 70s did his influence reach those areas, and even then it was precarious. The Umayyad state in Spain was built step by step. It required constant vigilance, and for many years it remained exposed to rebellion, rival leaders, and shifting alliances. The later strength of the regime should not obscure its early fragility. This weakness created opportunities for Christian neighbours in the north. The small principality founded in Asturias became more than a refuge. Under Alfonso I, who ruled from 739 to 757, and under his son Fruela I, raids and destruction were carried out in the region between the Cantabrian Mountains and the Duero Valley. Many inhabitants were forced or compelled to move north into safer zones such as Asturias and Galicia. The result was twofold. The northern principality gained manpower, and a sparsely populated buffer zone emerged between Christian north and Muslim south, a frontier landscape that would shape centuries of conflict and settlement. One major shift accompanied these changes. Under the Visigoths, Toledo had been the central seat of authority. Under the Umayyads in Spain, Córdoba replaced it. In this, Spain mirrored the wider Islamic world, where Abbasid rule had moved the center from Damascus toward Baghdad. In Iberia, political gravity shifted from the interior plateau to fertile Andalusia. At the same time, the Christian world's center of resistance moved toward the northern mountains. From the 8th century onward, the peninsula can be imagined, for long periods, as divided into 3 broad horizontal zones, whose boundaries constantly changed. A Muslim south, a Christian north, and between them a frontier band of unsettled or thinly populated land. Charlemagne also became drawn into this frontier world, and his involvement ended badly. On the Frankish side, Carolingian power was expanding into Aquitaine, and under Charlemagne's father, Pippin, it pushed into Septimania. In 759, the inhabitants of Narbonne turned on their Muslim garrison and handed the city to Pippin. Carolingian authority now touched the Mediterranean and the Pyrenees. A move southward was only a matter of time. From inside Spain, another dynamic invited Frankish intervention. In the 700s, Abd al-Rahman tried to impose real control over the northeast, where local strongmen had entrenched themselves during the mid-century chaos. Threatened by Cordoba, some looked for external support. An appeal from Zaragoza helped bring Charlemagne across the Pyrenees in 778. The expedition collapsed. The governor who had invited him refused to open the city. Charlemagne withdrew. During the retreat through the western mountain passes, his rearguard was attacked and destroyed by Basque forces at Roncesvalles. The episode later became a monument of legend through the story of Roland, but in practical terms it was a sharp frontier ambush rather than a world-changing battle. Ironically, the main political beneficiary was Cordoba. In the following year, the Umayyad ruler secured Zaragoza and strengthened control over the Ebro Valley. Frankish pressure did not disappear. Under Charlemagne's son, Louis, appointed ruler in Aquitaine in 781, the Franks used divisions inside Al-Andalus to make more successful advances. This culminated in the capture of Barcelona in 801 and the creation of a frontier province in Catalonia under Frankish influence. Attempts to establish a similar arrangement in the Western Pyrenees were less durable. In that region, out of complex and poorly documented struggles, a Basque principality centered on Pamplona gradually emerged, later known as Navarre. The mood of the 8th century can be sensed through contrasting voices. A Visigothic scholar-bishop writing a generation before the conquest praised Spain as a blessed and beautiful land. A Christian chronicler writing amid the aftermath spoke instead of ruin beyond counting, a suffering so severe that no tongue could fully describe it. The 8th century was likely the harshest period in the peninsula's recorded past. It is also one of the least visible, since sources are few and difficult to interpret. The human cost cannot be measured. Still, the movement of refugees suggests widespread fear and upheaval. Some fled abroad. Some rose to prominence in foreign courts. Others settled in borderlands under new rulers. Among the better documented refugees is a religious figure known as Pirmin, now generally thought to have come from Visigothic territory north of the Pyrenees. By the 720s, he was active in the eastern Frankish lands, founding monasteries that also served as bases for Christian mission work beyond the Rhine. Another migrant, Theodulf, clearly of Iberian origin, joined Charlemagne's court in the late 8th century and became Bishop of Orléans, contributing to the revival of learning associated with Carolingian rule. These names survive because elites wrote about elites. Countless other refugees, humbler and anonymous, moved northward as well. In Catalonia, land grants for resettlement sometimes describe the settlers simply as Spaniards, meaning Christian migrants from the Muslim south. The worst turbulence seems to have followed the Berber revolt of 740 and the decades that came after it. Civil strife, breakdown of order, shifting of communities, vendettas, slave raids, and cattle rustling created conditions of deep insecurity. In frontier zones, vineyards and olive groves were abandoned. Roads and threshing floors were reclaimed by scrub. In ruined towns, collapsing stonework became part of daily danger. Some cities would not fully recover for centuries. The 9th century is slightly easier to glimpse than the 8th, yet even here the picture comes in flashes, rather than in a steady beam. The surviving records illuminate certain public events, but they pass over the most decisive transformation of all: the steady conversion of the local population of Al-Andalus to Islam and the slow formation of a genuinely Islamic society in the peninsula. Later centuries, especially the 10th and 11th, are far better documented, and by then it is unmistakable that a large share of the population was Muslim. The difficult question is how that change began, when it accelerated, and what forces gave it momentum. It is misleading to imagine the early conquerors as driven by missionary passion. Several reasons point in the opposite direction. To begin with, many of the Berber troops who crossed into Iberia were only recently and imperfectly integrated into Islamic religious life themselves. In addition, Islamic law recognized Christians and Jews as protected communities, people associated with earlier revelations. That recognition could be grudging and unequal, but it generally translated into tolerated worship, and there is ample reason to think that this arrangement usually held in Al-Andalus. Forced conversion was directed in principle at pagan idolaters, and by the time Visigothic Spain collapsed, such groups were not expected to exist as an organized presence. A further reason was financial. Non-Muslim subjects of a Muslim state carried a heavier tax burden. Early Islamic practice exempted Muslims from many regular taxes, apart from obligatory charitable giving, while non-Muslims paid poll taxes and land taxes that formed a major portion of state revenue. The treaty negotiated in the early years of conquest shows the system in action. From the viewpoint of government, widespread conversion could mean shrinking income. In that sense, the authorities had practical reasons not to press conversion too aggressively. Under such conditions, conversion would not primarily be the result of organized preaching campaigns. It would emerge through quieter pressures that rarely leave clean footprints for historians to follow. A shift might begin with a single influential figure, a prominent person in a household, a neighborhood, a village. A marriage into a Muslim family could bring one convert, then relatives and associates might follow. In towns, adopting Islam could open doors. It could improve access to employment, especially within a growing administration that required clerks, scribes, and intermediaries who could move comfortably within the ruling culture. Once a new order appears permanent, many people drift toward it not from sudden conviction but from calculation, ambition, and the desire for security. The process feeds on itself. As the older communities lose confidence, status, and numbers, the pressure to cross over increases. This kind of social migration into the dominant faith is familiar across history, and it likely shaped Al-Andalus as it shaped other regions under Islamic rule, from North Africa to Egypt. One serious attempt to measure the pace of conversion has tried to turn fragmentary medieval evidence into a workable model. The method, developed by the historian Richard W. Bulliet, relies on the way people are named in Islamic biographical collections. These works, common in the medieval Islamic world, often record family lineages in detail. In Córdoba, for example, a judge and scholar compiled a work on the city's judiciary that preserves extensive genealogical information. Bulliet noticed a repeating pattern. When a family line is traced backward generation by generation, a sequence of clearly Islamic names can suddenly give way to names that do not belong to Islamic naming traditions. In Iberia, those older names often reflect Visigothic usage. The point where the naming pattern shifts, Bulliet argued, marks the generation in which a family crossed from a non-Muslim identity into the Muslim community. From there, a second step follows. If enough genealogies are gathered and if an approximate length is assigned to a generation, the timing of those shifts can be translated into a broad curve showing the rise of conversion over time. The objections are obvious. Generations are not uniform in length. Family histories can be altered, simplified, or invented. Yet Bouliet argued that a large sample can smooth out these distortions and still reveal an underlying trend. In places like Egypt or Syria, the sample is extensive. In Al-Andalus, it is smaller, yet the curve produced from the available Andalusi material resembles the patterns suggested by better documented regions. If those findings are taken as a working hypothesis, the outline is striking. Around the year 800, perhaps only a small fraction of the indigenous population had become Muslim. By the mid-9th century, the share had risen, but still not dramatically. Then, from roughly the middle decades of the 9th century onward, the curve climbs rapidly. By around 900, it appears to have doubled. By the middle of the 10th century, it rises again. And by about the year 1000, it approaches a dominant majority, after which the pace levels off. On this model, the critical moment is not immediately after the conquest, but the period from the mid-9th century onward, when conversion seems to have surged. The question then becomes whether anything else points in the same direction. One possible clue comes not from texts, but from architecture. Cordoba's central mosque occupied a key site near the Roman bridge across the Guadalquivir. It was rebuilt on a monumental scale under the first Umayyad ruler of Al-Andalus toward the end of the 8th century. It was expanded again in the middle of the 9th century. It was enlarged further in the later 10th century and then expanded once more near the end of that century into a form that still dominates the city. Rulers extend grand religious buildings for many reasons: devotion, prestige, political theatre. Yet the simplest reason is often the most persuasive. A growing congregation needs space. The sequence of expansions across the 9th and 10th centuries fits neatly with the idea of a steadily increasing Muslim population, and the timing of the most significant additions aligns suggestively with the proposed surge of conversion. Another hint, darker and more unsettling, comes from a string of dramatic episodes in Córdoba in the middle decades of the 9th century. A group of Christians publicly denounced Islam and were executed under laws that treated such acts as capital offences. The first prominent case occurred in early June of 851, when a man named Isaac sought out the authorities and set in motion his own death. A Christian priest named Eulogius recorded the story soon after, and Eulogius himself would later be executed. Isaac's background is revealing. He came from a wealthy Christian family in Córdoba and received a high-level education, including fluent Arabic. As an adult, he entered government service and rose to an important post as a secretary, an unusually high position for a non-Muslim. Then, in the late 840s, he abandoned his career, withdrew to monastic life outside the city, and embraced a more intense religious path. A few years later, he returned to Córdoba and presented himself to the judge responsible for Islamic law. He pretended interest in learning the faith, listened as it was explained, and then launched into a deliberate verbal attack against the Prophet, and urged the judge to abandon Islam and become Christian. The judge reacted with shock and anger, struck him, then hesitated, wondering if the man was intoxicated or out of his mind. Isaac rejected the suggestion and insisted that he was acting with full intent, ready to die. After a brief imprisonment and consultation with the ruler's authority, he was executed. Several details matter here, not because this was a typical event, but because it exposes everyday realities. The sources mention almost casually. The son of a Christian family could grow up speaking Arabic and could enter the administration. Prospective converts could approach the judge for instruction, implying that such requests were not unusual. Eulogius and his circle also reveal a mood of anxiety, concern that Christian practice was weakening, that Arabic culture was attractive, that Islam was steadily gaining ground. That atmosphere matches the period in which conversion appears to accelerate. The extreme intensity of Isaac's behaviour also hints at the environment that shaped him. The monastery he had joined became associated with several such martyrdoms in the years that followed. It seems to have been a place where fear of cultural absorption and religious decline was sharpened into a crisis mentality. The martyr stories were also written in a style that echoes earlier Christian narratives of persecution, suggesting that older models of sanctity and suffering shaped how these events were understood and reported. How severe was the threat that such writers perceived? Their texts reveal a society in which boundaries could be surprisingly fluid. Mixed marriages between Muslims and Christians appear repeatedly. There are cases of conversion to Islam followed by a return to Christianity, and cases moving in the opposite direction. Families could contain different religious loyalties under one roof. These episodes are recorded because they ended in catastrophe, but the very frequency of such stories suggests that many similar situations existed without ending in execution. The movement of self-chosen martyrdoms was not embraced by all Christians. Prominent church leaders criticised it, and that criticism provoked Eulogius and his ally, Paul Alvarus, to write defences of the martyrs and insist that their deaths should be honoured as genuine sanctity. This polemical edge complicates the use of their writings as straightforward evidence, and their focus on Córdoba raises another limitation. Córdoba was the capital, the seat of power, the centre of administration. The countryside and other cities remained far more shadowed. What was happening in Zaragoza, or Seville, or Valencia, or Lisbon is far harder to know. Another response to the spread of Islam was not confrontation, but departure. Migration out of Al-Andalus was not new, but the 9th century produces more visible traces of it. Northern Christian principalities received waves of newcomers, including clerics and monks. In Galicia, for example, a monastic site that had once existed in Visigothic times was revived under royal patronage, and the leader brought in to restore. It was an immigrant from the Muslim south. Later, 2 monks arriving from Córdoba were placed in charge. Their move coincided with the very years of the martyr movement, raising the possibility that the atmosphere of tension played a role in prompting some to leave. Such migrants carried more than their bodies and their faith. They brought news, stories, relics, skills, and artistic habits. Over time, northern rulers cultivated a cult around the Córdoba martyrs, and even negotiated to obtain relics that shifted the spiritual centre of that devotion from the south to the northern court. Migrants also carried aesthetic traditions shaped by life under Islamic rule. Christian culture living inside Al-Andalus developed its own hybrid forms, distinctive church architecture, manuscript art, and decorative vocabulary that bore the imprint of an Arabized environment. Churches built by immigrant monastic communities in the north show these influences, and illuminated manuscripts produced by artists trained in that world display highly stylized figures and vivid colours that stand apart from other European styles of the same era. Alongside conversion, another quiet process was unfolding in the 9th century, an upswing in economic life. The 10th century provides clear evidence of prosperity in Al-Andalus, and in a world where growth usually moves slowly, such prosperity implies a longer period of preparation. Across the Mediterranean as a whole, historians and archaeologists detect a prolonged economic downturn from roughly the mid-6th century into the mid-8th, followed by signs of recovery that begin to appear in the later 8th century and gather strength in the 9th. The centuries that followed became a long phase of expansion. Al-Andalus fits this broader pattern. In an overwhelmingly agrarian world, such growth ultimately depends on rural stability. The countryside of Al-Andalus is the least documented part of the story, but the logic is straightforward. After the violence and disorder of the 8th century, improved stability in the 9th would allow farmers to work more confidently and intensively, especially in the naturally fertile south and east. Rural output supports towns. Towns support specialists, traders, and craftsmen. Over time, trade networks extend farther, drawing the peninsula into wider circuits of exchange. Stories from the period sometimes capture this widening horizon. One tale claims that a ruler of Córdoba acquired a famous necklace once owned by a caliph's household in the Eastern Islamic world. Whether the detail is true matters less than what the story expresses. The sense of renewed connection between Al-Andalus and the powerful cultures of the East. More solid evidence comes from geographic and commercial writing produced in the 9th century. A well-informed author writing for an Abbasid audience described the movement of slaves and furs across the Western Sea and into Eastern markets. The list of slave origins is revealing. It includes people from Slavic lands, from Greek regions, from Frankish territories, and from Italy. Some of this traffic could pass through other Muslim zones, such as Sicily. But it is difficult to imagine Frankish and Slavic captives reaching Eastern markets without routes that included Al-Andalus. Captives arrived by many means. Raids produced prisoners. Purchases did as well. One of the Cordoba martyrs of the mid-9th century had been born in southern France and captured as a child, then raised within Al-Andalus as a slave soldier. Farther north, merchants specialized in transporting enslaved people from Eastern Europe toward Western markets, and such networks likely existed earlier than the surviving evidence makes clear. Vikings also played a role, not only as raiders, but as traders. Andalusi sources focus on their attacks on coastal cities, yet raiding and commerce were intertwined. Vikings took captives, demanded ransoms, and also transported enslaved people for sale. Over the course of the 9th century, men and women from the British Isles, from Frankish lands, and from Slavic regions likely entered Iberian markets through these channels. Furs described in commercial records probably travelled along the same northern routes, carried from forests and Arctic regions down into the Mediterranean world. The use of enslaved or foreign soldiers inside the Andalusi military became a development of great importance. Here, Al-Andalus followed trends visible in the Eastern Islamic world, where rulers increasingly relied on professional troops, recruited from outside the dominant Arab elite. Calling such men slaves can be misleading, because military service often came with pay, status, and paths to advancement. The strategic purpose, however, is clear. A standing professional force reduced dependence on tribal warriors, whose loyalties were shaped by feuds and faction. An 11th century source credits one early ruler of Córdoba with creating the first professional corps, initially a mounted guard stationed near the palace. Over time, the force expanded enormously. By the middle of the 10th century, a large standing army existed, and its soldiers were widely known as men who spoke little Arabic, a detail that points directly to their foreign origins. Military reform was only one part of a broader pattern. The rulers of Córdoba increasingly copied the governing style of the Abbasid world. Administrative habits, court ceremony, control of luxury production, and the use of trained officials all moved in the direction of a more complex state. Contacts with the Byzantine Empire also appear, including diplomatic exchanges in the mid-9th century. Silk production became a ruler's monopoly, and luxury textiles were distributed as political gifts, mirroring practices long used by other sophisticated imperial systems. The first clear signs of a fully developed government office modelled on Abbasid practice appeared during the reign of the Amir Abd al-Rahman II in the early 9th century. A formal writing bureau operated beside the palace, staffed by professional secretaries who could produce orders, letters, and records in large numbers and at speed. One of those clerks was Isaac, the same man later remembered for his public defiance and execution. The presence of such a bureau shows how central the written word had already become to power. Around the same time, court life began to change in a different way. Ceremonies and rules of access were refined to make the ruler feel more distant and commanding, following etiquette that had spread through the Eastern Islamic world and had itself absorbed older Persian ideas of royal dignity. Authority was no longer expressed only through armies and taxes. It was also performed through distance, ritual, and controlled visibility. Abd al-Rahman II was also known for a cultivated taste that helped pull Córdoba closer to the cultural gravity of the East. Books circulated into Iberia from across the Islamic world, and his court gained a reputation for poetry, learning, and polished entertainment. One figure symbolized this transfer more than any other: Ziryab, a celebrated musician from the East, who arrived in Córdoba early in the reign. He created a training circle where young performers learned repertoire, technique, and style. Through him, Andalusi music absorbed Eastern forms and developed new variations. Later, tradition credits him with innovations to the lute and with helping shape musical taste so thoroughly that echoes of his influence outlived him. Yet his significance went beyond performance. He became an arbiter of fashion and social manners, teaching elite households how to stage dinners in the most current Baghdadi style, spreading new grooming habits, encouraging cleaner dental routines, and setting expectations about clothing and seasonal dress. For decades, until his death in the later 9th century, he served as a living conduit through which the refinements of Eastern Islamic court society were adapted to a Western frontier capital. By the time Ziryab's influence peaked, Córdoba itself had settled into a reputation for loyalty and order, but it had reached that point through violence. Earlier in the century, conspiracies and urban unrest had threatened the emirs. A plot in the city at the start of the 800s was met with exemplary punishment. Later, a serious uprising erupted in a suburb across the river. When it was crushed, the government responded not only with executions, but with an extraordinary act of urban erasure. The rebellious quarter was dismantled and its people were driven out. The space converted into cultivated land. After that, Córdoba largely stopped challenging the centre. Control had been made visible and unforgettable. Outside the capital, however, the situation remained far less tidy. Reading the political history of the period can leave the impression of constant provincial rebellion, as though the emirs spent their reigns stamping out fires in every direction. That interpretation is not wrong, but it can miss the deeper reality of the peninsula itself. Geography naturally encouraged fragmentation. In earlier centuries, Roman and Visigothic rulers had relied on local magnates who kept order in the provinces and linked remote communities to the capital. Umayyad authority, imposed after decades of chaos, had expanded slowly and unevenly. Even where Córdoba's power was acknowledged, it often rested on bargains with entrenched elites, rather than on direct administration. This was especially true in the frontier zones. Like the Frankish rulers beyond the Pyrenees, the Umayyads organised border regions as militarised districts, whose main purpose was defence. These marches formed a chain along the edges of Al-Andalus, and by the 9th century, 3 broad zones can be made out: a northeastern frontier around the Ebro Valley, a central frontier anchored near key strategic junctions, and a western frontier covering Extremadura and parts of what is now central Portugal. These districts were not run like the richer southern provinces. They were placed under commanders, men whose power came from troops, fortresses, and hard terrain, rather than from court ceremony. Distance mattered. A marcher commander lived far from the palace, governed poorer and less urban landscapes, and could easily behave like an independent prince. In such places, the refined world of music schools and fashionable banquets might as well have belonged to another universe. A family that illustrates this frontier pattern is the Banu Kasi. Their origin story claimed descent from a Visigothic noble who came to terms with the conquerors after the early 8th century invasion. But the evidence is too thin to verify such a lineage. What is clearer is that they were not of Arab or Berber origin, and that their rise represents a local elite, adapting to the new order. Their earliest prominent figure appears around the end of the 8th century, when a leader with a mixed naming pattern emerged, combining an Islamic personal name with a Latin-derived family name. That blend is the kind of detail that hints at conversion within a line, and it fits broader arguments about how new Muslim identities took shape over generations. By the mid-9th century, the family held positions of authority in frontier towns, cooperating with Cordoba when convenient, defying it when opportunity appeared, and surviving because they were difficult to dislodge. One of their most formidable leaders, Musa ibn Musa, became the dominant figure of the Ebro frontier. He could fight alongside Cordoba's generals in 1 year and oppose the Amir the next. He was defeated and then reinstated, rebelled again, and still remained in control for long stretches. His power rested on geography, fortifications, and the reality that local rule could not simply be replaced by decree from the capital. He also navigated relationships with the Christian rulers to the north, including ties to the dynasty of Pamplona through marriage. His position was so prominent that contemporaries regarded him as a kind of third king in Iberia, standing between the Emir of Cordoba and the kings of the northern Christian realms. He even attacked Frankish territory, sacking Barcelona and taking noble captives. And the diplomatic gifts found in his camp after a defeat reveal that foreign powers treated him as someone worth managing through negotiation, rather than ignoring as a mere rebel. After Musa's death, Cordoba briefly regained control of the region, but the pattern repeated. His successors and relatives resisted again, enduring repeated expeditions from the south. In the end, it was not a single crushing battle that ended their dominance. It was political engineering. Cordoba encouraged splits within the clan and supported rival families, elevating new frontier lords to displace old ones. Even then, the solution was temporary. The new families that rose with Cordoba's help would later seek the same independence, proving that the frontier system itself tended to produce semi-autonomous rulers. A similar story unfolded in the western frontier around Merida and Badajoz. A local leader named Abd al-Rahman ibn Marwan rose against Cordoba late in the 9th century. His family background suggests again a frontier elite whose roots lay in the peninsula rather than in Arab or Berber settlement lines. His rebellion was crushed and the walls of Merida were dismantled as a warning. Yet even after surrender, he was not eliminated. He was brought to Cordoba and kept under a form of controlled supervision, even serving in military roles. An altercation at court, involving an insult and a blow from an official of higher status, pushed him back into revolt. He returned west, held out in a stronghold, and then was astonishingly allowed to resettle at Badajoz under promises of loyalty. Predictably, he used the opportunity to fortify the place and to reach out for help to the Christian king of the Asturias. He defeated a government army, captured its commander, and sent the prisoner north as a gesture to his ally. When larger forces threatened, he fled to the Asturian court for years, then returned to the west, and rebuilt his power. The political turmoil in Córdoba after the death of one Amir and the succession crises that followed gave him room to entrench himself. For decades, his line ruled the region in practice while offering only nominal obedience to the capital, until Córdoba finally reasserted control in the early 10th century. These frontier struggles show how easily the outer zones of Al-Andalus could drift away from Córdoba's authority. But unrest was not confined to the margins. The most serious challenge erupted in the south itself, centered in the rugged hills near Ronda, where Umar ibn Hafsun rose from local conflict into prolonged resistance. He came from a landholding family and claimed a noble Visigothic ancestry, a claim that cannot be tested securely. What matters is that his family belonged to the local population and had adopted Islam earlier in the 9th century. After killing a rival in a dispute, he fled across the sea, then returned and established himself in a mountain fortress at Bobastro, overlooking a narrow gorge in wild terrain that favoured ambush and endurance. He began as a bandit leader, gathered followers, and repeatedly defeated expeditions sent to destroy him. Like other rebels, he surrendered at one point, was taken to Córdoba, and was drafted into military service. Like them, he never truly integrated into the court's world. Mockery from officials who viewed him as a newcomer to Islam and as socially inferior helped push him back into revolt. He deserted and returned to his stronghold, where he built something closer to a regional principality than a mere gang. Reports claim that he gained peasant support by shielding local communities from harsh demands by tax collectors and officials. Whether this is accurate cannot be proven, but the claim itself reveals how such leaders were remembered, as protectors against a distant government and as symbols of regional autonomy. Brutal countermeasures did not break him. His influence spread across a wide swath of southern Iberia, reaching toward the Mediterranean and down toward the Straits, and pressing inland toward important towns. He sought allies wherever they could be found. In North Africa, among rival Muslim powers, and among Christian rulers to the north. His power weakened only gradually. He survived into the early 10th century, and only after his death did internal family conflict make it easier for Córdoba to dismantle the regime. Bobastro finally fell in the late 920s. Ibn Hafsun's story has been interpreted in many ways. Some see him as an opportunistic fugitive who mastered the politics of banditry in rough country. Others treat him as the face of rural protest, a leader who exploited popular resentment against taxation and forced labour. Another view emphasises social status and ethnicity. A provincial outsider born into a family that had recently converted, scorned by an elite that traced its prestige to older Arab lineages. Yet another explanation focuses less on identity and more on structure. In a landscape of steep mountains and scattered strongholds, where local loyalties and feuds could be more immediate than loyalty to a distant court, rebellion could become a normal form of political bargaining. His religious identity adds another layer of uncertainty. When the fortress finally fell, later accounts claimed a church existed inside and that Ibn Hafsun had been buried in Christian fashion. Some chronicles even provide an exact year for a supposed conversion back to Christianity. But such details multiply the farther the sources stand from the events. Official propaganda from Córdoba described him as an unbeliever. Yet that label could refer less to a change of faith than to his alliances with rival Muslim factions. It is plausible that rumours of apostasy were spread deliberately to poison his reputation among followers and to justify harsh measures. With the evidence available, certainty is out of reach, because several of the major rebel leaders were drawn from local families, rather than Arab or Berber settlement lines. Historians often group these movements together as revolts of converts and their descendants. The argument is that newly Islamized elites faced barriers in status and patronage, and that their rebellions expressed resentment at being treated as second-class Muslims. On that view, the peninsula was experiencing tensions similar to those that had shaken the Islamic world earlier, when non-Arab Muslims demanded fuller inclusion. The outcome, in the long run, would be a society defined less by tribal origin and more by shared religion and culture, with institutions that looked increasingly Islamic in character, rather than improvised frontier rule. Yet the evidence resists overly neat conclusions. A frontier ruler like Musa ibn Musa hardly appears as a deprived outsider. He commanded territory, allies, and prestige. A figure like Ibn Hafsun does not look like someone who would have settled happily into a comfortable administrative career if only the court had offered him a better position. At the same time, the career of the Christian clerk, Isaac, shows that even non-Muslims could reach high office in the state's bureaucracy. The boundary between insider and outsider was real, but it was not a simple wall. It shifted by region, by family, by court politics, and by opportunity. Still, when the 9th century is viewed as a whole, the different strands begin to look connected. Conversion advanced, especially in cities. Episodes of martyrdom reveal anxieties about cultural drift and mixed communities. Emigration carried people, stories, and artistic habits northward. Trade expanded and linked Iberia to wider networks of luxury, slavery, and exchange. Government borrowed institutions and court style from the East while struggling to control frontiers that naturally produced semi-independent warlords. These processes were slow, overlapping, and uneven, but together they pushed Al-Andalus toward a more settled Islamic society. If Bouliet's model is roughly correct, Muslims were still a minority among the indigenous population around the middle of the 9th century, and only reached dominance much later. The countryside likely changed more slowly than the cities, just as earlier Christianization had spread unevenly across rural districts in late Roman times. Religious majorities therefore shifted not in a sudden wave, but over generations. In this long transition, the Great Mosque of Córdoba stands as the most famous symbol, not only of faith, but of a new public order. Its form was unlike the older Roman architecture of the city. It claimed open urban space, reshaped the city's centre, and embodied the confidence of the ruling culture. Inside it, Friday worship gathered growing crowds, and the preacher's platform offered a vantage point over a community that was visibly expanding. The building also functioned as a tool of instruction and messaging. Its surfaces were not meant to be bare. Text and proclamation belonged to its visual world, and the proximity of palace and writing bureau meant that authority could speak through architecture, ritual, and the written word at the same time. In a society still in the midst of becoming, the mosque announced what the state wished the future to be. By the opening of the 10th century, the mood changes. The long years of uncertainty begin to give way to something more controlled, more confident, and far more visible. In 912, the ruler Abd Allah died in his palace at Córdoba, and power passed to his grandson Abd al-Rahman III. Over the next half-century, the Andalusi state would reach the height of its authority, wealth, and international reputation. The same high standing continued under the next ruler, Al-Hakem II, and then under the effective government of the powerful minister Al-Mansur, known in later Western memory as Al-Mansur, followed by Al-Mansur's son, Abd al-Malik, both acting in the name of the young Caliph Hisham II. After this long high tide came a sudden breakdown early in the 11th century. From that point onward, the Córdoba-centered state would never again recover the brief status it had claimed in the 10th. A status that made it seem, for a time, like one of the great powers of the Western Mediterranean. The new ruler's own background tells an important story about Iberia at this moment. Abd al-Rahman III was not the image of an isolated Arab dynasty ruling over a foreign land. His family connections ran through the peninsula itself. His father was born from the union of Abd Allah and a Christian princess from the Pyrenean world, a daughter of the Navarrese royal line who had been brought to Córdoba as a hostage decades earlier. Abd al-Rahman's mother was also Christian, a captive who had entered the court as a slave concubine. In immediate ancestry, the caliph was largely Iberian, with strong ties to the Basque north, and only partially Arab by descent. Contemporary descriptions emphasize features that did not match the stereotype of an Eastern ruler: light skin, blue eyes, and reddish hair. It was even said that he darkened his hair to appear more recognizably Arab. Whether every detail is accurate or not, the point is clear. Image mattered, and Abd al-Rahman understood how to craft it. He built that image with titles, ceremony, and a carefully staged public presence. He chose an honorific name that proclaimed him a victorious defender of the faith. More dramatically, he publicly adopted the titles of Caliph and Commander of the Faithful, a claim announced in a formal setting during Friday worship in Córdoba on the 16th of January, 929. These were not casual words. In the ideal theory of Islam, only one caliph should exist, since the office implied succession to the prophet's authority in the community. To claim it in Iberia was to raise the stakes of legitimacy and to speak not only to subjects at home, but to rivals beyond the sea. Around these titles grew a daily world of protocol that could baffle visiting envoys. Controlled access to the ruler, strict court routines, and elaborate ceremonies that made power look distant and majestic. When Abd al-Rahman personally led major expeditions, the departures themselves became public theatre, with standards displayed, troops assembled on a designated field outside the city, and the ruler presented as both commander and sacred guardian. Official newsletters celebrated victories. Court poets praised piety and strength. A new tool of power also appears more clearly in this reign: the state-sponsored writing of history. Abd al-Rahman seems to have been among the first of his line to keep an official chronicler, whose role was to record his deeds in the language of triumph. That official record has not survived as an intact, original work, but large sections were preserved by later historians, especially in Córdoba itself. Because of this, far more is known about Abd al-Rahman III than about any earlier ruler of Al-Andalus. Yet the same abundance creates a problem. Much of what survives comes from circles close to government, or from writers who relied on government accounts. Such narratives tend to praise the ruler, justify his policies, and present success as inevitable. Independent checks are rare. Any modern retelling has to treat the sources with caution, aware that propaganda can be woven into the very fabric of the story. What the surviving accounts emphasize above all is war. Power in 10th century Córdoba was asserted on two major fronts. One lay within the peninsula, against the Christian states of the north. The other lay across the water in North Africa, where control of ports, alliances, and sea lanes mattered as much as land campaigns. The evidence is uneven, and the peninsular wars are described in far greater detail than the maritime struggles. Even so, it is quite possible that the African arena carried greater strategic weight than the northern one. Iberian wars brought prestige, plunder, and leverage. North Africa brought something more fundamental: security for trade routes, control of the Western Mediterranean and influence over the Berber world that had always been tied to Iberia by geography. The African situation had changed sharply in the early 10th century, and understanding that change requires stepping back into the wider story of the Islamic world. In the generations after the Prophet's death, the community split into Sunni and Shiite traditions. The original dispute concerned where legitimate authority should rest, but it quickly produced difference in doctrine, ritual practice, and political loyalty. Over time, Shiite missionary networks spread quietly across the Islamic world, recruiting supporters in ways that are often hard to trace precisely. Late in the 9th century, one such movement gained traction in the Western Maghrib. The result was the emergence of a new state whose leader proclaimed himself the Mahdi, the Guided One, in 910. His dynasty became known as the Fatimids, claiming descent from the Prophet through his daughter Fatima, a claim rejected by Sunni opponents. In 912, the Fatimids founded a new capital on the Tunisian coast, positioned perfectly to expand along the narrow, habitable strip between desert and sea, and to strike at islands and shipping across the Mediterranean. In this context, Abd al-Rahman's adoption of the Caliphal title in 929 takes on sharper meaning. Some have suggested it was meant as a declaration of independence from Baghdad, where the Abbasid caliphs still ruled. But Iberia had been effectively independent from Eastern control for generations, and Baghdad was far away, both politically and practically. The more plausible target was closer: the Fatimids. Two rival caliphs could not both claim universal authority without conflict. Abd al-Rahman's new titles can be read as an answer to Fatimid claims, designed to defend loyalty in the Western Islamic world and to prevent the Berber populations of the Maghrib from being drawn into a competing orbit. The threat was not only ideological, it was also economic. The trading networks that had grown across the Mediterranean in the 9th century depended on relatively safe sea lanes, and any power with strong fleets could disrupt them. On land, the rise of a new state in North Africa also mattered because it touched the long caravan routes running south into the Sahara. By this period, a major corridor linked southern Morocco to the Niger region in the direction of Timbuktu. Across that route moved commodities that strengthened rulers in the north: gold and enslaved people above all. A hostile power in the Maghrib could interfere with these flows, weaken Cordoba's revenues, and challenge the foundations of its military and political strength. Abd al-Rahman III answered with a classic mixture of diplomacy and force. He cultivated relationships with Berber leaders, offering gifts, recognition, and support to keep them from drifting toward Fatimid influence or becoming safe havens for rebels. At the same time, he invested heavily in maritime infrastructure to ensure a strong presence in the Western Mediterranean. Fortresses and watchtowers were built along key coasts. Dockyards and naval arsenals were developed, including facilities at Tortosa near the Ebro, likely chosen for access to timber. Other ports functioned as bases for fleets and patrols, stretching along the Mediterranean and into the Atlantic facade. The Atlantic outposts carried an additional logic of their own, especially at moments when raiders from northern seas threatened coastal settlements. Abd al-Rahman also secured footholds on the African side of the straits, taking key ports that allowed fleets to operate more aggressively and intelligence to move more quickly. Trade and spying intertwined. Merchants could carry political information as easily as goods, and courts paid attention to both. In the end, Fatimid power pivoted east, rather than pressing deep into the far west. In 969, Fatimid armies seized Egypt, and soon a new capital rose there, Cairo, shifting their focus toward the Middle East. After that, North Africa west of Egypt mattered less to their core strategy than the contests of Syria, Iraq, and the Eastern Mediterranean. Yet, Cordoba did not relax. A prudent government understood that the Maghreb could change quickly, and that threats sometimes return in new forms. Later, rulers in Iberia would not always show the same caution, and the consequences would be severe. While fleets watched the straits and diplomats negotiated with Berber chiefs, the peninsular frontier remained a constant arena of pressure. Northern campaigns were launched regularly, and the Arabic term for these expeditions entered Iberian languages as a word meaning campaign or seasonal raid. The Christian polities that had begun as small refugees in the 8th century had grown steadily by using Muslim political weakness and internal division. Their expansion pushed the unsettled frontier zone southward. Along the eastern Pyrenees, a cluster of small Catalan principalities existed, under a fading Frankish shadow. Barcelona was the most important among them, effectively independent by the 10th century, despite nominal ties to the old Carolingian world. Farther west, the Basque kingdom of Pamplona, or Navarre, gained strength and looked south toward richer lands along the upper Ebro. Nearby, Aragon began to form as its own power. In the northwest, the old Asturian kingdom had expanded so much in the 9th century that its rulers shifted their centre of gravity south across the mountains to Leon, and the kingdom took its new name from that city. Within the Leonese realm, the county of Castile was emerging as a distinct force in the upper Ebro lands. Over the 10th century, Castilian counts would steadily loosen dependence on Leon. These were the principal northern targets for Cordoba: Leon, Castile, Navarre, Aragon, and the Catalan counties. One campaign early in Abd al-Rahman's reign illustrates both the method and the message of this warfare. In the summer of 920, an expedition pushed deep into contested northern lands. It culminated in a major clash near Valdejuanquera, not far from Pamplona, on 26th of July. Large battles were not the everyday pattern of frontier war, which more often consisted of raids, sieges, and devastation. But here the Christian forces suffered a heavy defeat. Christian writers, shaken by the scale of disaster, recorded brief comments that reveal the tone of grief and moral explanation. Losses were interpreted as punishment for sin. There was talk of widespread slaughter. Towns such as Burgos were ravaged. 2 bishops were reportedly captured, and a young relative of one was later sent as a hostage to Cordoba to secure release. That boy's story ends with execution years later, remembered as martyrdom in Christian tradition. The Christian accounts are spare, but their emotional colouring is clear. The event was humiliating and terrifying. Muslim narratives, preserved and expanded by later historians, offer a far more detailed itinerary. Departure ceremonies, camping points, the appointment of trusted officials to key towns, the destruction of fortresses, and the striking of religious sites. The ruler is presented as commander in person, leading a justified war, advancing methodically, burning and breaking strongholds and pushing far into enemy territory. In this version, 2 Christian rulers brought their forces together to confront the invaders, were thrown into confusion and fled toward a fortress where they were trapped. The fortress fell after siege and assault. The campaign then continued through other northern regions, and the army returned to Cordoba in triumph after roughly 3 months. Later, writers add vivid lines about towns left charred and ruined, and they describe the gruesome logistics of carrying home trophies from the battlefield, including severed heads intended for display. Behind the dramatic storytelling lay practical motives that shaped nearly every major campaign. The first was frontier management. From Cordoba, the growth of Navarre toward the upper Ebro might look like a local irritation rather than a mortal danger. A ruler could, in theory, leave such matters to frontier lords. But there was a risk in letting marcher families win too much glory and power through successful warfare. The 9th century had shown how frontier magnates could become effectively independent. A strong ruler did not want to create another overmighty regional dynasty by giving it a free hand. A royal expedition was therefore not only about punishing northern enemies, it was also about reminding Cordoba's own commanders who truly commanded. Even the administrative details in the narrative matter here. The campaign became a stage for patronage, allowing Abd al-Rahman to install loyal men as governors in strategic towns and to tighten the state's grip on potentially unstable zones. The second motive was wealth. Campaigning was a revenue stream. Armies lived off the land. Towns and monasteries could be plundered. Horses, food stores, metal, and captives could be seized. The ruler's treasury benefited, and soldiers were rewarded, reinforcing loyalty and morale. In that light, one reported feature of the Val de Junquera episode stands out: the killing of large numbers of captives. The numbers given in some accounts are suspiciously round and grow larger in later retellings, which raises doubts about literal accuracy. In many cases, high-ranking prisoners were worth more alive than dead, since ransom could be enormous and sale into slavery lucrative. Mass execution typically required a special justification, such as claims of treachery or violation of accepted wartime conventions. If such accusations existed here, the narratives do not clearly explain them. What can be said with confidence is that captive-taking, ransom, and enslavement were normal features of frontier war and formed part of its economic logic. A bishop, in particular, could command a very large payment. Regular campaigns, year after year, helped keep the machinery of state funded. This pattern was not unique to Iberia. Across Europe, rulers financed power by predatory pressure on neighbours. Kings in the German lands battered Slavic regions for tribute and captives, and their campaigns carried the same mix of profit and prestige that characterized Cordoba's warfare in the north. The difference in Iberia was the religious frontier, which allowed victories and defeats to be framed as sacred struggle and moral judgment on both sides, even when the practical goals were often very worldly. Military fortune, however, was not always on Cordoba's side. In 939, a Leonese army under Ramiro II inflicted a devastating defeat on Abd al-Rahman at Simancas near Valladolid. The ruler narrowly escaped. His tent was taken, along with symbols that mattered deeply: his standard, his armour, and even his personal copy of the Quran. After that shock, he never again led a northern campaign in person. The message is revealing. Even a strong ruler who understood the value of personal leadership could decide that the risk was too great once a major reversal had occurred. Despite such setbacks, the overall balance of power during the 10th century favoured Cordoba. After Ramiro's death, the politics of Leon became tangled in succession disputes. Rival claimants sought support from Navarre and Castile, and the northern kingdoms pulled at each other in competing alliances. Cordoba's diplomacy exploited these divisions with ease, turning some northern rulers into clients in practice even when they remained formally independent. Under Al-Hakem II, this influence continued, and under Al-Mansur it hardened into relentless pressure. Al-Mansur, ruling in the name of the young Caliph Hisham II, is credited with an extraordinary number of victorious expeditions against the north. Whether the precise tally in the sources is exact or inflated, the trend is unmistakable. The late 10th century saw a surge in aggressive campaigning. The most famous strike came in 997, when Al-Mansur's forces reached the far northwest and sacked Santiago de Compostela, carrying off the church bells as trophies to Cordoba. Those bells became a symbol in later memory, returned only centuries afterward when Christian armies eventually captured Córdoba and sent them back. In the 10th century, however, the point was immediate. Córdoba could reach almost anywhere in the peninsula, take what it wanted, and transform distant sanctuaries into proof of its dominance. The remarkable run of military success in 10th century Al-Andalus did not happen by bravery alone. It depended on preparation, supply, and a system that could keep armies moving season after season. Recruitment drew on several different streams. One was a form of provincial obligation. Each district under Córdoba's authority was expected to send a set number of men when a major campaign was called. Almost none of the day-to-day paperwork that once recorded how this worked has survived, so the system is hard to see in detail. Now and then, though, a stray document breaks the darkness. One surviving fragment from the 9th century, preserved in later historical writing, suggests the scale involved. A single province in the southeast could be ordered to supply thousands of cavalry for a northern expedition, while another coastal province was required to send only a few hundred. The imbalance makes sense if some local forces were tied down guarding shorelines and ports. As Córdoba's reach expanded in the 10th century and more territory came under firm control, the pool of men that could be demanded also grew. Yet the sources that describe these provincial levies often treat them with contempt, presenting them as slow to assemble, poorly trained, and unreliable under pressure. The second stream mattered far more. Córdoba relied heavily on paid soldiers and professional fighters. This trend had begun earlier with the growth of palace troops and elite units, and by the 10th century it had become central to the state's military power. These forces were filled in different ways. Some men arrived as volunteers from outside, attracted by salary and the prestige of serving a wealthy court. Warriors from the Berber world of North Africa were drawn in by the same logic, as were adventurers from Christian lands to the north who were willing to fight for wages. Many others entered service through a darker route. Captives taken in war could be absorbed into the armed forces, and so could enslaved people, purchased through the long trading networks that connected Iberia to North Africa and to ports far beyond. In Córdoba's own slang, some groups of African soldiers were nicknamed tangerines, reflecting how often they arrived through Tangier. However they were gathered, these were the troops the state trusted most. Disciplined, paid, and dependent on the ruler rather than on local loyalties. A third stream existed alongside this professional corps. Some men came as volunteers, seeking a period of religious warfare on the frontier, treating Iberia as a place where devotion could be proved with arms. Their numbers were probably modest compared to the paid forces, but their zeal could add energy to a campaign. In the wider Islamic world, the far western frontier had a reputation as a zone of constant struggle, a place where fighting was not just politics, but also a form of religious merit. Soldiers alone do not win campaigns without equipment, animals, and logistics. 10th century Córdoba could sustain war because it could manufacture and move the material of war at scale. Workshops near the capital were said to turn out bows and vast quantities of arrows with regularity, alongside shields and tents in annual batches large enough to supply repeated expeditions. Horse breeding was also organised. Stud farms were maintained in the fertile basin of the Guadalquivir, especially in the wet lowlands and marshes around the southwest, where pasture could support large numbers of animals. Transport, meanwhile, relied less on carts than many modern viewers might assume. Wheeled traffic was limited in much of the Islamic world at this time, so long-distance movement depended on pack animals. Camels imported from Africa were kept in drier zones between campaigns. Mules were prized even more for certain kinds of work, and island markets supplied many of them. A traveller who visited Al-Andalus in the mid-10th century claimed that the best mules anywhere came from Majorca. The speed with which armies could cross long distances, striking deep into northern territory and returning quickly, points to a supply system that worked. Sometimes, the state used the sea as part of this machine. If an objective lay far away and coastal bases were available, soldiers could be moved by ship to save time and preserve strength, as happened late in the century when forces were sent along the Atlantic to support a raid in the far northwest. The frontier itself was reinforced by chains of fortifications. Some were little more than a strengthened hilltop using the landscape as the main defence. Others were large, expensive, and designed for prolonged resistance. The most famous example is the immense fortress of Gormaz, rebuilt in the mid-10th century under Caliphal authority. Its scale and engineering were extraordinary for Western Europe at the time, comparable in ambition to the best military construction found in the Eastern Mediterranean. Strongholds like this were not simply walls, they were anchors for garrisons, storehouses for supplies, and symbols of the state's ability to hold ground. Supplying such a military system meant stimulating a whole web of crafts and trades: metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, textile production, animal breeding, shipbuilding, transport services, and the administrative work needed to pay and provision professional troops. The pull of Cordoba's demand could be felt across enormous distances. Some of what the state required came from North Africa, some from the far north through trade routes that reached into Viking spheres, and some from deep sub-Saharan routes, where gold and enslaved people were drawn into Mediterranean markets. Only a very rich government could pay for fleets, fortresses, embassies, and repeated large campaigns. A contemporary authority claimed that annual public revenues toward the end of Abd al-Rahman III's reign reached around 6.5 million gold dinars from the state mint at Cordoba. The figure sounds staggering, but without a clear map of prices and purchasing power, it is hard to translate into modern terms. What matters more is that multiple witnesses describe an economy that felt strong, liquid, and expanding. One mid-10th century traveller wrote with the confidence of someone who had seen other regions and could compare. Another key witness came from within the Christian community living under Islamic rule. A cleric who served the government as a diplomat, travelled as far as the German court, and later became a bishop in the southeast. Around the year 960, he commissioned a detailed calendar that preserves practical information about farming and seasonal work. Together, these voices help reveal one of the quiet foundations of Cordoba's power: agricultural transformation. Al-Andalus was part of a wider shift, sometimes described as an early medieval green revolution across the Islamic world. One element was the spread of new crops. By the middle of the 10th century, Iberia was growing and consuming plants that had arrived through long-distance connections and careful acclimatization. Rice and harder varieties of wheat became important. So did sorghum, sugarcane, and cotton. Orchards expanded with citrus, and gardens with vegetables that would later feel inseparable from Mediterranean cuisine. Bananas, pomegranates, and watermelons appear in the record, alongside spinach, artichokes, and eggplant. Some of these crops were not only food but also profit, turned into cash crops for export. A rare anecdote offers a glimpse of how risky and personal these introductions could be. A court envoy travelling to the eastern Mediterranean admired a particular variety of fig and smuggled plant material back home despite strict controls. He hid it among his books, endured searches at departure, then planted it in Cordoba and nurtured it until it bore fruit. When it succeeded, he presented the first harvest to the ruler and admitted the method by which he had obtained it. The story is small, almost domestic, but it captures something larger. Botanical experimentation was tied to diplomacy, travel, and court patronage. By the early 11th century, figs exported through Malaga were reaching markets as distant as Baghdad, proof that Iberian agriculture had become woven into the wider commercial world. The other major element of this agricultural shift was irrigation. Water management existed in Iberia long before the conquest, but in Al-Andalus, irrigation spread more widely and became more technically ambitious. Systems were improved, expanded, and standardized, especially in fertile coastal and riverine zones. In the east, the irrigated belt around Valencia became famous for its water distribution rules and its long-lived institutions for regulating access. The technology that made wider irrigation practical included water-lifting devices that raised water from rivers, wells, or cisterns into channels before distribution. These mechanisms were relatively cheap to build and maintain, and they spread rapidly. Later, writers would claim extraordinary numbers of water wheels in the Guadalquivir Valley, whether or not the totals are literal. The important point is that irrigation became a visible feature of the landscape. The economic consequences were profound. Crops like rice could feed large populations. Hard wheat stored well and tolerated drier conditions better than softer bread wheat. More fruit and vegetables meant healthier diets. Irrigation extended the growing season, reduced dependence on unpredictable rainfall, and made output steadier. Greater stability meant better planning and more willingness to invest. When yields rose and supplies became more reliable, towns could grow because the countryside could support them. A more productive rural economy also meant more taxable surplus. Some sources describe taxation as relatively light and markets as active, with land and labour changing hands more freely than in many parts of contemporary Western Europe. Political stability, at least compared to the chaos of earlier centuries, helped sustain the pattern. The overall effect was likely a healthier population and the conditions for demographic growth, even if exact numbers cannot be recovered. Most historians agree that the population of Al-Andalus rose during this period, but the scale cannot be measured confidently. One of the clearest signs is the flourishing of city life. Agricultural surplus could feed specialized urban labor, while demographic pressure could push some rural families toward towns in search of work. In the 10th century, industries multiplied. Mining and metalwork, ceramics and glass, woodworking and leather, textile production in wool, linen and silk, papermaking and book production, ivory carving, and many more. Some exports were raw materials. A famous mercury source in central Iberia supplied markets across the Islamic world. Manufactured goods also travelled widely, and textiles seem to have been especially prized. A traveller praised Andalusi dyeing as extraordinary, and the statement carries an implied map of trade, because some dyes had to be imported from extremely distant regions. A surviving business letter from around the year 1000 shows Jewish merchants in Egypt trading exotic dye woods from India westward to Iberia. That single detail reveals how deeply the Andalusi economy was plugged into Afro-Eurasian exchange. Among all Andalusi cities, Córdoba stood apart. Later centuries were devastated, and the contrast between its peak and its fall tempted writers into romantic exaggeration. The safest approach is to listen to the sober voice of a contemporary observer. One mid-10th century traveller described Córdoba as the largest city in Iberia, unmatched in the Maghreb, and comparable even to the greatest urban centres of the eastern Mediterranean. He praised its markets, its cleanliness, its religious architecture, and its dense network of baths and hostels. He reported that people from Córdoba who had visited Iraq compared their city's scale to a major district of Baghdad. He later hedged, suggesting Córdoba might be somewhat smaller than Baghdad, but not by much. Modern estimates of population are largely educated guesses, often circling figures around 100,000. Whatever the exact number, Córdoba was immense by the standards of Western Europe and belonged in the same urban conversation as Constantinople and the greatest eastern cities. The core of Córdoba was the old Roman walled nucleus, whose stone walls and gateways impressed visitors used to softer materials elsewhere. Walking the circuit of the walls could be done quickly, and from the ramparts the suburbs and gardens spread out in every direction. The walled centre along the Guadalquivir was dominated by government. The main mosque, the palace complex, the administrative offices, the mint, barracks, and the residences of high officials. Beyond this official heart, suburbs extended northward in a great sprawl of housing, workshops, markets, bathhouses, cemeteries, and gardens. Over time, the dense suburbs faded into a ring of market gardens and country estates on the slopes above the city. The river itself was crossed by a grand Roman bridge, still standing today. The southern bank remained less densely occupied than the northern side, partly because an earlier rebellion had led to the clearing of settlement there. By the 10th century, it contained large cemeteries, a leper colony, and scattered rural residences. One estate on the riverbank became famous in court circles. Built originally by a senior advisor in the 9th century, it later became associated with the celebrated musician and cultural figure Ziryab. In the 10th century, it belonged to the Caliph and served as a high-status residence for visiting dignitaries, including envoys from the Byzantine world. Yet the greatest architectural statement of the age was not within the old city. In 936, Abd al-Rahman III began building a new palace city outside Córdoba, conceived not as a villa but as a centre of government worthy of a caliph. The site chosen lay on rising ground west of the capital, overlooking the Guadalquivir Valley. It became known as Madinat az-Zahra. Excavation has revealed enough to understand why it astonished contemporaries. Vast terraces, grand halls, rich decoration, and carefully planned administrative spaces. The project demanded enormous labour and huge resources. Stone was quarried and reused from older ruins. Marble was imported from North Africa. Artistic objects and skilled craftsmen were sought from abroad, and Byzantine influence can be traced in the style of some decorative elements. The palace was designed to communicate something that could be understood without translation. The Caliph ruled from a place built to overwhelm the senses. Stories about the palace emphasize spectacle. One famous tale describes a throne hall lined with finely cut marble and a device intended to create an almost supernatural effect, with reflected light flashing across the room to dazzle visitors. Whether every flourish is literally true matters less than what it signals. The court wanted outsiders to repeat these stories because the stories themselves were a weapon. They made the caliph seem untouchable, rich beyond measure and capable of turning architecture into theatre. Other claims describe a massive household staff, extensive menageries, and gardens and ponds so large that daily feeding became a story in its own right. Even if the numbers are inflated, the underlying reality remains. This was a palace city built by a state with extraordinary resources. Madinat az-Zahra was not only a residence. By the time a mid-century traveller visited, much of the administrative machine had been transferred there. Government subsidies encouraged construction of houses and service quarters. Markets, workshops, stables, mosques, and baths followed. Merchants and craftsmen arrived to profit from a new centre of spending. The road between Cordoba and the palace filled with continuous development, turning the corridor into an urban ribbon that linked old city and new capital. A glimpse of how bewildering this world could appear to outsiders survives in the account of a German embassy to Cordoba. In 953, the German king Otto I sent an abbot from Lorraine, John of Gauze, to negotiate cooperation against piracy in the western Mediterranean. The mission quickly ran into trouble because the letters carried by the envoys contained language offensive to Islam. The Caliph could not publicly receive such a delegation without dishonour, yet the envoys could not return home without completing their task. The result was a long diplomatic stalemate. Intermediaries were brought in. A high-ranking Jewish court figure and a Christian bishop helped manage the crisis and arrange a solution. Eventually it was decided that a new envoy should be sent back to Germany to secure revised, more tactful letters. The man chosen was the experienced diplomat bishop from Elvira, a servant of the state who had already proven useful in delicate negotiations. Time dragged on, and the German envoys remained in a kind of controlled seclusion for years, unsure of their status and unable to force a conclusion. When the revised letters finally arrived, the German abbot was summoned to appear before the caliph. Even the details of preparation became part of the story. Instructions to cut hair, wash, and dress in a way considered suitable for a royal audience. The abbot refused to alter his monastic appearance, fearing it would be read as a change in character rather than a simple adjustment of clothing. The caliph sent money so the abbot could purchase proper garments, but the monk insisted on remaining in his black habit and using any gift for the poor instead. The response attributed to the caliph is revealing. Instead of taking offence, he is shown admiring the monk's firmness and stating that he would receive him even if he came dressed in sackcloth. The narrative is shaped to display two kinds of dignity at once: monastic stubbornness and caliphal self-confidence. The procession to the audience was staged as spectacle. The route was lined with crowds and military displays. Infantry stood with spears upright. Others practiced javelin maneuvers. Mounted troops showed off speed and control. The message was clear. This court was protected by disciplined force. The envoys were led along a dusty summer road toward the palace complex, where the outer spaces were draped with luxurious carpets and textiles. Inside, the caliph was presented as remote, seated alone in a posture that Northern Europeans found unfamiliar, reclining on a richly adorned couch, rather than sitting on a chair throne. The account claims the caliph extended his hand to be kissed, a gesture portrayed as an unusual honour. The entire scene is filtered through a northern Christian lens, half astonishment and half unease, but it still conveys the intensity of Cordoba's court culture. Power performed as ritual. This embassy story also hints at the web of communities involved in running the caliphate. Jewish elites could serve as key court officials and diplomats. Christian officials could rise high enough to handle sensitive negotiations and travel to foreign rulers. The machinery of government did not function as a simple closed circle. It relied on expertise, languages, and networks that crossed religious boundaries, especially in diplomacy and administration. The world of gifts and patronage behind this court was equally staggering. A surviving list of offerings made by one of the most powerful men in Al-Andalus gives a sense of how office and favour could be purchased. The list includes enormous sums in gold coin and bullion, great quantities of silver, luxury textiles, furs from distant regions, horses including prized Arab mounts, tents and high-grade furnishings, raw materials for state-controlled textile production, prayer rugs and hanging fabrics, enslaved servants, and even building stone and wood suited for the caliph's construction projects. Some of the items are everyday luxuries for the wealthy. Others are strategic resources that feed directly into state monopolies and military capacity. The scale of the gift makes one thing unmistakable. The caliphal court was a place where wealth could be converted into authority, and authority displayed itself through objects, architecture, and controlled access to the ruler. Otto I's mission, led by John of Gauls, was only one episode in a steady flow of visitors to Córdoba. German rulers continued to reach out. A second message arrived from Otto II in 974. Envoys from Constantinople appeared more than once, including delegations in 949 and again in 972. From the Western Mediterranean came other approaches. In 942, an ambassador from Sardinia arrived, and with him travelled merchants from Amalfi, a southern Italian port, whose wealth depended on shipping and trade. Their interest was predictable. Whoever wanted safe routes, predictable agreements, and access to markets had reason to talk to the strongest court in the region. At the same time, contacts never stopped with closer neighbours. Córdoba constantly dealt with Christian powers in the north of Iberia and with Berber leaders across the sea in North Africa. The court's foreign relations were not occasional spectacles. They were part of the state's daily rhythm. These meetings did not only settle practical questions like alliances, tariffs, or maritime security. Sometimes they carried ideas and texts that changed what scholars could do. One Byzantine embassy in the middle of the century delivered a lavish copy of a famous ancient work on plants and medicine, written by Dioscorides. For the court, this was a gift with real value, not just a showpiece. Dioscorides had tried to catalogue the healing properties of plants in a systematic way, and his book belonged to the foundation layer of ancient medical science. Yet when the manuscript reached Al-Andalus, the problem was immediate. Greek was not a working language for scholars connected to the palace. The court wanted the knowledge, but did not have an easy way to unlock it. A request was sent back to Constantinople, and a Greek monk named Nicholas was dispatched to Córdoba a couple of years later. At roughly the same time, another interpreter was found, an Arabic-speaking man from Sicily, a region that had its own long experience of cultures and languages meeting. Between them, Nicholas and the Sicilian intermediary explained the Greek text line by line to a small group of Andalusi scholars attached to the court. Among the listeners was Hasdai ibn Shaprut, already known in the sources as a diplomatic fixer and a trusted bridge between worlds. His importance, however, went far beyond arranging audiences and smoothing disputes. He served as the ruler's physician and was famous for medical skill across political and religious boundaries. In the 960s, he treated a Christian king from the north, Sancho of Leon, whose health problems had become a public issue. Far away in Egypt, a Jewish doctor attached to the Fatimid court dedicated a scientific work to him, an indication of reputation that crossed the entire Mediterranean. Hasdai also stood high within the international Jewish community. He supported poets and scholars, helped sustain learning institutions in the East, and maintained correspondence that reached into distant regions. He held influence at court not only because he healed bodies, but because he was useful in diplomacy, finance, and intelligence. For his service, he appears to have been rewarded through revenue streams linked to commerce, such as tolls and customs. His career shows what a cosmopolitan court could look like when a ruler valued competence and loyalty more than origin. The group gathered around the Dioscorides manuscript also points to something else. Intellectual life close to the palace was becoming more ambitious. In the Eastern Islamic world, Dioscorides had already been rendered into Arabic earlier, but that translation did not seem to have reached Spain in the first half of the 10th century. That gap explains the excitement in Córdoba when the Greek original arrived. The court wanted a direct connection to prestigious science, and it was willing to spend effort to obtain it. The same circle included other figures with practical and scholarly interests. Resamund of Elvira, who worked as a diplomat and later became a Christian bishop, compiled a calendar rich in agricultural and botanical detail. A few years later, under the next ruler, a scholar named Ibn Juljul produced a commentary on Dioscorides. In other words, the Byzantine gift did not remain an exotic trophy. It became a seed for local work, teaching, and writing. This peaceful cultivation of learning depended heavily on patronage. In the medieval world, rulers did not gain glory only by winning wars. They were also expected to fund builders, artists, and scholars, and to make their court a place where knowledge could gather. Earlier leaders in Al-Andalus had often been too busy surviving rebellions and border wars to play this role consistently. By the middle of the 10th century, the balance had shifted. The state was richer, more confident, and more stable, and the court began to invest in culture with real intensity. The palace city outside Córdoba, with its decoration and imported materials, was one expression of this new confidence. The team assembled to interpret Greek science was another. Among all the rulers of the period, Al-Hakim II developed the strongest reputation for taking learning seriously. Al-Hakim's education had been carefully planned. From childhood, he was trained by high-level teachers and showed genuine intellectual drive. As ruler, he poured energy into one project above all: building a library in Córdoba that could rival the greatest collections in the Islamic world. Later, writers describe astonishing numbers. One claims that the catalogue alone ran to dozens of volumes. Another insists the library contained hundreds of thousands of books. Modern readers may doubt the precise totals, and it is wise to treat them cautiously. Yet there is firmer evidence behind the general picture. Books were acquired from as far away as Persia, and teams of copyists in Córdoba reproduced texts quickly. One detail stands out because it is unusual in the record. Among these scribes was a woman, Lubna, described as a poet and an accomplished copyist. As the ruler set the tone, the fashion spread. Wealthy officials and pious scholars began assembling private libraries, and Córdoba's streets contained not only markets and workshops, but also rooms where books were collected, copied, and discussed. The city's reputation for learning travelled fast. A young French scholar, Gerber of Aurillac, came to Spain in the 960s to study. The best evidence suggests his education took place mainly in monasteries of Catalonia rather than in Córdoba itself. Even so, a later chronicler reported that he had journeyed to Córdoba for wisdom. That claim is probably exaggerated, but it reveals something important. Within a generation, Córdoba had become a symbol, a place Europeans imagined as a centre of unusual knowledge. In that same climate, other sciences flourished under elite protection. Astronomy is the clearest example. The leading figure here was Masalama, later known as Maslama of Madrid, one of the earliest natives of that small frontier town to gain wide recognition. Born around the middle of the century, he gravitated to Córdoba and moved within the intellectual circles that clustered near the court. His most famous achievement was to adapt the astronomical tables created by a major Eastern scholar, Al-Khwarizmi, to the local meridian of Córdoba using observations made in 979. That kind of work mattered. It made inherited knowledge usable in a new place, and it required careful measurement rather than mere copying. Maslama also translated Greek scientific material into Arabic, including a work connected with Ptolemy, another sign of the ongoing absorption of ancient science through Islamic scholarship. He wrote a practical manual of commercial arithmetic, suggesting demand from merchants and administrators. he produced a treatise on the astrolabe, explaining how to construct and use the instrument that helped measure the sky and navigate both land and sea. He taught many students, and several became well known in the next century. He likely practiced astrology as well, which at the time was commonly treated as a serious discipline allied to astronomy. Later tradition even credits him with predicting the political turmoil that would shake Al-Andalus soon after his death. Of course, only a small number moved in those glittering circles close to the ruler, and fewer still possessed Maslama's talent. The sources tend to ignore the competent middle layers of society, the people who made a city function day by day. Yet there are glimpses. One of the best is the long medical lineage known as the Banu Zur, a family that became a dynasty of physicians. The first, clearly visible member appears in Seville near the end of the 10th century. His descendants studied, travelled, served courts, and wrote medical works across the next 2 centuries. One practiced on the Mediterranean coast, another returned to Seville to become chief physician to its rulers. Another served the Almohad caliphs later on and produced influential treatises. A later descendant became famous not only as a doctor, but also as a poet, leaving behind a haunting self-written epitaph that turns on a single bitter irony. A man who once saved others from fear of death finally becomes death's captive himself. Families like this did not emerge from chaos alone. Their rise required peace, wealth, education, and stable professional pathways. The caliphal 10th century created that environment for many skilled households whose names never entered chronicles. It would be misleading, however, to treat the 10th century as an age of perfect harmony. The society was far more stable than the fractured 9th century, and vastly less violent than the bleak years that followed the early conquest. Yet older strains persisted, and new ones formed inside the ruling elite itself. A sharp way to see those tensions is to watch what happened after Al-Hakam II died in 976. This is where Al-Mansur enters the foreground. He would become the most powerful man in the Western Islamic world. Not as caliph, but as the operator who controlled the state behind a young ruler's throne. Born in 938 near Algeciras into a family that claimed Arab descent, he was not an obvious heir to greatness, but he had education, ambition, and a sharp sense of how the system worked. In Córdoba, he studied under notable teachers, including at least one famous rhetorician from Baghdad, invited as part of the court's effort to import learning and polish. Al-Mansur began his career in the bureaucracy, climbing through modest posts that allowed superiors to notice his competence and his drive. His turning point came in 967, when he was entrusted with managing the estates and property of Sub, the favourite wife of the caliph. Sub herself had come from Christian lands in the north as a captive and had risen to immense influence inside the palace. Serving as her administrator gave Al-Mansur proximity to power and access to networks of patronage. From that moment, his rise accelerated. When Al-Hakam II died, Sub's son Hisham II inherited the throne as a child. Real authority fell to a small group acting in his name, and Al-Mansur secured a place among them. The early regency can be imagined as a three-way balance. One figure represented the senior administrative establishment, a minister who had risen high under the late caliph and was resented by rivals. Another represented military prestige, an older commander whose life had been shaped by frontier warfare and campaigns across the sea in North Africa. The third was Al-Mansur, younger, bureaucratic in training, and increasingly political in instinct. Each of them embodied a fault line. The general symbolized the world of garrisons and marches, where hard power mattered more than court ritual. The senior minister symbolized the palace bureaucracy and the fragile hierarchy of status. Inside Córdoba, Al-Mansur learned to use both worlds and to turn their tensions into ladders. Personal alliances formed and broke. Al-Mansur initially worked closely with the veteran general, even marrying into his family. Together, they moved against the senior minister. Under the surface, older prejudices also mattered. Although the state could elevate capable Christians and Jews to important roles, the highest directing posts tended to be dominated by men who claimed Arab lineage. Berbers, despite their huge military importance, were often treated with contempt in elite civil circles. Al-Mansur played these attitudes skillfully. He emphasized his own Arab pedigree and promoted a narrative that tied his family to the original conquest, framing his rise as the rightful return of an old conquering line. The senior minister, by contrast, was vulnerable to the gossip of being an upstart and to the hostility attached to Berber origins. By 978, the senior minister was eliminated, disgraced, and removed from the board. The partnership with the general lasted a little longer, but in 981 it collapsed into civil war. The older man died during the fighting, reportedly through an accident rather than a clean killing. That same period saw other developments that mattered as much as the intrigues. The young caliph was encouraged to withdraw from real government into a life of pleasure and seclusion, leaving the machinery of state in other hands. Al-Mansur began to build popularity in the army by leading campaigns and presenting himself as a man of action, not merely a clerk. He also built a vast palace complex east of Córdoba, a new administrative and ceremonial centre intended to rival the older caliphal palace city to the west. When he transferred the offices of government to his own complex, the message became unmistakable. The state still existed, but its true centre of gravity had shifted. From 981 until his death in 1002, Al-Mansur ruled in practice. The caliph remained alive, but authority belonged to the man who controlled appointments, finances, and the army. The most visible signature of Al-Mansur's era was relentless campaigning against the Christian polities of the north. The raids came so often that they began to look like a system, rather than a series of decisions. Cities and monasteries were struck repeatedly. Barcelona was sacked in the 980s. Fortified outposts in the west were plundered. Leon and Zamora were attacked. Monasteries were stripped and burned. In the mid-1990s, even a leading count of Castile was captured and died in Córdoba. Pamplona was attacked near the end of the century. In 997, the armies reached Santiago de Compostela in the far northwest, and the raid became legendary. Bells from the great church were carried away as trophies to Córdoba. The destruction continued into the early thousands, and on one of the final campaigns, Al-Mansur died while returning from operations in the Rioja, at Medinaceli. His death did not end the pattern immediately. His son Abd al-Malik inherited control and continued the same aggressive rhythm, raiding Catalonia, Castile, Leon, and Aragon in quick succession. Nothing suggests the policy would have softened if he had lived longer. The engine was still running. Christian chroniclers naturally framed Al-Mansur as a demonic scourge, a punishment sent against them. Islamic sources emphasized his piety. He carried a personal copy of the Quran on campaign, punished those accused of straying from accepted doctrine, and presented war as religious duty. Yet the record also shows how political and economic these expeditions were. Christian mercenaries served in his forces, and Christian nobles acted as guides. Without local knowledge, the army could not have navigated remote routes to targets like Compostela. Those helpers were rewarded with expensive textiles and gifts. The campaigns followed a logic familiar from earlier decades. Seize livestock, treasure, captives, and prestige, and force opponents into tribute. Churches and monasteries were attacked not because sacred buildings were the ideological enemy, but because they stored wealth. In many regions, monasteries functioned as secure depositories for valuables, a place where local elites kept precious metals and goods. Striking such a site was the medieval equivalent of hitting a vault. The religion of the guardians mattered far less than the contents behind the doors. What set Al-Mansur apart was the scale and the tempo. Campaigns came season after season with unusual intensity. The motive was not only glory. Money mattered, and so did the costs of power. Building a rival palace city, expanding major religious architecture, buying loyalty through gifts, reducing unpopular taxes, paying followers, bribing enemies, and above all, enlarging the army required enormous cash flow. Even if the treasury inherited from Al-Hakem II was indeed vast, the new regime burned resources quickly. War became a method of financing politics. The army itself changed under this pressure, and here lay a danger that would not be fully understood until it was too late. The earlier caliphs had already used troops recruited beyond Iberia, but under Al-Mansur, the influx of Berber forces from North Africa grew dramatically. Whole tribal units were transported across the straits and kept together under their own leaders. These formations became the backbone of Al-Mansur's personal power. That arrangement solved an immediate problem because it provided large, cohesive, loyal troops. It also created a long-term risk. These units entered a society where Berbers were still widely distrusted and often despised by segments of the urban population and by elites who claimed Arab descent. Because the units remained intact, their internal bonds stayed strong, reinforced by language and shared identity, and also by the hostility they encountered around them. Their loyalty attached itself less to the abstract institution of the caliphate and more to the man who paid them, protected them, and led them. When that man disappeared, the structure he had built could become unstable. In the process, the caliphate itself was weakened in a deeper way. Abd al-Rahman III had once elevated his rule by claiming the title of caliph, a claim that was always controversial in Islamic political theory, since in principle there should be only one rightful successor to the Prophet. Even so, the Cordoban Caliphate had functioned successfully for decades because it represented order, wealth, and effective authority. Al-Mansur showed that a caliph could be sidelined completely while the state continued to operate. Hisham II lived for years after Al-Mansur and his son, but exercised no real power during his long reign. Once that fact was visible to everyone, the spell of legitimacy was harder to sustain. If authority could be pushed aside once, it could be pushed aside again by others. In Islamic thought, the word fitna refers to disorder, above all, to internal conflict that breaks out against an established ruler. When such conflict spreads or drags on, it has often been interpreted as a warning sign of the end of time. Some of the darkest verses of the Quran describe that final moment as a world turned upside down, with cosmic order collapsing, nature unraveling, and every soul forced to confront what it has done. Against this background, the events that unfolded in Al-Andalus between 1008 and 1031 could easily have felt to contemporaries like the approach of a terrible reckoning. After the death of Abd al-Malik, members of the Umayyad family attempted to reclaim direct control. A great-grandson of Abd al-Rahman III overthrew the powerless Hisham II, proclaimed himself caliph under the name Muhammad II, seized Al-Mansur's palace city of Al-Madina al-Zahira, and ordered it destroyed. This dramatic reversal took place during the winter of 1008 to 1009. The Berber commanders, unwilling to accept this outcome, elevated another Umayyad descendant, Sulayman, as a rival caliph. To strengthen his position, Suleiman sought help from the Christian north and received military support from Sancho Garcia, Count of Castile. Muslim and Christian forces marched together on Córdoba and defeated Muhammad II in November 1009. Suleiman entered the capital as caliph. The struggle did not end there. Muhammad fled to Toledo and appealed to a different set of Christian allies. In response, the leading figures of Catalonia, the Counts of Barcelona and Urgell, led armies south and defeated Suleiman and his Berber supporters in May 1010. Andalusi chroniclers later remembered this moment as the Year of the Catalans. Muhammad returned to Córdoba, but his victory was brief. He was assassinated in July, and Hisham II was restored once again as caliph by his remaining supporters. Suleiman then advanced on the capital, occupied the palace of Madinat az-Zahra, and turned it into a base for his Berber troops. From there, he blockaded Córdoba for more than 2 years. During this time, Berber forces roamed large parts of southern and eastern Iberia, sustaining themselves by plunder and by extorting payments from cities in exchange for protection. The damage they inflicted on countryside and towns alike was immense. Inside Córdoba, conditions grew desperate. Refugees crowded into the city from surrounding districts. Heavy rains in the spring of 1011 caused the Guadalquivir to flood. Disease followed. The government, starved of revenue, resorted to selling off parts of the great library assembled under Al-Hakim II. In May 1013, the city finally surrendered. Berber troops entered, looted, and destroyed. The remaining books of the caliphal library were scattered. Large numbers of inhabitants were killed. The young Ibn Hazm, later one of the most famous intellectuals of the age, witnessed the massacre and later recorded the names of more than 60 scholars who lost their lives. One of them lay unburied in the street for days. Hisham II vanished from the record and was assumed to have been murdered. Suleiman remained caliph for 3 years, though his authority barely extended beyond his own name. His Berber followers treated Córdoba as conquered territory, killing and looting at will. To keep their loyalty, Suleiman distributed provinces and governorships, often merely recognizing control that his generals already exercised. Among those rewarded was Zawi ibn Ziri, leader of a Berber tribe, who received authority over the province of Elvira. In 1016, one of Suleiman's own generals turned against him, deposed him, and had him executed. The caliphate lingered on in name for another 15 years. A series of short-lived puppet caliphs appeared and disappeared in rapid succession. Their reigns were marked by intrigue, violence, and manipulation by soldiers, officials, and urban crowds. One ruled for barely more than a month. Most died violently. In 1031, the last of them, Hisham III, was expelled from Córdoba and faded into obscurity. No replacement was appointed. The Caliphate of Córdoba was finished. The civil war of these years marked a brutal end to an era. The destruction of Córdoba and of the palace cities that had symbolized caliphal power was not merely physical but symbolic. The intervention of Christian rulers in Andalusi politics reversed patterns that had prevailed only a generation earlier and foreshadowed a future in which northern powers would play an ever larger role. By 1031, the central question was no longer who would rule from Córdoba, but whether Córdoba would rule at all. The answer was already clear. Central authority collapsed, and the fragile unity imposed in earlier decades dissolved. In its place emerged a patchwork of regional successor states, usually centered on cities and their surrounding countryside. These new regimes came to be known as the Taifa Kingdoms, ruled by amirs later called the Taifa Kings, a term that reflects their origins in factional struggle. The birth of these states was violent and insecure. Granada provides one revealing example. The Berber leader, Zawi ibn Ziri, had been granted authority over Elvira, an old city in the fertile plain below the Sierra Nevada. This region had suffered badly during the years of Berber raiding. Later, tradition claimed that the people of Elvira invited Zawi to rule them and promised loyalty in exchange for protection. This story is difficult to believe, given recent experience. It is more likely that Zawi seized control by force and then obtained formal recognition after the fact. Such stories of invitation served later to legitimize new dynasties. One of Zawi's first acts was to abandon Elvira, exposed on the plain, and establish a new stronghold in the hills nearby. This settlement became Granada. Retreating to a defensible site was a common response in an age of uncertainty, and Granada's origins reflect the insecurity of the time. Similar takeovers by Berber commanders occurred across the south, at places such as Algeciras, Malaga, Ronda, and even across the straits at Ceuta. The details are clearest for Granada because of an extraordinary source: the memoirs of Abd Allah, the last ruler of the Zirid dynasty, written after his deposition in 1090. Long thought lost, the text was rediscovered in the 20th century and provides an unusually vivid picture of Taifa politics. Abd Allah emerges as a perceptive, but not especially strong ruler, whose candid writing offers rare insight into daily life, intrigue, and fear in the age of the party kings. Not all Taifa states arose from military coups. In more distant provinces, where Cordoba's authority had always been weak, local families who had governed on behalf of the caliph simply continued to rule independently. This pattern appeared in places like Toledo, Zaragoza, and Albarracin. Elsewhere, power fell to civil administrators who had risen under Al-Mansur. Some were former slaves or freedmen who had made careers in government. At Badajoz, for example, authority was taken by Sabah, a former slave who had served Al-Hakam II and later governed much of the western peninsula. After his death in 1022, his sons inherited his position. In Denia, a former military commander of slave origin, Mujahid, created a maritime state that dominated the Balearic Islands, and even attempted the conquest of Sardinia. Though a corsair and warlord, he also patronized religious scholarship, assembling learned men to study the text of the Quran. These categories overlap and shift. Taifa states were fragile creations. Rulers were frequently overthrown by ministers, relatives, or rivals. Boundaries were uncertain, loyalties unstable. Each ruler was surrounded by family members with claims and ambitions, and alliances shifted constantly. Survival depended on diplomacy, bribery, and war. Over time, smaller states were absorbed by larger ones. By the middle of the century, a handful of major powers emerged: Seville and Granada in the south, Badajoz, Toledo, and Valencia across the centre, and Zaragoza in the northeast. Among these, Seville grew strongest. In Seville, power fell to the Abbadid family. Muhammad ibn Abbad combined wealth, land ownership, and judicial authority. His family controlled vast agricultural resources in the rich Guadalquivir Valley, famous for olive oil, dyes, sugar, and trade. Under his son Al-Mu'tadid and grandson Al-Mu'tamid, Seville expanded aggressively, absorbing neighbouring states and even capturing Córdoba itself. Al-Mu'tadid celebrated his victories in poetry, while other poets mocked the grandiose titles of Taifa rulers as inflated and absurd. Yet mockery did not change reality. By the late 11th century, Seville dominated southern Al-Andalus. Despite political instability, economic recovery was rapid. Agriculture revived, trade routes reopened, and wealth accumulated. Taifa rulers used this wealth to patronize the arts. With Cordoba no longer monopolizing culture, creativity spread to provincial centers. Ivory carving flourished at Cuenca under princely support. Palaces, mosques, bridges, walls, and waterworks were built across the peninsula, though many survive only in fragments or descriptions. Scholars, scientists, and poets found patrons in multiple courts. Some rulers were themselves learned. Others gathered scholars around them. Poetry flourished, especially at Seville, where the Abadid court cultivated a culture of elegance, pleasure, and display. Al-Mutadid and Al-Mutamid were accomplished poets, and their court attracted figures like Ibn Hamdis, a refugee from Norman-conquered Sicily, whose verses celebrate wine, music, and fleeting joy. This hedonistic tone became characteristic of the age. Standing apart from this courtly world was Ibn Hazm of Cordoba. He refused attachment to any Taifa ruler and remained loyal to the idea of Umayyad legitimacy. His independence brought isolation and persecution, but it also produced some of the most remarkable works of the age. His writings on love, belief, and religious divisions show immense learning and sharp psychological insight. Yet his engagement with Christianity and Judaism was intellectual rather than conciliatory. He studied their texts in Arabic translation, not to seek dialogue, but to argue against them. Such curiosity was rare. Most Muslims and Christians of the period showed little interest in understanding one another beyond stereotypes. Christian communities in Al-Andalus generally adopted a posture of quiet obedience. A revealing episode comes from the life of John of Gauls. When he insisted on presenting letters hostile to Islam, a local bishop urged restraint, arguing that submission to civil authority was necessary, so long as faith itself was not threatened. Survival, not confrontation, shaped daily life. Thus, the age of fitna gave birth to a fragmented but vibrant world. Central power collapsed, but regional creativity surged. Violence and insecurity coexisted with cultural brilliance. The Taifa Kingdoms emerged from chaos, rich, competitive, and fragile, setting the stage for the next dramatic transformation of Al-Andalus. In practical terms, the safest course for Christian communities living under Islamic rule was simple. Avoid attention, and life would continue without serious trouble. Among the Arabized Christians of Al-Andalus, there was little interest in understanding Islam from within. Christian thinkers showed no curiosity about Muslim scripture, theology, or belief, not even at an informal level. This reluctance was not caused by lack of access. Accurate information was close at hand, embedded in daily urban life. Yet stereotypes proved easier and more comfortable than inquiry. An episode from the 9th century illustrates this clearly. A Christian traveller from Córdoba visiting the northern principality of Pamplona came across a Latin biography of the Prophet Muhammad in the library of a monastery. The work was wildly distorted and hostile, yet it was accepted without question because it confirmed assumptions already in place. It has often been remarked that far better information could have been obtained simply by speaking to Muslims back home in Córdoba. But both communities preferred inherited images to the unsettling work of understanding one another. Daily life in the cities of Al-Andalus brought Christians and Muslims into constant contact. In some towns, Christians lived in clearly defined quarters, while in others they were interspersed among Muslim neighbours. Markets, streets, and workshops were shared spaces. Evidence from moral regulations shows how closely intertwined ordinary life had become. A legal writer warned Muslims not to work as labourers or stable hands for Christians, advice that only makes sense if such arrangements were already common. Trade flowed across religious boundaries, extending well beyond books into everyday goods. Some prohibitions reveal even more. Muslim women were warned away from Christian churches, accused of socializing too freely there. Such language mirrored accusations Christians themselves often made against Muslims. Mutual suspicion existed on both sides, expressed in familiar moral clichés. Another source reveals that certain wealthy Muslims frequented Christian monasteries as discreet places to drink wine forbidden by Islamic law. These glimpses suggest that real life was far more complex than official attitudes admitted. By the time of the Taifa Kingdoms, Christians likely formed only a small minority in major cities. The countryside may have been different. Evidence here is sparse, as most surviving records focus on urban life. Yet it seems probable that large rural areas, especially in mountainous or remote regions, remained largely untouched by Islam. Written sources occasionally mention Christian populations in outlying districts, as if their presence were entirely unremarkable. These rural communities may have lived culturally apart from the dominant society, maintaining their own traditions and perhaps feeling increasingly alienated from urban centres. In this sense, Al-Andalus contained internal frontiers as well as the external boundary facing the Christian north. These divisions did not apply in the same way to Jewish communities. Jews were overwhelmingly urban and integrated into the commercial life of cities. Their communities could be substantial. Toledo alone had numerous synagogues. Fragmentary records point to a prosperous middle class deeply engaged in long-distance trade. Jewish merchants in Iberia were part of vast commercial networks, linking Spain with North Africa, the Eastern Mediterranean, and beyond. Letters from merchants reveal astonishingly complex chains of exchange, involving luxury goods that originated thousands of miles away. Spanish Jewry was deeply embedded in global trade systems stretching from the Atlantic to Asia. In this context, earlier diplomatic links between Andalusi Jews and distant Jewish centres appear entirely natural. Jewish individuals rose to prominence in several Taifa states. The most striking figure was Samuel ibn Nagrila. Born in Córdoba, he fled the city during the chaos of the early 11th century and eventually settled in Granada. There, he entered the service of the ruling dynasty and rapidly became indispensable. Through political skill and careful management of a succession crisis, he emerged as the effective head of government. For nearly 2 decades, he directed the affairs of the state. Samuel was an unusual figure, combining military command, administrative authority, religious leadership, and literary talent. He was respected by Muslim rulers and remembered with honour by later chroniclers. His poetry reflects both the brutality of war and the resilience of spirit required to survive it. His son Joseph inherited his position, reinforcing how deeply Jewish elites could be embedded in Taifa politics. That position, however, was precarious. In Granada, opposition eventually crystallized around religious arguments. A legal scholar stirred public hostility by portraying Jewish influence as an affront to Islamic norms. His inflammatory verses spread rapidly. In 1066, violence erupted, Joseph was killed, and many Jews were massacred. This tragedy stands out precisely because it was exceptional. For the most part, the 11th century was a period of security and cultural vitality for Spanish Jewry. Jewish intellectual life flourished. Scholars travelled across Europe in search of learning. Spanish Jews studied in the Rhineland and France, while foreign teachers were recruited to Iberian communities. Patronage followed wealth and power, just as it did in Islamic society. One of the greatest figures of the age was Solomon ibn Gabirol, whose philosophical and poetic works would later influence thinkers far beyond Spain. His career illustrates how Jewish culture benefited from the decentralized political landscape created by the Taifa system. Yet fragmentation carried a heavy cost. Rivalry among the Taifa states made them vulnerable to exploitation. Where once caliphs had intervened in Christian politics, now Christian rulers intervened in Muslim affairs. Northern armies were hired as mercenaries. Tribute flowed south to north. Gold became a weapon more effective than armies. This system evolved into an organized extraction of wealth. Taifa rulers paid annual sums in exchange for protection or military support. These payments enriched Christian kings and transformed their political capacity. The gold funded armies, churches, and ambitious expansion. It attracted adventurers from across Europe, bringing with them new attitudes toward war, conquest, and faith. The arrangement was unstable. Power shifts altered who paid whom. Taifa rulers played Christian rivals against one another. Treaties were drafted, alliances renegotiated, threats implied rather than stated. Surviving agreements reveal the blunt realities behind polite language. Monthly payments of gold were fixed, advance sums demanded, hostages exchanged. First-hand accounts show how humiliating these negotiations could be. Taifa rulers pleaded poverty, argued strategic necessity, and offered lavish gifts to soften demands. Even so, the flow of gold continued. Survival depended on compromise. The Taifa world also created space for adventurers who crossed boundaries with ease. One such figure was Ibn Ammar, a poet and political operator whose career took him from obscurity to power and back again. His rise and fall was dramatic, marked by ambition, betrayal, exile, and violence. His life mirrored the instability of the age. On the Christian side, a parallel figure emerged in Rodrigo Diaz, later known as El Cid. Stripped of legend, he appears as a skilled soldier and negotiator who served Muslim and Christian rulers alike. Exile forced him into mercenary service. Success made him independent. He fought for pay, for territory, and ultimately for himself. By the end of his life, he ruled Valencia as a personal domain, a Christian Taifa in all but name. The age of the Taifa kings was therefore an era of contradiction. Cultural creativity flourished as never before. Art, poetry, scholarship, and science spread across Iberia. At the same time, political fragmentation weakened the foundations of Andalusi power. Tribute drained resources. External influence grew. One final consequence was the loss of influence across the Straits of Gibraltar. Earlier rulers of Al-Andalus had maintained a close watch on North Africa. The Taifa states could not coordinate such policy. Even Seville, dominant though it was, failed to act decisively. A story from the Court of Seville captures the irony. News arrived that a Berber movement in Morocco had founded a new city called Marrakesh. Courtiers dismissed it as irrelevant. The ruler did not. He warned that these people would one day cross into Iberia and ordered defences strengthened. His intuition proved correct. The forces that emerged from Marrakesh eventually crossed the straits. They dismantled the world of the Taifa kings with brutal speed. Cultured courts collapsed. Poets fell silent. Rulers were exiled or imprisoned. The elegant but fragile order of the party kings vanished when improvisation met disciplined power. The cats had ruled briefly, the lions had arrived. By the closing decades of the 11th century, the balance of power in the Iberian Peninsula shifted dramatically. From North Africa arrived a movement rooted in strict religious reform. Its followers were known as the Almoravids. They crossed the sea at first as allies, summoned by the Muslim rulers of Iberia, who feared growing pressure from the Christian north. Yet the alliance was brief. Once established, the newcomers moved swiftly to dismantle the very states that had invited them, bringing all of Al-Andalus under their authority. Their rule, however, proved unstable. Life in the fertile cities of southern Spain softened the rigid discipline that had once given the Almoravids their strength. Resistance began to surface by the middle of the 12th century. At the same time, Christian kingdoms exploited this weakening grip to push southward. Meanwhile, in Morocco, another reformist movement emerged, one even more uncompromising than the first. These were the Almohads. By the middle of the 12th century, they had destroyed Almoravid power in North Africa. Soon after, they crossed into Iberia and replaced the Almoravid rule entirely. By this stage, the Christian powers of Leon Castile, Aragon, Catalonia, and the young Kingdom of Portugal had grown into formidable forces. Although the Almohads enjoyed a period of success and won a major victory late in the century, their advance was ultimately halted. A decisive defeat early in the 13th century shattered their power. Over the next several decades, Christian armies captured most of the remaining Muslim-held cities. Córdoba fell first, then Valencia, and finally Seville. These conquests proved permanent. This outlines the broad military and political developments of the period, from the late 11th to the mid-13th century. To understand why events unfolded in this way, one must look beyond battles and rulers to deeper patterns. Centuries later, a North African thinker reflected on the recurring rise and fall of Berber powers. He argued that harsh environments produced resilient societies, marked by strong internal cohesion. Such communities, hardened by scarcity, made formidable warriors. Yet physical toughness alone did not explain their success. What transformed strength into conquest was religious conviction. Shared belief dissolved rivalries, unified purpose, and turned scattered tribes into a single force prepared to fight and die for a common cause. When these elements aligned, expansion followed. But victory carried the seeds of decay. Exposure to wealth, comfort, and urban life weakened discipline. Over time, conquerors absorbed the habits of the societies they ruled. Their unity dissolved, leaving them vulnerable to the next wave rising from the margins. The Almoravid movement fit this pattern closely. Its origins lay among Berber tribes, living on the edges of the Sahara. Although these peoples had embraced Islam earlier, their practice was superficial. A religious teacher arrived among them in the middle of the 11th century with the aim of enforcing stricter observance. His message was initially rejected. Forced to withdraw, he and a handful of followers established a small religious community along the Atlantic coast. The group lived simply, trained themselves for defense, and spread their teachings by example. Over time, this disciplined community grew. Converts joined. The movement promised unity beyond tribal divisions and offered moral clarity in a fragmented society. After years of preparation, it returned to confront the tribes that had once dismissed it. Within 2 decades, the entire confederation had submitted. Leadership passed to a new generation, and one commander led the movement north across the mountains into the heart of Morocco, founding a new capital that would soon dominate the region. As the Almoravids expanded, they encountered the Muslim rulers of Iberia. The gulf between them was profound. The Taifa courts of Al-Andalus were heirs to centuries of urban culture, literature, and refined customs. The Almoravids came from a stark world of austerity. Their leaders lived simply, spoke Arabic imperfectly, and rejected the elegance of Andalusi court life as corrupt and irreligious. They saw themselves as enforcers of religious purity, charged with restoring proper conduct. From their perspective, the rulers of Iberia stood guilty of serious violations. They had abandoned allegiance to the wider Islamic authority. They paid tribute to Christian kings, something forbidden under religious law. To meet these demands, they imposed taxes lacking legal sanction. In some states, Jews exercised authority over Muslims, an arrangement that deeply troubled conservative opinion. These were not minor faults, but fundamental breaches. Other practices added to the charge. Astrology flourished at court despite religious objections. Wine and music filled palaces. Rulers sought pleasure and prediction rather than piety. Contemporary critics condemned what they saw as moral decay. Some voices accused the Taifa rulers of betraying their faith and endangering the community. Tribute itself could not remain merely financial. Christian kings relied on warrior elites who demanded land, captives, and conquest. What began as protection payments evolved into territorial expansion. Cities were taken, populations expelled, and new settlements established. Toledo, once protected, became absorbed outright. Its fall sent shockwaves through Muslim Iberia. Fear drove the remaining rulers to seek help from across the sea. The Almoravids answered the call. Their arrival brought a crushing defeat to Christian forces and halted further advance. Suspicion ran both ways. Andalusi rulers feared their allies. Almoravid leaders despised the decadence they encountered. Soon, encouraged by religious authorities and emboldened by defections, the Almoravids moved against the Taifa kings themselves. One by one, rulers were deposed and exiled. Their courts fell silent. Their wealth was seized. The new regime reunited Al-Andalus, but under harsher terms. It became an extension of North African rule. Religious policy grew stricter. Christian and Jewish communities faced increasing pressure. Churches were destroyed. Bishops imprisoned. Many Christians fled north, while others were forcibly relocated across the sea. This repression intensified hostility in the Christian kingdoms. It also ended the flow of gold that had sustained them. Royal finances collapsed. Alliances frayed. Even distant institutions suffered. A great monastery in Burgundy, long supported by Iberian tribute, faced crisis when payments stopped. Yet the connections forged earlier endured. Religious reform spread through Spain. Clergy from across Europe arrived. Noble families crossed the mountains seeking land, reward, and glory. Epic traditions shaped their outlook. To fight in Iberia was to reenact legendary struggles against the infidel. These warriors came not only as soldiers, but as governors and settlers. They carried with them ideas of conquest, faith, and destiny that reshaped the peninsula. What had begun as local conflict became part of a wider transformation. The arrival of North African reformers restored unity to Muslim Spain for a time, but at a high cost. Rigid discipline replaced flexibility. Hostility hardened, the balance tipped when the next wave of reformers arrived. Even more severe, the fragile equilibrium collapsed entirely. The world of Taifa courts, poetry, compromise, and fragile alliances disappeared. A harsher age took its place, shaped by ideology, conquest, and irreversible change. The religious world of the feudal elite was shaped by two dominant practices: pilgrimage and war. Noblemen and noblewomen travelled to sacred sites, and aristocratic warriors fought in conflicts that church leaders defined as holy. These church leaders were often members of the same noble families as the warriors themselves. Among the most important pilgrimage destinations of the age was the tomb of St. James at Santiago de Compostela in northwestern Spain. The shrine drew travellers from across Europe and played a quiet but powerful role in introducing many of them to the possibilities that Spain offered, both spiritual and worldly. At the same time, warfare was being given a new religious meaning. The idea of fighting for God was not new in Christian thought. But during the 11th century, it was reshaped into something far more aggressive. War against non-Christians began to be presented not merely as a defensive necessity, but as an act that could earn spiritual reward. For a Christian knight, combat against the infidel was increasingly described as a path to salvation. From this idea emerged the foundations of crusading ideology. The Pope who turned this developing concept into action was Urban II. In 1095 he addressed a large gathering at Clermont, an audience dominated by French warrior aristocrats. Urban himself came from a noble French family and had once been a monk at Cluny. When the First Crusade set out, many prominent nobles joined the expedition that would capture Jerusalem in 1099. Among them were the Counts of Perche, Béarn, and Bigorre. Another French noble and former Cluniac monk stood among the listeners at Clermont but did not take the cross. Instead, he would play a decisive role in Spain. This man was Bernard, newly appointed Archbishop of Toledo. Bernard possessed enormous energy and unwavering confidence. His background shaped his attitudes, and in his dealings with Muslims, he showed little inclination toward compromise. When Toledo was conquered, King Alfonso VI had allowed the Muslim population to retain their main mosque and continue worship there. Bernard overturned this policy. He seized the mosque and transformed it into his cathedral, and evidence suggests that he carried out similar actions throughout his diocese, from the Tagus River north to the Guadarrama Mountains. These events unfolded during a broader movement of church reform often associated with Pope Gregory VII. The reformers believed the church had been corrupted by its entanglement with secular power. Their response was to sever those ties. Clerical celibacy was enforced, and lay involvement in the appointment of bishops and abbots was condemned. A purified clergy, they argued, should guide society itself, assigning roles to the laity and supervising their fulfillment. Authority would flow upward through bishops and archbishops to the Pope. Redirecting secular violence into enterprises sanctioned by the Church became a central feature of this vision. Crusading warfare fit perfectly within that framework. Bernard of Toledo emerged as the leading reformer in the Spanish Church. Under his influence, Spain's ecclesiastical institutions were drawn into much closer alignment with Rome. Spanish churchmen were encouraged to attend papal councils and return home to enforce reforming legislation. Bernard brought reform-minded clergy from France and placed them in positions of power across Castile. By the early 12th century, nearly every diocese in the region was held by one of his associates. One of them, Raymond of Osma, later succeeded Bernard as Archbishop of Toledo. Bernard also collaborated with Alfonso the Battler of Aragon in founding a military brotherhood whose members pledged never to live at peace with Muslims and to dedicate their lives to fighting them. All of this had profound consequences for Islamic Spain. During the first half of the 12th century, relations between Christians and Muslims grew increasingly hostile. On the Muslim side, this shift was driven by the rise of the Almoravids. On the Christian side, it was shaped by imported ideas carried into Spain by monks from Cluny, foreign warriors, reforming clergy, pilgrims, and papal agents. The earlier strategy of extracting tribute from Muslim neighbours was gradually replaced by a program of outright conquest framed in religious terms. This transformation did not occur suddenly, and the political realities of the 12th century resist simple division. The Iberian Peninsula was not a battlefield between two unified religious camps. Alliances crossed confessional lines, and individual careers often defied ideological boundaries. One such example is Saif al-Dawla, son of the last Hudid ruler of Zaragoza. After his father was overthrown by the Almoravids, Saif al-Dawla held a small territory near Rueda for 2 decades. After his death, he entered the service of the Christian king Alfonso VII, surrendered his lands, and was rewarded with military commands on the frontier near Toledo. He fought alongside Christian armies against Muslim territories and appeared at royal ceremonies, including Alfonso's imperial coronation. Later, he played a leading role in revolts against Almoravid rule in southern Spain and briefly held power in Córdoba. When Almoravid authority collapsed, he attempted to carve out a new principality, but was eventually killed under suspicious circumstances by agents of the very king he had served. Movement also occurred in the opposite direction. Reverter, a Catalan noble and viscount, was captured by the Almoravids and entered their service as a mercenary. Despite Almoravid hostility to Christianity, they employed Christians in military and administrative roles. Reverter fought against the rising Almohads in North Africa and died there. His widow returned to Catalonia, where her tomb bears inscriptions in both Latin and Arabic. Of their sons, one became a Muslim and joined the Almohads. The other returned to Spain, served the Count of Barcelona, signed documents in Arabic, lent money to the government, and eventually joined the Knights Templar. Such careers were made possible by the gradual weakening of Almoravid rule. Although the Almoravids had entered Al-Andalus as defenders of Islam, they ruled as conquerors. Their leadership was devout, but discipline among the rank and file was poor. Their administration relied heavily on Andalusi officials shipped to Morocco, while Berber elites remained detached from local society. They indulged in luxury, failed to recover lost territories, alienated Christians and Jews through persecution and taxation, and became divided by tribal rivalries. Revolts began as early as 1119, and within a generation their authority was unravelling. At the same time, a new threat emerged in Morocco. The Almohad movement arose under the leadership of Muhammad ibn Tumat, a Berber religious reformer influenced by Islamic thought from the eastern Mediterranean. He denounced Almoravid corruption, preached strict monotheism, destroyed symbols of moral decay, and eventually withdrew to the Atlas Mountains. There, he built a disciplined movement that transcended tribal divisions. In 1121, he was proclaimed the Mahdi by his followers, and after his death, his successor, Abd al-Mumin, transformed the movement into a vast empire stretching from the Atlantic to Tunisia and into Spain. By the mid-12th century, Almoravid power collapsed entirely. Rebellions spread across Al-Andalus, central authority disintegrated, and local rulers emerged once again. External intervention followed, confusion reigned, and the peninsula entered another period of fragmentation. It is within this turbulent landscape that the next phase of Iberian history would unfold. In the southwest of the peninsula, the collapse of Almoravid authority did not produce a neat transfer of power. It opened space for religious movements, local revolts, shifting alliances, and sudden violence. One of the most striking figures to emerge in this region was Ibn Qasi, a spiritual teacher and mystic associated with the Sufi tradition. He gathered followers into a movement known as Al-Muridin, a name that suggested disciplined devotion and religious training. Their base was at Seville, where a fortified religious community served as both sanctuary and headquarters. The Almoravids tried repeatedly to crush the group, but they failed to eliminate it. Then, in 1144, rebellion spread across the Algarve. Almoravid control fractured, towns and districts moved in different directions, and the region slid into a confused struggle for survival. In that turmoil, Ibn Qasi looked beyond Iberia for backing and appealed to the Almohads, whose rising power across the straits was already reshaping North Africa. The Almohads responded decisively. In 1146, an Almohad force crossed into Spain and, with Ibn Qasi as an ally, helped seize Seville, a major city that had resisted earlier uprisings and remained loyal to the Almoravid cause. Yet the partnership did not last. Ideological differences, rival ambitions, and the practical realities of military occupation quickly turned cooperation into conflict. Fighting broke out between Almohad forces and the Muradin, and the imbalance was severe. Ibn Qarsi was pushed back toward his original base at Silves. There, in 1151, he was assassinated. With his death, the movement lost its cohesion, and the Almohads retained control of the Algarve, turning a temporary intervention into a lasting foothold. In eastern and southeastern Iberia, the pattern was different. After the death of Saif al-Dawla in 1146, a new power broker seized the opportunity presented by the crumbling Almoravid order. Muhammad ibn Mardanish established himself at Murcia and Valencia and built an independent principality that became one of the most significant obstacles to Almohad expansion. Christian sources gave him a memorable name, King Wolf, and his reputation reflected a political style that seemed unusually adaptable. He was prepared to bargain with Castile and Aragon, accept subsidies, and trade concessions for security. He was not seen as an unpredictable turncoat in the manner of earlier figures. Instead, he presented himself as a reliable partner for Christian rulers, precisely because his survival depended on keeping Almohad armies at a distance. He also understood the value of image. He cultivated a public identity that blended cultures, rather than insisting on separation. Romance speech was used where Arabic might have been expected, and his court adopted the dress, habits, and martial style familiar to Western aristocrats. This was not simple imitation. It was political theatre designed to reassure allies and intimidate rivals. Through careful diplomacy, Christian financial support, and continuous fighting, he preserved his state for decades. At its height, his territory covered much of the southeastern quarter of the peninsula. More importantly, it delayed Almohad consolidation for roughly a generation, forcing the Almohads to spend years grinding against a frontier that refused to collapse. While Muslim powers struggled among themselves, Christian rulers were quick to exploit the instability. Alfonso VII of Leon and Castile pursued an ambitious policy in the 1130s and 1140s, attempting to follow the expansionist path of his grandfather, the Conqueror of Toledo. From bases along the Tagus, raids pushed deep into the south. The disorder of the mid-century revolts gave him rare openings. In 1146, for a brief moment, Córdoba fell into his hands. The following year brought an even bolder move. In cooperation with Genoese allies who supplied ships and maritime expertise, Alfonso captured the port of Almeria. This gave Castile something it had never had before, a direct outlet onto the Mediterranean. Yet these gains did not endure. The Almohads recovered Córdoba in 1148 and retook Almeria in 1157. The episode revealed both the possibilities created by Andalusi fragmentation and the limits of Christian power when a strong North African empire committed itself to reconquest. Farther west, however, a conquest achieved in the same era proved permanent and changed the political map for good. The Portuguese county had long been tied to the politics of Leon and Castile, but a new generation pushed toward independence. Afonso, the son of Count Henry and Teresa, emerged as the central figure. He broke away from the authority of his cousin Alfonso VII and built legitimacy through war, diplomacy, and recognition from the papacy. In 1139, he won a major victory against an Almoravid army. Soon afterward, he adopted the title of king, and in 1143 he secured formal acknowledgement of his monarchy by Rome. This recognition mattered because it anchored Portuguese independence in international religious authority as well as in battlefield success. Afonso's most famous early triumph came in 1147 with the capture of Lisbon. He arranged for ships from England and the Low Countries to join the campaign. The city was attacked from the sea while Portuguese forces sealed it off on land, creating a coordinated siege that squeezed defenders from both directions. An English participant later wrote an account of the operation that reads like first-hand military reporting, unusually vivid for the period. The new bishop appointed to Lisbon after its fall was also English, Gilbert of Hastings. These details mark the beginning of a durable relationship between Portugal and the English world, one that would continue to shape diplomacy and commerce long after the siege ended. After Lisbon, some of the same ships sailed eastward into the Mediterranean and assisted another major capture, Tortosa at the mouth of the Ebro, taken by Ramon Berenguer IV in 1148. Some northern Europeans even settled in Catalonia, becoming part of the human movement tied to crusading roots and frontier opportunities. These years around the middle of the 12th century brought moments of optimism to Christian kingdoms, but the larger trend soon moved in the opposite direction. Almohad power continued to rise and then to harden into a dominant force. The initial base established in the Algarve was expanded. Granada fell under Almohad control in 1154, and Almeria was recovered in 1157. The founding of Gibraltar in 1159 was not a symbolic gesture, but a strategic tool. It made it easier to transport troops and supplies, and to launch large-scale operations into Iberia. A full invasion followed in 1160. After the death of Abd al-Mumin in 1163, the tempo briefly slowed, but his successor, Yusuf I, resumed pressure with renewed energy. In the west, the Portuguese adventurer, Geraldo the Fearless, seized Badajoz and built a reputation as a frontier raider. But in 1169, Almohad forces drove him out. In the east, King Wolf's state faced sustained Almohad attacks through the 1160s. When he died in 1172, his political structure collapsed quickly, and by 1173, nearly all of Al-Andalus was under Almohad control, aside from the Balearic Islands, which remained outside their grasp for a time. The Almohad Empire reached its high point in the last quarter of the 12th century. In 1191, they recaptured Alcácer do Sal, a key fortress guarding the southern approaches to Lisbon. In 1195, they inflicted a heavy defeat on Castile at Alarcos, the most serious Christian setback since Sagrajas, more than a century earlier. In 1196 and 1197, Almohad forces crossed the Tagus frontier and devastated territory near Madrid, even laying siege to the town briefly in 1197. In 1203, they absorbed the Balearic Islands, completing their control over the main remaining Muslim enclave beyond the peninsula's mainland. These reversals felt especially painful to Western Christians because they coincided with disasters in the eastern Mediterranean. In 1187, Saladin crushed the Crusader armies at Hattin and took Jerusalem. The Third Crusade, led by Richard of England, failed to retake the city. By the time Saladin died in 1194, the political strength of Middle Eastern Islam appeared greater than it had been in generations, and a century of Western crusading seemed to have achieved very little. In Iberia, Almohad's success was helped by the weakness and division of their opponents. Aragon and Catalonia had been joined in a federation in 1137, an arrangement that endured despite tensions. But the Western Christian kingdoms were unstable. Alfonso VII divided his realm between his sons, separating Leon and Castile, a split that would last for decades. Rivalries among Navarre, Castile, Leon, and Portugal became constant. Under these conditions, coordinated defense against a unified imperial enemy was extremely difficult. The political culture of the period was also marked by startling shifts of allegiance. One dramatic example involved Pedro Fernández de Castro, a powerful Castilian noble who quarrelled with Alfonso VIII and defected to the Almohads. He fought on the Muslim side at Alarcos. In the following year, the Almohad ruler Yaqub entrusted him with command of Muslim troops intended to cooperate with the King of Leon in an attack on Castile. The plan was executed with brutal efficiency. Yaqub devastated the Tagus Valley while Pedro Fernández ravaged the northern plains around Palencia. At the same time, Almohad diplomacy inflamed Navarre's border disputes with Castile, prompting Sancho VII of Navarre to invade from the north. Within a year of a defeat that shocked observers across Western Europe, Castile faced attacks from multiple directions. By a Muslim army, by a Christian neighbour, and by a close relative whose campaign depended on Muslim forces led by a renegade Castilian. Such actions scandalized religious opinion, and papal pressure for unity among Christian rulers intensified. Pope Celestine III, elderly but experienced, had already served as a papal envoy in Spain earlier in life and understood the region's dangers. He issued excommunications against those who undermined Christian cooperation, reaffirmed Spain's standing as a legitimate theatre of holy war, and sent envoys to force peace. His successor, Innocent III, continued the pressure. After prolonged negotiations, a general peace among the Christian kingdoms was reached in 1207. Meanwhile, the Almohads, focused on securing the Balearics, granted a series of short truces that unintentionally gave Castile time to recover and prepare. Castile's response culminated in the campaign of 1212. This was not a spontaneous raid, but a carefully organised offensive, shaped by political planning and religious mobilisation. Pope Innocent urged bishops in France to encourage knights to support the Castilian king. Public acts of prayer and fasting were held in Rome to frame the war as a sacred endeavour. Rodrigo Jiménez de Rada, the new Archbishop of Toledo, travelled through France recruiting warriors, especially from the southern regions. Troubadours reinforced the message in their songs, mixing spiritual rhetoric with the social ambitions and private dramas of aristocratic life. Forces assembled at Toledo in late May. Castilians and French contingents, later joined by armies from Aragon and Navarre. The coalition marched south. Many of the French soon abandoned the expedition, reportedly overwhelmed by the summer heat of Andalusia. The Almohad ruler, Muhammad, had used the time to prepare and positioned his army on the plain of Las Navas de Tolosa, near the Despeñaperros Pass, through the Sierra Morena, a strategic choke point on the road between central and southern Spain. The Almohads blocked the most direct route, forcing the Christian army toward a narrow canyon. But a local shepherd guided the allies through an alternative pass unknown to Almohad scouts. This allowed the coalition to reach a favourable position and camp without harassment. The battle took place on Monday, the 16th of July. Fighting was intense and costly, but the outcome was decisive. The Almohad army broke, Muhammad fled, and his standard was left behind. Alfonso later presented it to the religious foundation he had established at Las Huelgas near Burgos, where it remained as a visible trophy of victory. In a letter to Pope Innocent, the king emphasized the scale of the enemy and described how, for days after the battle, the Allied army used captured arrows and spears as fuel for cooking fires. So vast was the debris left on the field. The decades that followed transformed Iberia. Between Las Navas and the death of Fernando III in 1252, most of Al-Andalus passed permanently into the hands of Aragon, Castile, and Portugal. This was not an effortless takeover. The process contained danger, reversals, and moments when the outcome was far from certain. Yet Christian morale rose steadily, reinforced by the weakening of Almohad power and the internal problems spreading through their empire. Almohad decline had multiple causes. The military shock of 1212 was severe, but it was not the only wound. The original spiritual program of Ibn Tumat faded as the empire matured into a dynasty. Early ideals had stressed religious virtue over bloodline, yet succession gradually became hereditary. Stories circulated about Abd al-Mu'min rejecting dynastic inheritance at first, insisting that leadership should be based on godliness rather than family, then later reversing his position. Whatever the exact truth, the effect was clear. A movement that had begun as a disciplined community dedicated to reform became a state ruled by a single lineage. This change widened the distance between rulers and subjects. Tribal divisions among Berber groups, never fully erased, returned with force. The leadership increasingly relied on outside military recruits, including Bedouin forces drawn from Algeria, echoing earlier patterns in Iberian history, where rulers imported soldiers to secure their power. These troops required payment, taxes increased, and in times of instability, mercenary forces became a destabilizing factor rather than a solution. New enemies also emerged within North Africa. The Banu Marine, pastoral groups living on the margins of Almohad authority in eastern Morocco, had never been fully absorbed by the empire. After Las Navas, they moved northward toward the Mediterranean in a sudden and ominous migration. From there, they began the wars that would eventually replace Almohad rule in Morocco. Almohad leaders responded with defensive measures that revealed their anxiety. Fortifications were strengthened, cities were reinforced, and new defensive structures were built, including major works in Seville designed to resist attack from the sea. The sense of insecurity was justified. Yusuf II died in 1224 in a freak accident, and the succession crisis that followed shattered centralized control. Authority in both North Africa and Iberia fractured, and regional commanders and local rulers began acting independently. This fragmentation created the opening that Christian rulers had long awaited. In the early 13th century, two kings in particular moved decisively: James I of Aragon and Fernando III of Castile. Alongside them stood Sancho II of Portugal, energetic and persistent, even if less visible in the sources. In Portugal, expansion south of Lisbon accelerated. Over a relatively short span, territories west of the Guadiana and south of the capital were incorporated into the Portuguese crown, culminating in the capture of key cities that fixed Portugal's borders in a form that would endure. In the eastern Mediterranean world of Iberia, Aragon's advance was shaped by both political ambition and maritime strength. James I, after years of internal disorder and noble rebellion, turned outward. The merchant families of Barcelona favoured a naval offensive, and the first target became the Balearic Islands. In 1229, a large fleet sailed for Majorca. Palma fell by the end of the year, and resistance was crushed in the months that followed. Minorca accepted subordination soon afterward, and further islands were taken in the next phase. These operations were not isolated raids. They were the foundation of a wider maritime presence that would later reach deep into the central Mediterranean. With secure sea routes and island bases, James pushed south along the coast toward Valencia. He combined negotiation with force, gradually tightening control over towns and countryside. Valencia, shaken by the political turmoil of the post-Almohad period, became the central prize. A long siege followed, supported by naval blockade that cut off relief from North Africa. In September 1238, the city surrendered and the Aragonese banner was raised. In the years that followed, additional towns surrendered one after another. By the time James died, he had dramatically expanded his realm and reshaped the balance of power along the Mediterranean shore. Castile's expansion under Fernando III was even larger in territorial scale. A key condition was the reunion of Leon and Castile in 1230, ending the division that had weakened Christian coordination for decades. Leon already possessed major conquests in Extremadura, including Cáceres, Mérida, and Badajoz, which extended Christian control far south toward the Guadiana. Fernando inherited this strengthened base and used it to drive deeper into Andalusi territory. Detailed accounts survive in contemporary chronicles, including one written by Rodrigo Jiménez de Rada, the Archbishop of Toledo, who combined political influence, administrative skill, and intellectual ambition. He became one of the most powerful churchmen of the Middle Ages in Iberia and played a decisive role in mobilizing religious support for Castile's southern campaigns. Under Fernando, conquest was not presented merely as opportunism, but increasingly framed as a sustained mission backed by institutions, propaganda, and the growing confidence of a society convinced that the balance of power had finally turned. The three main narrative sources of the age all bring their stories to a close with the capture of Córdoba in 1236. To those writers, the city's fall looked like the natural climax of Fernando III's career. In one sense, it was. Córdoba carried a weight of memory and symbolism that few places in Iberia could match. Yet the campaign that delivered it to Castile was not the result of a long, carefully staged plan. It began as an accident of war, triggered by initiative on the ground, and then amplified by a king willing to gamble. Córdoba at the time was unstable, its political order fractured in the same way that other Andalusi cities were fractured in these years. Into this uncertainty stepped a band of freelance Christian fighters, soldiers of fortune who operated on the edges of official armies. One winter night, under cover of darkness, they slipped into the city and seized a suburb. It was a small gain and a dangerous one. A foothold like this could easily be wiped out if the defenders reacted quickly and decisively. The raiders understood that their position would not survive without reinforcement, so they sent urgent messages to Fernando III asking him to come at once. The timing was unfavourable. It was January, and the weather was soaked and heavy with winter rain. The king was far away at Benavente, near the borders of Leon and Galicia, roughly 300 miles from Córdoba. Many rulers would have hesitated, judged the distance too great, the season too harsh, the risks too high. Fernando chose the opposite. Whether it was courage or recklessness depended on who later told the story, but the decision was made quickly. He gathered whatever forces he could, rode hard for the south, and reached the captured suburb in time to stabilize the situation. With the foothold secured, siege began. Reinforcements did not appear all at once. They arrived gradually from Castile, marching down in separate contingents as news spread that the king was personally committed to the operation. Meanwhile, a Muslim force from Seville moved toward Córdoba in an attempt to relieve the city, yet it stopped short of a direct attack. The siege tightened, pressure grew, and the defenders' options narrowed. On June 29th, the city surrendered. The transfer of sacred space followed immediately, in a way that made the conquest feel final. That same evening, the Bishop of Osma, Juan, who served as royal chancellor and is often linked to one of the contemporary histories, performed a formal rite to purify the main mosque and dedicate it as the Cathedral of Córdoba. On the next day, Fernando entered the city in ceremony, heard mass inside the newly consecrated building, and then held court in the nearby palace with his leading nobles and bishops around him. For more than 5 centuries, Córdoba had been a core centre of Islamic authority in Iberia, celebrated for power, scholarship, and prestige. Now, it stood under a Christian king's administration. Even the objects of memory were pulled into the narrative of reversal. The bells that had once been taken from the shrine of St. James, in the late 10th century, carried away as war trophies during Al-Mansur's campaigns, were now sent back towards Santiago de Compostela. Their return was meant to announce something larger than a single victory. It signalled a turning of the wheel, the undoing of an earlier humiliation, and the claim that history itself was being forced into a new direction. After Córdoba, the work was not finished. The next years were spent extending control across the surrounding countryside and pushing deeper into Andalusia. Towns, castles, and river routes had to be secured. Garrisons were planted. Supply lines had to function. Victory in a famous city meant little if the region around it remained hostile. Yet as these practical tasks continued, attention increasingly fixed on a prize even larger in scale and consequence: Seville. In the autumn of 1246, Fernando moved against Seville and began the siege. What followed revealed the changing character of war in the peninsula. Control of the sea and of navigable rivers could decide the fate of major cities. Seville's link to the outside world ran through the Guadalquivir. The river carried supplies, messages, and reinforcement, and it connected the city to surviving Islamic strongholds in the south. A floating bridge of boats and platforms spanned the water between Seville and the suburb of Triana, serving as a vital artery for movement and communication. As long as that bridge held, Seville was not fully cut off. Fernando understood that the siege would succeed only if the river could be dominated. For this, he relied on maritime expertise and private wealth. He turned to Ramon Boniface, a financier from Burgos, and tasked him with assembling a fleet drawn from the growing ports along the Biscayan coast. The ships arrived in the summer of 1247 and began, little by little, to gain control of the Guadalquivir. It was not a single dramatic moment at first, but a steady tightening of the net as river traffic was disrupted and the besieged city found the outside world harder to reach. The decisive act came the following spring. Boniface's sailors drove their ships into the pontoon bridge and smashed it apart, severing the last reliable connection between Seville and the wider Islamic network that might have sustained it. Once that link was broken, the outcome was no longer uncertain in a military sense. The question became how long the city could endure. The summer of 1248 brought extreme heat, and the siege turned into a slow crisis of survival. Both the defenders inside the walls and the besiegers outside suffered. Water became scarce, food supplies dwindled, and disease spread through crowded camps and exhausted neighbourhoods. Within the city, conditions deteriorated steadily. The strain ground down morale. The defenders could see that no relief was coming. The logic of endurance collapsed under the weight of hunger, thirst, and fear. When negotiations finally took shape, Fernando showed little flexibility. He had decided that Seville must not only be taken but held permanently, and he acted on the belief that lasting control required demographic change. The terms demanded that every Muslim inhabitant leave the city, carrying only what could be transported by hand. The intention was clear. Seville would be resettled as an overwhelmingly Christian city, so that it could not easily return to its previous political and cultural identity. The conditions were severe, but the city's position had become hopeless. On 23rd November, the terms were accepted, and the population was granted 1 month to depart. Fernando made his formal entry on 22nd December, 1248. Behind the narrow lines of celebrating soldiers stretched streets that felt emptied of their former life. Many buildings stood abandoned. The withdrawal had happened under pressure and exhaustion, and people on the road could not carry everything they owned. In the city, animals that had not been eaten during the siege scavenged among discarded bundles and broken possessions. Seville was taken, but it was taken at a cost that could be felt in the silence of emptied houses and the disruption of a society forced to move. The emotional meaning of these losses echoed beyond Christian chronicles. A later Andalusi poet, Arundi, composed an elegy that treated the fall of Seville not as an isolated event, but as part of a wider unravelling. His verses move from city to city as if asking the land itself to testify. What became of Murcia? Where is Játiva? What happened to Jaén, and what remains of Cordoba's learning? He describes Seville by its river, once associated with prosperity and gathering, now transformed. The poem frames the cities as pillars holding up the country, and it insists that when the pillars fall, the structure cannot stand. In Arundi's vision, even the physical features of worship become mourners. Ablution fountains are imagined as weeping. Prayer niches and pulpits are given voices of lament, even though they are made of stone and wood. Mosques become churches, and the soundscape changes as bells ring, where calls to prayer once shaped the air. The final warning is directed not at a single ruler, but at anyone who believes fortune will sleep forever. Fate, the poem insists, remains awake, and what happened to Seville is a message written in the ruins of certainty. Seville stood at the heart of Almohad Spain when the dynasty reached its strongest position in the late 12th century. It was more than an administrative centre. It was a showcase city, a place where the rulers of Al-Andalus wanted to be seen, where authority could be staged in stone and ceremony. One of their most ambitious acts of public devotion was the rebuilding of the main mosque on a monumental scale. Almost all of that complex has vanished, yet one element still dominates the skyline: the Great Tower, later known as the Giralda, raised around the year 1185. In the wider Islamic world, tall towers attached to mosques were not an ancient universal feature. They became more common over time, and in the Western Islamic lands they seem to have gained special momentum under Almohad rule. The Almohads used such towers as deliberate statements. Their religious program emphasized strict unity of belief and a highly visible, disciplined image of orthodoxy. Architecture became one of the tools that carried that message. Tinmal, the spiritual centre associated with their early movement, had a tower. In Marrakesh, a huge tower rose beside the Koutoubia Mosque under Abd al-Mumin. These projects were not simply about calling worshippers to prayer. They were meant to announce order, certainty, and dominance. The most ambitious of all was planned at Rabat, where construction began on a massive tower for the Mosque of Hassan after the Almohad victory over Alfonso VIII at Alarcos in 1195. The project stalled when the ruler Yaqub died in 1199, and it was never completed. Its unfinished bulk still stands as a kind of frozen moment in time, marking both the peak of Almohad confidence and the weakening that followed. These surviving monuments are the clearest reminders of Almohad patronage. Yet in many respects, the cultural brilliance of earlier centuries in Islamic Spain was difficult to match. The age of the Umayyad Caliphate and the Taifa courts had set an extraordinarily high standard in scholarship, literature, and courtly refinement. Under the Almoravids and Almohads, the overall level did not rise beyond that earlier world. Still, vitality did not disappear. Poetry retained force, and the voice of Arundi, mourning the loss of cities, shows that literary expression remained sharp and emotionally powerful. Scientific work also continued. Medical writing in particular remained active, with serious treatises produced and circulated among the educated elite. Philosophy, too, was alive. and under Almohad rule, it gained a distinctive intensity. One window into that intellectual climate is a remarkable story written by Ibn Tufayl, a physician who served the Almohad ruler, Yusuf I. He composed a narrative about a child named Hay, raised in complete isolation on a deserted island, nourished by a gazelle and left without teachers, books, or society. Through observation, reflection, and disciplined thought, Hay constructs a complete understanding of the world and arrives at a religious and philosophical vision on his own. Eventually another man arrives, Asal, who comes from a populated island shaped by formal religion and social customs. Asal seeks solitude for spiritual practice and finds instead a thinker who seems to have reached the same truths without revelation or tradition. When the two compare their ideas, they discover that their conclusions align. Full of confidence, they travel together to Asal's society, believing they can lift the community to a purer understanding. The outcome is not what they expect. The ruler and the people have little interest in the demanding worldview offered by two idealists. They reject the attempt to reform them. In outline, the story might sound like a dry lesson, but it is told with elegance and warmth, with a tone that invites the listener to keep going. The narrative became widely admired not only in Islamic lands, but also in European translations centuries later. An English translation produced in the 17th century is often linked to the imaginative background of later European literature, and some have suggested that its themes helped shape the atmosphere in which stories of isolated islands and self-taught survival later flourished. The novel reflects a larger argument that animated many educated circles in 12th century Iberia: how reason and faith relate to one another, and how far philosophical inquiry can travel without colliding with religious authority. Ibn Tufayl was not alone in wrestling with these questions. He also played a key role in bringing a younger figure to the attention of the Almohad court, a thinker whose name would echo across both Islamic and Christian intellectual history. That man was Ibn Rushd, known in Latin Europe as Averroes. Averroes came from Córdoba, from a family respected in legal circles. Several generations before him had gained prominence as jurists, and he inherited both education and expectation. He grew up during years of political upheaval when Almoravid control in Al-Andalus was weakening and new power was arriving from North Africa. When the Almohads took Córdoba in 1148, he was a young man and early on he supported the new regime. Through Ibn Tufayl's patronage, he entered court circles in the middle of the century and moved into public life at the intersection of scholarship, law, and power. He served as a religious judge in major cities, including Seville and Córdoba, and he held authority over cases where law and doctrine mattered deeply. He also became physician and advisor to Almohad rulers, trusted enough to work close to the centre of decision-making. Then, in a sudden reversal that remains difficult to explain in detail, he lost favour and was exiled in 1195, likely the result of court tensions that can only be guessed at now. Not long before his death in 1198, he was restored. Despite heavy official responsibilities, Averroes wrote relentlessly. He belongs to that rare category of individuals who combine many skills without losing depth. He produced medical work grounded in long practice and experience, assembling broad knowledge into a structured compendium. He engaged with astronomy and observation, and his intellectual life ranged widely across the fields, studied by learned people of his day. Yet his enduring reputation rests most strongly on philosophy, especially his deep engagement with Aristotle. Averroes treated Aristotle not as a distant curiosity, but as a central guide to how the world could be understood. He wrote explanations and commentaries on nearly everything he could access, from logic and ethics to biology and natural phenomena, shaping Aristotle's writings into a framework his own society could debate. He also addressed parts of Plato's work, including political ideas that pushed beyond simple moral instruction. For him, Aristotle represented an extraordinary achievement of human thought, a model of disciplined reasoning. Yet that admiration created tension. Islam is rooted in revelation, in divine speech communicated through the prophet and recorded in sacred scripture. For a devout judge and court scholar, the authority of revelation could not be treated lightly. Aristotle, by contrast, offered a method that seemed to make divine reference unnecessary for many questions. The world could be explained through observation, analysis, and inference, step by step, by the human mind. This was not a purely academic puzzle. It touched the foundations of authority, education, and legitimacy. Averroes did not try to destroy religion in the name of reason. He tried to map the boundary and explore whether the two could be reconciled. One of his best-known themes was the possibility of agreement between philosophical inquiry and religious truth. His writings examine how scriptural language works, how interpretation should be handled, and whether different levels of understanding might be appropriate for different audiences. He did not end the argument, and no one ever does. But he widened the space in which the argument could happen, offering methods, distinctions, and a bold confidence that inquiry itself was not a betrayal of faith. The afterlife of his thought became enormous in Christian Europe. As Latin scholars in the 13th and 14th centuries absorbed Greek philosophy through Arabic channels, Aristotle arrived as a disruptive force in universities and monastic schools. European theologians and philosophers faced the same friction between reasoned explanation and revealed doctrine. In that debate, Averroes became indispensable. He was treated as the great interpreter of Aristotle, the voice that could guide readers through difficult texts. Writers across Europe cited him constantly, sometimes to borrow his insights, sometimes to argue against him, but always to take him seriously. Even those who sought to build a Christian synthesis between reason and revelation made frequent use of his work because his commentaries clarified what had to be answered. These intellectual achievements and architectural monuments offer one view of the Almohad era. Yet as the 12th and 13th centuries progressed, the story of Islamic Spain increasingly became something else as well. The story of Muslim communities living under Christian rulers in expanding kingdoms. The political map was changing. Areas once governed by Islamic states were absorbed into Christian monarchies, and large numbers of Muslims remained behind as conquered subjects rather than emigrating or being expelled. Modern discussions often describe this situation with a term that implies coexistence and shared life. It can suggest a calm, balanced society where cultural differences are accepted with ease. The reality was more complicated. Multi-faith societies had existed before in Iberia, during the height of the Caliphate and under the Taifa rulers. They also existed elsewhere in medieval Europe, including Norman Sicily and the Crusader states in the Eastern Mediterranean. Iberia was not the only place where Christians, Muslims, and Jews lived in proximity, traded, argued, and sometimes collaborated. What does stand out is that Iberian coexistence lasted longer than most comparable experiments, continuing even as broader European culture shifted toward tighter boundaries and harsher intolerance of difference. Long duration did not guarantee harmony. The language of rulers and intellectuals on both sides could be openly hostile. Christian kings sometimes described Muslims in ways that framed them as permanently untrustworthy, and Muslim scholars sometimes warned believers not to adopt Christian habits or customs. Whether such statements reflect ordinary daily relations or mainly reveal elite ideology is difficult to measure. Still, such voices show that the emotional climate could be charged and defensive even when communities lived side by side. What happened when a town came under Christian rule varied widely. The worst outcomes included killings during a capture, usually less a planned extermination than a collapse of discipline during the chaos of assault. Medieval armies were volatile. Violence could erupt suddenly, and in the confusion of sack and street fighting, people died who were not targeted for religion alone. Sometimes, even local Christians suffered. In other cases, fire and panic created deaths that might not have been intended, and later sources leave uncertainty about what commanders knew in the moment. Yet large-scale slaughter was rarely in anyone's interest. People were valuable. Captives could be exchanged, ransomed, or enslaved. Slavery remained an accepted institution in Iberia long after it was fading in many parts of Western Europe. Muslims taken in war were used as labour, just as Christians captured in Muslim campaigns could be forced into work in North Africa. Entire communities could be sold after conquest, with only the wealthy able to buy their freedom or secure passage abroad. Evidence from monastic records shows enslaved Muslims living far from the front lines, working as weavers, cobblers, and blacksmiths in religious communities that owned human beings as property. These were not isolated exceptions, but part of a broader social system. Alongside slavery, there was another path: remaining in place under new rulers. Islamic legal tradition contained opinions that encouraged believers to leave lands governed by non-Muslims, and in some cases people did depart, either by choice or under pressure. Other times, as in the forced evacuation of Seville, departure was imposed. But many stayed. They became Muslim subjects living under Christian authority, permitted to remain by agreement, by necessity, or because rulers saw advantage in keeping productive communities in place. Christian governments often formalized arrangements for these populations through written local rules, issued after conquest. These documents set out rights, taxes, obligations, and limits. In some places, Muslims were promised their property, freedom of worship, and internal leadership under their own legal traditions. Agreements could include freedom of movement and permission to trade. Taxes were imposed in the same way taxes were imposed on everyone, though the details could vary. Rules designed for one town were often copied and reused in others, spreading across regions as conquerors expanded. But the existence of protective rules did not mean daily life was equal. These texts show both intention and anxiety. Some clauses reveal fear of reprisals, as if authorities worried that events in Muslim lands might spark revenge against Muslims living under Christian rule. Other provisions point to routine discrimination. Muslims often managed their own communal affairs but had little influence over the wider municipal government. In some cities they lived in separate quarters, sometimes by choice, sometimes by pressure, sometimes behind walls built to keep populations apart. In court disputes between Muslims and Christians, procedures often favoured Christians. Tribunals could be composed entirely of Christian officials. Requirements for sworn support in legal conflicts could be structured in ways that made it easier for Christian litigants to find the necessary backing. Even punishments for crimes could reflect unequal valuation, with penalties for harming Muslims sometimes set lower than penalties for harming Christians. In practice, then, coexistence was a shifting field rather than a stable ideal. It involved negotiation, pressure, legal compromise, cultural distance, and economic need. People lived together, traded and worked, but also feared betrayal, suspected one another, and operated within systems that marked one community as dominant and another as subordinate. The story of the later medieval peninsula is filled with these contradictions. grand monuments of power and scholarship on one side, and on the other, the everyday realities of conquest, survival, and unequal life under changing flags. In everyday life, the line between Muslim and Christian communities had never been invisible. Even in times of relative calm, people could feel the difference in the most personal routines. What families ate, how they washed, how they married, how they marked purity and privacy. When Christian rule expanded into former Andalusi territories, the new municipal rules did not soften these boundaries. More often, they sharpened them. City law during the Conquest era tended to formalize separation and turn customs into enforced distance. Public bathhouses, for example, often operated on a strict schedule that kept communities apart, assigning different days to Christians, Muslims, and Jews. Households were restricted too. Christian families were typically forbidden to hire Muslim or Jewish women as wet nurses or childminders, reflecting a fear that intimacy inside the home could blur religious identity. Dress became another visible marker. Certain colours, fabrics, or styles were banned for Muslims living under Christian authority, a way of making difference readable on the street. The sharpest boundary of all concerned sexuality across the divide. Relations between a Muslim man and a Christian woman could bring extreme punishment, and the penalties described in law were designed to terrify as much as to punish. In many legal traditions of the period, a Muslim man involved with a Christian woman faced death by stoning, though some texts made distinctions depending on circumstances and repeated offences. The message was clear. Crossing that line was treated not as a private act, but as a public threat to communal order. Religious life was regulated in a similarly hard way. Muslim communities were often allowed to continue worship, but any attempt to spread Islam or publicly advocate conversion was strictly prohibited. This mirrored earlier restrictions imposed on Christians living under Muslim rule, where active missionary preaching could also be forbidden. Under Christian kings, conversion in the opposite direction was treated as treason to the faith. In both Aragon and Castile, a Christian who adopted Islam could face execution. At the same time, Muslims were compelled to show respect toward Christian rituals in public space. They might be required to stop working on Christian holy days. Rules could demand physical gestures of deference during processions, including kneeling as clergy carried the Eucharist through the streets. Laws even attempted to police speech. A Muslim who insulted central Christian sacred figures could be publicly whipped at first, with harsher mutilating punishment threatened for repeat offences. Economic pressure was built into the system as well. Muslims who acquired land from Christians could be required to pay church tithes on that property, binding them financially to an institution they did not belong to. The landscape of worship also changed. Conquerors regularly converted major mosques into churches. Smaller neighbourhood mosques sometimes survived, but taking over the principal mosque struck at a community's ability to gather as one body. Friday prayer, the great weekly act of public cohesion, became harder to maintain without a central space large enough to hold the whole community. This was one reason the Great Mosque of Córdoba still stands today, in altered form. It survived because it was repurposed, not because it was protected as a monument. Were Muslims forced into baptism in large numbers? In general, systematic forced conversion does not appear to have been the standard policy. Moral language existed that praised persuasion over coercion. Rulers and churchmen could echo an ideal that conversion should come through preaching and example rather than fear. Yet ideals on parchment did not always become enforceable practice, and even major legal compilations that spoke in humane tones did not always become binding law. Still, the broader pattern suggests that Christian authorities often preferred Muslims to remain as a taxable, regulated labour force, rather than to be driven into mass baptism that would create new complications of status and rights. Conversions nevertheless happened, sometimes framed as miracles. Chronicles tell stories of dramatic healings in cathedrals that were followed by a wave of baptisms among Jews and Muslims who witnessed them. Later, royal collections of devotional poetry also included narratives in which the Virgin Mary's intervention, such as the revival of a child, was said to lead a Muslim mother to embrace Christianity. Not all incentives were spiritual. In some places, freedom from slavery was offered to those who converted. But even that created conflict. Owners feared losing valuable property if enslaved people gained freedom through baptism. And church authorities sometimes complained that owners blocked conversions to protect their profits. Policies could shift under pressure, especially in newly conquered regions, where slaves were an essential labour resource and landowners resisted any rule that weakened their control. The strongest missionary energy often arrived from outside Iberia. Visitors from northern Europe sometimes reacted with outrage to any sign of accommodation between Christians and Muslims, believing confrontation to be the only proper stance. That same mindset persisted into later centuries, feeding pressure on local rulers and clergy to tighten boundaries and reduce ambiguity. Language, like religion, became a battlefield of identity. Arabic had not been spoken only by Muslims. Many Christians under Muslim rule, and even after conquest, had used Arabic as an everyday language. This created a long, messy transition in cities changing hands. Evidence from tombstones and legal documents reveals how mixed the cultural reality could be. A Christian might be buried in a church with a Latin epitaph, yet the same stone could carry an Arabic inscription using familiar Islamic phrases of mercy and the afterlife. It is a strange image. Christian identity asserted in one script, Islamic funerary language flowing around it like a second skin. Documents show similar hybridity. A family could appear fully Christian by name and parish, while still using Arabic in legal notes and speaking in expressions common in Islamic culture. In cities like Toledo, hundreds of records preserve Arabic signatures or Arabic additions appended to Latin charters, suggesting that Arabic remained useful and meaningful in daily transactions for generations. Over time, Arabic words flowed into the emerging Romance languages of the peninsula. Castilian, Portuguese, and Catalan absorbed thousands of terms connected to agriculture, crafts, trade, administration, and everyday objects. Yet Arabic, as a living written language, gradually weakened within many Muslim communities under Christian rule. By the 15th century, some Muslim scholars chose to write in Islamic guidance in Castilian because so few of their audience could read Arabic fluently. In some regions, however, Arabic lasted far longer. The decline was uneven. The distribution of Muslim communities under Christian rule was uneven as well. It is easy to imagine a simple gradient with few Muslims in the north and many in the south, but the reality was patchier. In Navarre, for instance, Tudela contained a substantial Muslim population. In Aragon, Muslims may have formed a significant fraction of the population in the later Middle Ages, but many lived in scattered rural settlements rather than in large urban concentrations, and assimilation progressed more rapidly. In Catalonia, Muslims were few outside certain towns. Valencia was the great exception within the Aragonese realms. The city itself saw expulsion after conquest, yet the surrounding countryside remained overwhelmingly Muslim for centuries, and both Arabic and Islamic practice retained strength there into the early modern period. In Old Castile, Leon, and northern Portugal, free Muslim communities were rare and many Muslims present were enslaved. In towns between the Duero and the Tagus, places like Avila, Segovia, Toledo, and Talavera, there were smaller but noticeable Muslim populations. South of the Tagus, much land was thinly settled and held in large estates, often associated with military institutions. Here, Muslims might survive as poor rural labourers or as groups of enslaved workers. In Andalusia, the picture shifted again. Towns were larger and denser, and Muslim communities, though altered by conquest and migration, often remained within urban life. Administrative records from several Andalusian cities help trace what happened after conquest. Property registers reveal the redistribution of houses and fields and the slow return of some Muslims to cities that had been emptied. In Seville, despite the harsh evacuation, Muslims drifted back with royal encouragement because settlers were needed, especially skilled craftspeople who could keep an economy functioning. A record from the mid-13th century can casually place a property between the homes of artisans with Muslim names, showing that practical necessity could soften absolute exclusion even after dramatic expulsions. Those who had the means often chose to leave. Many members of the old Muslim elite emigrated to North Africa or to the remaining Muslim kingdom of Granada. That departure changed the character of the communities that stayed. What remained was often a society without its leadership class, a population stripped of wealth and influence. Rebellions later erupted in different regions, and when they failed, further expulsions and migrations followed. Conquerors used revolts as justification to tighten restrictions and to revise earlier surrender agreements. In Valencia, free Muslim peasants were pushed into heavier obligations under local lords, lowering their status and living standards. Over time, the result could look like a subculture carrying a long injury, still alive, still skilled, but constrained and vulnerable. Even so, the scene should not be painted as pure misery, without exception. Much of the evidence for discrimination comes from laws describing how society was supposed to function, not necessarily how it always worked. Real life had more leakage across boundaries than the rules preferred. Church councils in the early 14th century complained that Christians were bringing Muslim friends to Mass. Clerics also protested that Muslim musicians were being hired to play inside churches during long night vigils to keep people awake and ease the boredom. These details reveal a social world more flexible than legal texts suggest, a world where friendship and entertainment could cut across official hostility. In social terms, however, Muslim communities under Christian rule were often pushed toward lower status. In rural settings, many worked as small farmers, gardeners, shepherds. In towns, they frequently held skilled trades: pottery, carpentry, textile work, leatherwork, masonry, plasterwork, metalwork, shipbuilding, bookbinding. They were not always unskilled labourers. In some fields, they were highly valued technicians. Famous paper production, metal casting, and fine ceramics carried their imprint. The most visible legacy is architectural. Brickwork, geometric ornament, intricate patterned surfaces in stucco and wood became associated with Muslim artisans working in Christian territories. Fortresses and churches could carry decorative languages that clearly descended from Islamic design traditions, adapted to new patrons and new settings. This is the core contradiction of the period. Conquerors could act with both restraint and harshness, sometimes within the same decade, sometimes within the same city. There was tolerance in the sense of allowing worship and permitting communities to remain. There was persecution in the sense of social separation, legal inequality, and periodic violence. Instead of turning this into a simple moral verdict, the deeper question is why the mixture persisted. A major part of the answer lies in settlement. Conquest did not secure land by itself. A kingdom held territory only if it could populate it, farm it, tax it, defend it, and rebuild it. Earlier experience had taught Christian rulers a hard lesson. Gains could be lost if there were not enough settlers to consolidate them. North African dynasties had rolled back earlier Christian conquests precisely because frontier territories had not yet been filled with stable populations loyal to the new regime. As long as the possibility of a renewed Islamic offensive from across the straits remained real, encouraging settlement became the main peacetime obsession of rulers, nobles, bishops, and administrators. The scale of the challenge was immense. Aragon expanded dramatically in the 12th century, and then again in the 13th. Castile, once fixed at the Tagus frontier, pushed within a century down toward the straits. Populations had to be moved, towns rebuilt, fields put under cultivation, fortresses garrisoned. In the early phases of Christian expansion, colonists came from the far north of Iberia. Mountain regions that seem remote today were then densely peopled, and land hunger drove families down into plains and river valleys. Place names still preserve traces of those movements. Over time, that northern supply could not meet the demand, and rulers looked beyond the Pyrenees. From the late 11th century and through much of the 12th, migrants arrived from across Europe, especially from what is now France. Some came as warriors, others as clergy, craftsmen, merchants, or settlers seeking land and opportunity. Italians were drawn by commerce. Genoese entrepreneurs followed military ventures with permanent business presence, opening offices in newly conquered cities and exploring sea routes along the Atlantic. The same period saw settlers arriving from the English world. Some appear in records around Tarragona and Tortosa, attached to frontier defence and reconstruction. Individual careers can be traced. A foreign knight who gains property, invests in public works, lends money to local elites, and eventually ends life in a monastery, leaving documents that reveal a small network of compatriots nearby. Such stories show how Iberian expansion was tied to wider European movements of people and capital. Resettlement was not only lay, it was religious as well. New monasteries were planted in difficult landscapes, expected to cultivate land and anchor control. Reform orders were favoured because they accepted hardship and had strong organisational discipline. Later, urban preaching orders were well suited to the spiritual occupation of newly conquered cities, where new parishes, new churches, and new moral frameworks had to be imposed on complex populations. For a time, Europe's overall population growth fed this movement. There were settlers available, even if they never seemed enough. Then the 14th century brought demographic catastrophe. Famine years, then the Black Death, followed by recurring outbreaks. The flow of settlers slowed. Some towns remained thinly populated for generations after conquest. Some farmland reverted to emptiness, and stayed that way for centuries. Charters from the later Middle Ages sometimes read like desperate recruitment advertisements, offering refuge even to criminals in order to fill a strategic town with bodies capable of defending it. Seen from a distance, the treatment of Muslim communities under Christian rule becomes easier to understand, though not easier to judge. Rules tightened separation to protect identity and dominance, yet rulers also depended on Muslim labour, skills, and local knowledge to keep conquered territories functioning. Fear and necessity pulled in opposite directions. That tension shaped daily life for centuries, producing a world where boundaries were enforced on paper, crossed in practice, and constantly renegotiated in the streets, the markets, the courts, and the workshops of medieval Iberia. seen against the enormous pressure to people and secure newly conquered land, it becomes clearer why Christian rulers often preferred Muslim communities to remain where they were. Keeping experienced farmers, craftsmen, and local labour in place could make the difference between a frontier that held and a frontier that slipped away. In some regions, this strategy worked. In the Valencian countryside, many Muslim villagers stayed and continued to cultivate the land, forming the backbone of rural production for generations. In much of Castile and Portugal, however, the pattern was different. Large areas emptied out or thinned dramatically, whether through flight, expulsion, later unrest, or the slow, grinding discouragement of life under new lords. Where people were fewer, the landscape shifted toward an economy that needed bodies far less than crops did. Into that space moved animals, especially sheep. Grazing requires wide land more than dense settlement, and the great open plains between the Tagus and the Guadalquivir offered something pastoralists prized: winter grass. That southern zone made it possible to build a powerful system of seasonal migration. Each year, flocks could winter in places like La Mancha and Extremadura, then be driven north along established droving routes to summer pastures near Avila, Soria, or Teruel. Those long corridors across the peninsula became economic arteries, and the herds became moving capital. The military orders were among the biggest winners of this transformation. They accumulated huge southern estates and began to operate less like purely religious brotherhoods and more like territorial corporations. Some holdings reached astonishing sizes and their flocks rose into the millions. Around the middle of the 13th century, a new kind of sheep, the merino, spread through Iberia. It thrived in dry conditions and produced wool of unusually high quality. With that advantage, ranching interests organized to protect themselves, forming powerful institutions that defended grazing rights, migration routes, and legal privileges. Wool became the engine. First, it fed local weaving centers. Then, it flowed outward into the major textile regions of Europe. Merchants and shippers, including a strong Genoese presence, were ready to move the annual clip to distant looms in cities such as Florence and Bruges. Over time, wool exports became one of the peninsula's most enduring sources of wealth. Resettlement was not only about bodies and land. Another kind of colonization unfolded at the same time, one that took place in libraries, schools, and workshops of translation. During the 12th and 13th centuries, Western scholars gained access to the scientific and philosophical learning preserved and expanded in the Arabic-speaking world, and they carried it into Latin, the shared language of European scholarship. This transfer was one of the major turning points in intellectual history. Centuries earlier, as Islamic empires expanded into the old centres of the Eastern Mediterranean and Persia, they inherited vast stores of ancient knowledge. Much of what attracted sustained attention was practical and analytical. Medicine, astronomy, mathematics, optics, and philosophy. Between roughly the 8th and the early 10th centuries, a huge body of texts was translated into Arabic, and then worked on, corrected, and improved by scholars who added new observations and methods. This was not a static inheritance. It was refined and enlarged, sometimes incorporating ideas that had travelled from as far away as India and China. Over time, that learning reached the westernmost Islamic lands, including Al-Andalus, where it became part of an advanced intellectual environment. Early medieval Western Europe, by contrast, had little comparable infrastructure for scientific study. But curiosity and need eventually created points of contact. One early figure often placed at the beginning of this story is a French scholar who travelled to Spain in the 10th century and returned north with a reputation for mathematical teaching that seemed almost exotic in his world. His letters show a hunger for specialised manuals and techniques coming out of Iberian circles. The details can be elusive, but the larger direction is clear. Methods of calculation were crossing borders, and they were transforming what European administrators and builders could do. The key idea behind those new methods was place value, a simple principle with revolutionary consequences. Medieval people did not use an abacus the way modern children do, with a standing frame and brightly coloured beads. The older abacus was more like a ruled surface, sometimes a board, sometimes a slate, sometimes even a tray of sand divided into columns. Markers could be shifted from one column to another so that a symbol's meaning changed with its position. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. This seems obvious now. In the mathematical culture of 10th century Europe, it was liberating. It made exact calculation faster and more reliable, which mattered far beyond classrooms. It shaped accounting, tax audits, and the growing complexity of royal government. It helped make large-scale building feasible with confidence, because ambitious architecture depends on numerical understanding of weight, balance, and thrust. Even the vocabulary of administration remembered the tool. The famous English financial office, later called the Exchequer, took its name from the checked counting surface used for calculations, where counters were moved across a grid during audits. Alongside these mathematical techniques came individuals who carried broader scientific knowledge across borders. A striking example is a Jewish scholar from Iberia who converted to Christianity in the early 12th century, adopted a new name, and later appears in England as a royal physician. He worked with astronomy, medicine, and calculation, and he helped translate technical material into Latin. Around the same time, other scholars in England were experimenting with instruments such as the astrolabe and producing treatises that gathered Arabic learning into a form a Latin reader could use. Some of these men moved within courtly and governmental circles, which mattered because rulers needed skilled minds, doctors, accountants, engineers, and advisors who claimed insight into the heavens and the future. There were two main gateways through which Latin Europe could access the Greco-Arabic tradition. One was the Christian kingdoms of Spain, especially cities where Arabic books were available and where bilingual communities still existed. The other was the Norman world of southern Italy and Sicily, where Greek texts and Arabic texts could both be encountered. In Italy, many translations were made directly from Greek into Latin. In Spain, translation more commonly moved from Arabic into Latin, including Arabic versions of ancient Greek works, and, crucially, the Arabic commentaries that Islamic philosophers had written on them. Aristotle is a good example. Some Latin scholars translated him from Greek, while others in Iberia focused on translating the explanations and interpretations that had grown up around Aristotle in the Islamic world, including those associated with figures like Averroes. This translation movement was not a single organised project. It was messy, competitive, and sometimes duplicated. Different scholars worked in different places, sometimes unaware of one another. Major works could be translated twice from different source languages within the same generation. Manuscripts were often poorly copied. Dates and authorship could be unclear, and Arabic technical terms were mangled into strange Latin spellings. For modern historians, it becomes a puzzle of reconstruction. But for medieval Europe, the overall effect mattered more than the chaos, a flood of new tools for understanding the world. In Spain, one of the most productive translators was an Italian who settled in Toledo in the mid-12th century and stayed for decades. He arrived because he wanted a particular astronomy text that he could not find in Latin, and he remained because Toledo's libraries contained an abundance of Arabic works across many disciplines. He learned Arabic, translated, relentlessly, and left behind a catalogue that shows the priorities of the age: medicine, astronomy and astrology, mathematics and optics, philosophy and logic. Accounts of his working methods suggest collaboration across linguistic lines. An assistant would interpret the Arabic text orally into the local vernacular, and the translator would render it into Latin. The result was not simply a private hobby. It was a pipeline by which Arabic scientific literature became accessible to Latin readers across Europe. Other translators moved between Iberia and the wider European stage. One scholar associated with the intellectual environment of Toledo later travelled to Italy and entered the orbit of the Emperor Frederick II, a ruler famed for curiosity about the natural world. At that court, the line between scholarship and prestige was thin. Translators became astrologers, advisors, and public intellectuals. Stories of their careers were embellished with dramatic anecdotes about predictions and fate. But behind the legend lies a real social fact. Technical knowledge could open doors into the highest circles of power. In the later 13th century, royal patronage in Iberia produced a different kind of intellectual project. A Castilian king gathered teams to compile, translate, and write works on astronomy, astrology, law, history, and literature, often drawing on Arabic models. Much of this output was created in the local vernacular rather than in Latin. That choice made it influential inside the peninsula, but less visible beyond it. By the time these works appeared, much of Latin Europe had already absorbed the crucial foundations of Greco-Arabic learning. The great question was no longer how to get the books, but what to do with them. In philosophy, the pressure point was Aristotle. His method encouraged people to examine nature through observation and reason, which could feel unsettling in a religious culture built on revelation and authority. University controversies flared, and for a time some tried to restrict access to certain texts. Eventually, major thinkers in Western Europe built systems that attempted to reconcile reason with faith. The argument was not only theoretical, it influenced how people approached medicine, architecture, government finance, and the study of the natural world. A slow change in attitude can be traced. Nature was no longer treated only as a symbolic creation to be read through scripture. It became something to be investigated through measurement and experiment. In that shift, the foundations laid by translations from Arabic and Greek proved decisive. Later, scientific revolutions did not appear out of nowhere. They were built on centuries of accumulated tools and habits of thought. Given how eagerly Latin scholars borrowed secular knowledge from Arabic texts, it is tempting to expect a parallel curiosity about Islamic religious belief. In reality, sustained interest in understanding Islam as a faith remained limited, though there were a few revealing episodes. In the mid-12th century, the head of a major monastic network in France visited Spain and encountered scholars who were already translating Arabic scientific works. He persuaded them to translate Islamic religious text as well, including the Quran, producing the first major Quran translation into a Western language. On the surface, this might look like openness. Yet the motive was not dialogue. The project was designed to support polemic. The goal was to attack Islam more effectively by quoting it accurately, not to learn from it. Even the titles chosen for these polemical works made that intention obvious. For a long time, this early Quran translation circulated only in narrow circles. A later translator in Toledo, working at the start of the 13th century, produced another Quran translation and acted as if he were doing something unprecedented. That detail matters because it suggests that the earlier effort had left little lasting trace in scholarly memory. The second translation was often more literal, sometimes less elegant, and precisely because of that, It could be a sharper tool for someone who wanted to dissect Islamic belief line by line. Still, circulation remained limited. These translations appear at a moment when the military struggle in Iberia was intensifying and when church leaders were thinking about more than battle. Alongside crusading ideals, there emerged, in some circles, a renewed emphasis on mission. Preaching Christianity to Muslims, redeeming captives, training clergy who could move across language barriers. Some bishops dreamed of resigning their posts to become missionaries. Reformers debated whether preaching against heresy at home should take priority over mission abroad. The same era produced dramatic gestures such as a famous saint preaching to the Sultan in Egypt and religious rules that encouraged brothers to undertake missions among Muslims. There were also reckless attempts to preach in Islamic cities, sometimes ending in martyrdom. All of this required language skills. Popes instructed Iberian church leaders to send priests who knew both Latin and Arabic to serve Christians living in Islamic lands, including captives. New religious orders formed with the specific purpose of ransoming prisoners, and their practical work stretched across centuries, sometimes reaching into the early modern world. Royal policy also responded to the need for interpreters. In the mid-13th century, schools teaching both Latin and Arabic were founded in Seville, and the lack of explanation in the surviving records leaves motives open. Such training could serve missionaries, but it could just as easily serve administration and diplomacy in a society where Arabic remained essential for dealing with Muslim subjects, trade networks, and frontier negotiations. Certain church figures tied Arabic learning explicitly to mission. They founded schools in Mediterranean cities, produced vocabularies and tools for students, and wrote polemical works aimed at refutation. One famous Majorcan thinker devoted years to learning Arabic and established a training center for missionaries. Late in life, he lobbied for university programs in Eastern languages across Europe. Stories about his career are filled with intensity and contradiction. Visionary ambition mixed with harshness toward the Muslim people closest to him. One anecdote captures that contradiction in a raw way. A Christian intellectual who wanted Arabic instruction purchased a Muslim slave as a teacher. The relationship functioned until conflict erupted, violence followed, and the enslaved man attempted revenge. The story ends with the slave dead in prison and the master relieved that the crisis had resolved itself without a formal execution ordered by his hand. It is an unsettling scene, and it fits the wider reality of convivencia better than any romantic slogan. Coexistence in medieval Iberia was not a simple story of harmony, and it was not a simple story of persecution. It was a long, improvised compromise shaped by labour needs, economic advantage, religious anxiety, and the constant pressure of frontier war. Even intellectual exchange, so often celebrated as a bridge between worlds, could grow out of motives that ranged from admiration and curiosity to fear, domination, and the desire to defeat an opponent with his own words. By the middle of the 13th century, most of the Iberian Peninsula had passed under the authority of the Christian crowns of Castile, Aragon, and Portugal. One Muslim-ruled state, however, remained. In the political vacuum created by the collapse of Almohad power during the 1220s and 1230s, a local leader named Muhammad ibn Yusuf ibn Nasr succeeded in carving out an independent principality. From 1237 onward, this state was centered on Granada, and his dynasty would later be known as the Nasrids. Within a decade, the territory of the emirate had assumed the form it would largely retain until its end in 1492. A narrow stretch of land running from the Mediterranean coast near Almeria down toward the Straits of Gibraltar, rarely extending far inland. Its political position was also settled early. After surrendering the city of Jaén in 1246, the ruler of Granada accepted vassalage to the King of Castile and agreed to pay an annual tribute that consumed a vast portion of his revenues. From that point onward, Granada existed as a client state, formally independent but permanently subordinate, a relationship that endured for nearly 2.5 centuries. From the outset, Granada's survival was precarious. Economically, the emirate was weak. Its territory was largely mountainous and unsuited to large-scale grain cultivation. Food production was insufficient to support the population, forcing the import of cereals and olive oil from North Africa. In exchange, Granada exported high-value products such as sugar, dried fruits, almonds, and above all silk, which gained an international reputation. Much of this trade passed through the hands of foreign merchants, especially from Genoa, whose ships dominated Mediterranean commerce. Dependence on imports and foreign carriers made the emirate vulnerable to external pressure and fluctuations in trade. Politically, power within Granada was fragmented. Outside a handful of major towns, society remained rural and strongly shaped by tribal and lineage loyalties. Authority rested less on centralized institutions than on local elites, rival families, and regional strongmen. The ruler's position depended on constant negotiation, alliance building, bribery, and intimidation. Maintaining stability required exceptional political skill. For much of the 14th century, Nasrid rulers managed this balancing act with some success. After about 1400, however, internal rivalries intensified, plunging the emirate into near-continuous civil strife. The politics of 15th century Granada became a maze of shifting factions and betrayals, weakening the state from within. Granada's dependence on Castile further undermined its legitimacy. Under Islamic law, a Muslim ruler was not supposed to submit to Christian overlordship. Yet, Granada's survival depended precisely on such submission. Tribute payments forced rulers to impose heavy taxes that exceeded traditional norms, fueling popular resentment and giving religious scholars grounds for criticism. Isolation from the wider Islamic world, the influx of Muslim refugees from conquered Christian territories, and the recruitment of fiercely independent Berber warriors from North Africa all contributed to a tense and defensive social atmosphere. Granada lived with a constant sense of siege, both physical and psychological. Despite these disadvantages, the emirate endured. One reason was its formidable system of defence. Along its northern and western borders, a dense chain of castles was constructed, especially during the reign of Muhammad II in the late 13th century. These fortifications stood only a few miles apart and were supported by well-maintained city walls and an extraordinary number of watchtowers spread across the countryside. These towers functioned as early warning posts and local strongpoints in times of attack. Thousands were built, and many still dot the landscape today. Granada also maintained capable armies, particularly skilled light cavalry recruited from North Africa. These fast-moving horsemen were highly effective in raids and skirmishes, and contemporary Christian observers acknowledged their tactical advantages. Granada could also, at times, rely on help from across the sea. In Morocco, a powerful dynasty emerged that filled the vacuum left by the Almohads. During its peak in the late 13th and early 14th centuries, this North African power intervened repeatedly in Iberian affairs. On several occasions, it sent armies to support Granada or to pursue its own interests in the peninsula. These interventions could be decisive, defeating Christian forces and extracting vast amounts of booty before withdrawing. For a time, North African strongholds on the European side of the Straits provided forward bases. Eventually, Christian advances rolled these back. But for over a century, such assistance played a major role in Granada's survival. Alliances, however, were never straightforward. Political rivalries among Christian rulers sometimes led Muslim powers to support one faction against another. At times, North African forces and Granadan rulers found themselves backing opposing Christian claimants, turning the peninsula into a chessboard of shifting loyalties. Navigating this landscape required diplomatic agility. Nasrid rulers constantly sought to exploit divisions among their neighbours, while guarding against overdependence on external allies. Chance also played its part. In the mid-14th century, a major Castilian campaign was abruptly halted when plague struck the besieging army and claimed the king himself. Later in the century, Castile's attention was repeatedly diverted by internal conflict, wars with neighbouring Christian kingdoms, and involvement in broader European struggles. For roughly half a century, Granada enjoyed a period of relative peace, punctuated by occasional incidents, but free from sustained assault. It was during this calmer interval that Granada's most enduring symbol took its final shape. The Alhambra, perched above the city on a rocky ridge, had originated as a fortified citadel centuries earlier. Under the Nasrid rulers, especially during the long reign of Muhammad V, it was transformed into a vast palatial complex. It served not only as a residence but as a self-contained city, complete with fortifications, mosques, administrative buildings, baths, gardens, workshops, and barracks. What makes the Alhambra unique today are the private palaces and courtyards of the ruling family, preserved with remarkable completeness. Against the dramatic backdrop of the Sierra Nevada, these spaces represent the most fully realized surviving palace complex of a medieval Islamic ruler. The architecture embodied a sophisticated aesthetic. Spaces flowed into one another in carefully calculated sequences. Light and shadow were manipulated through the interplay of solid walls and open arches. Surfaces were covered in intricate decoration carved in wood and stucco or set in tile, while water was used as both a visual and symbolic element, reflecting columns and arches, softening light, and animating stillness with movement. Ceilings formed of elaborate geometric patterns created an effect of weightless complexity that astonished visitors, even in its own time. Poets at court celebrated the palace as a jewel set upon the landscape, a place where architecture, nature, and symbolism merged. Artistic exchange crossed religious boundaries. Painters trained in Christian traditions decorated parts of the palace, while Nasrid craftsmen were employed on major Christian commissions elsewhere in Iberia. The movement of people across the frontier was constant, not only artists and builders, but also captives taken in raids or naval attacks. Christian prisoners worked on construction projects, while Muslim communities faced similar fates elsewhere. Frontier officials attempted to regulate these tensions through negotiation, ransom, and investigation, creating a fragile system designed to limit escalation rather than eliminate conflict. Literature from the frontier reflects this atmosphere. Ballads composed in later centuries tell stories of raids, loyalty, betrayal, and tragedy. One of the most haunting is a lament voiced by a Muslim woman, deceived and assaulted by a man who used shared language and custom to gain her trust. Such stories hint at the countless personal tragedies hidden behind the formal treaties and political calculations of the age. The relative calm of the 14th century ended in the early 15th. Castilian forces resumed offensive operations and captured key strongholds, shifting the balance further against Granada. External support from North Africa faded as Moroccan dynasties weakened and naval power declined, allowing Christian fleets to dominate the Western Mediterranean. The capture of strategic ports near the straits placed Granada in an increasingly isolated position. Internal divisions deepened, the economy stagnated, and foreign merchants tightened their grip on trade. Taxes rose sharply to fund tribute and defence, alienating the population further. By the late 15th century, the conditions for Granada's fall were in place. The crowns of Castile and Aragon were united through marriage, ending centuries of rivalry. A new generation of rulers framed the conquest of Granada as a sacred mission, drawing on historical memory, religious ideology, and the language of crusade. Military strategy emphasized systematic destruction of farmland and sustained sieges rather than risky, pitched battles. When civil war broke out within Granada itself, Christian forces exploited the chaos. One rival claimant was captured and later restored as a puppet ruler, enabling the gradual dismantling of the emirate from within. One by one, Granadan cities fell. The campaign was relentless and methodical. By the end of 1491, Granada itself was surrounded. After months of siege, terms were agreed. On the first day of 1492, Christian troops occupied the Alhambra. The following day, the rulers of Castile and Aragon formally received the keys to the city. Among the witnesses was an Italian navigator seeking royal backing for an ambitious Atlantic voyage. Initially, the conquerors promised continuity. The Muslim population was guaranteed freedom of worship and the right to live under its own laws. In practice, enforcement varied. Some cities suffered harsh reprisals, while others, including Granada, were treated with relative leniency. Over time, however, these guarantees eroded. A policy of persuasion gave way to coercion. Forced conversions followed, triggering rebellion. Suppression was brutal. Eventually, Muslims were offered a choice between baptism and exile under conditions few could meet. Most stayed and became Christians in name only. These new converts remained culturally distinct, practicing their faith in secret and maintaining customs that set them apart. Suspicion grew, fueled by fears of foreign alliances and internal disloyalty. Revolts broke out and were crushed. Populations were forcibly dispersed to break communal ties, spreading tension rather than resolving it. Finally, in the early 17th century, the monarchy chose expulsion. Hundreds of thousands were driven from Spain, removing a skilled and industrious population at enormous economic cost. Some of those expelled turned to piracy and warfare along the Atlantic and Mediterranean coasts, striking back at the society that had cast them out. A small number remained behind in secrecy, but as a public presence, Islamic Spain had come to an end. What had begun with conquest 9 centuries earlier closed with exile, leaving behind monuments, memories, and a legacy of coexistence and conflict that would continue to shape Spanish history long after the last communities were gone. The fall of the last Muslim-ruled territory in Iberia in 1492 sent a shockwave far beyond the peninsula. In North Africa and the wider Islamic world, the end of Granada was remembered as a wound that never quite closed. Later writers returned to the lost cities of Spain again and again, attaching to their names a quiet wish that the land might one day be restored to Islam. That hope proved durable. For generations, stories circulated in places like Fez and Marrakesh about families who had fled across the sea, carrying almost nothing but memory and a few possessions. Some were said to keep old keys to houses in Malaga, Granada, Almeria, Ronda, hanging on the wall as if a return was simply delayed. Not impossible. Yet nostalgia can be a trap. It has a way of turning complicated histories into warm, glowing images that feel true because they are beautiful. Long before Granada fell, a Christian chronicler writing in the 8th century had already described Spain in language that sounded like a poem. Fertile, radiant, abundant, still lovely even after invasion and suffering. That kind of imagery is powerful. It suggests ripeness, peace, and a settled life, like a landscape made for harmony. Over time, later readers began to blend those poetic impressions into a single dream of Islamic Spain, a place of effortless richness and serene order. But the testimonies of people who lived through the peninsula's darker eras resist that dream. Invasions, civil wars, tribal violence, state collapse, and harsh religious pressures were not rare interruptions. They were recurring features. The simplest, most defensible historical conclusion is that medieval Al-Andalus was often turbulent, and only sometimes stable. Legends are hard to pierce because they come armoured in emotion. A striking example appears in the Romantic writing of the late 19th century, when a popular narrative took shape in parts of Europe. Muslim Spain was portrayed as a shining beacon of tolerance, enlightenment, and prosperity, and Christian Spain as the force that extinguished it, dragging the country into repression and decline. This version of the story was not just an interpretation of the past. It was also a commentary on the present, shaped by the politics and prejudices of the author's own age. It offered a clean moral contrast, and clean moral contrasts travel well. The problem is not that Al-Andalus produced beauty or scholarship. It did. The problem is the claim that these qualities define the society as a whole across centuries, as if they were the everyday condition of most people's lives. A closer look dissolves the neat picture. Tolerance was uneven and often fragile. Jewish communities could flourish in some times and places, then face disaster in others, including moments of mass violence that left lasting scars. Christian minorities lived as protected but subordinate populations, subject to restrictions and periodic pressure. Learning existed, sometimes at a very high level, but it clustered around courts, cities, and small circles of educated elites, rather than spreading broadly through society. Order existed too, but it was frequently undermined by factional conflict, tribal competition, uprisings, and political fragmentation, especially during periods when central authority broke down into rival states. The Romantic image gained extra force because it was reinforced by more than one kind of sentiment. Alongside North African longing for a lost homeland came European fascination with the exotic past of Spain, amplified by travel literature and picturesque retellings. In some versions, this was mixed with a moralizing condemnation of Catholic repression, with the Inquisition serving as a dark symbol. In the modern era, another layer was added: the tendency of some commentators to read later colonial guilt backward into medieval events, treating the Christian conquest and the persecution of converted Muslims as early rehearsals of modern imperial wrongdoing, while often neglecting to apply the same critical lens to earlier Muslim conquest and settlement. When these layers combine, lost homeland nostalgia, romantic spectacle, religious bias, and modern guilt, they create a story that feels emotionally satisfying. It also becomes harder to check because it is no longer simply about evidence. It is about identity and moral positioning. Historical reality is usually less dramatic than the stories told about it. Most of the time, everyday life is routine, and routine does not sell. That is why the past is constantly repackaged, polished, and flavoured, either with glamour or with shame, so that it can be consumed easily. Medieval Spain without a strong narrative hook looks to many people like a complicated, distant world of unfamiliar names and slow-moving change. Add a fantasy of perfect tolerance, or add a tragedy of unbroken oppression, and suddenly it becomes easier to market. The danger is that these neat packages replace the messy texture of real lives. Even in the most cultured phases of Al-Andalus, it is difficult to defend the idea of a broadly tolerant and enlightened society in the modern sense. Christian communities living under Muslim rule could be demoralized and constrained, their public life limited, their status clearly inferior to that of Muslims. Some celebrated Muslim intellectuals, often presented today as symbols of open inquiry, could be deeply learned yet intensely polemical, rigid, and dismissive of opposing beliefs. These patterns were not unique to Iberia. They matched the wider structure of minority status in many pre-modern societies. Christians under Muslim rule, like other protected religious minorities elsewhere, occupied a second-tier position. Later, when Muslims lived under Christian rule, many of the same dynamics reappeared in reverse. Legal restrictions, social separation, and periodic coercion. The symmetry is uncomfortable, but it is hard to avoid if the evidence is followed. At this point, it is easy to slide into a sterile argument about whether medieval Iberia was tolerant or intolerant, as if the entire peninsula across 8 centuries must be placed in a single category. That debate usually generates more heat than clarity. A more productive approach is to ask what mattered most in the long arc of history, and what can be said without turning the past into a morality play. From the widest perspective, one central role of Al-Andalus was its position as a conduit. At a moment when Latin Christian Europe had limited access to advanced scientific and philosophical traditions, Iberia served as one of the bridges by which knowledge travelled westward. This point is sometimes dismissed as overly focused on Europe's later rise. But the rise of European power between the 14th and 19th centuries is one of the dominant facts of world history, and understanding the channels that fed that transformation is a legitimate historical question. The translation and transmission of texts, medicine, astronomy, mathematics, optics, philosophy, helped reshape what European scholars and institutions could do. That process mattered even if it did not define everyday relations between religions. Beyond translations, many other forms of influence may have flowed through the frontier zones of Iberia and the Mediterranean. Ideas about holy war, models for frontier fortifications and religious military institutions, patterns of poetic expression and courtly love, even possible echoes in major works of European literature. These questions have generated long debate, and many remain unresolved. Proof is uneven, connections are hard to trace, and scholars often disagree. Still, the broader outline is difficult to deny. Contact between medieval Islam and medieval Christendom was not only conflict, it was also exchange, and some of that exchange left deep marks. Yet the exchange was not balanced. Muslim writers in Al-Andalus generally showed little curiosity about their Christian neighbours. Descriptions of Christian lands in Islamic geographical writing could be dismissive and thin, reducing the north to cold weather, rough people, strange food, and the possibility of acquiring slaves. In that sense, the Muslim discovery of Europe came late, long after the fall of Granada. On the other side, many Christians were equally incurious about Islam as a faith. They were eager to acquire useful knowledge, books, techniques, instruments, but often unwilling to understand the religious world that had produced them. Even when some churchmen gained access to Islamic texts, their purpose could be refutation rather than comprehension. In both directions, stereotypes were easier than investigation, and inherited myths were often more comfortable than the truth. This can leave a bleak impression. Two cultures living in proximity, trading blows and borrowing tools, yet rarely making sustained efforts to understand one another at a deep level. Even that judgment, however, must be handled carefully, because most of the surviving voices belong to a narrow, literate elite: clerics, scholars, officials, court writers. Their worldview was shaped by polemic, doctrine, and politics. They were not always good witnesses to ordinary social reality. and they were rarely cheerful observers. Daily life could be more mixed than formal texts suggest. People worked together, traded, hired musicians, shared streets and marketplaces, and sometimes formed friendships that official law codes tried to prevent. If the record preserved more of those everyday moments, the overall picture might look less like a lecture and more like a lived world, messy, contradictory, and human. The challenge, then, is not to replace one legend with another, but to strip away the easy sources, glamour, guilt, nostalgia, condemnation, and let the past taste like what it was. A long history of power and survival, brilliance and cruelty, routine and crisis, with real people making choices under pressures they did not control. That is harder to package, but it is closer to understanding.